Well, we're here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the probably you could consider it the stupidest idea I have ever had. I will be doing a race for 12 hours. As you can see on the graphic, 390 laps will equal 12 hours or so. I will have a timer going once this race starts. It'll kind of go how the 24 hours of Daytona goes, where it'll probably end maybe like 2 or 3 laps before it's over. The timer will. So, get some popcorn, order yourself probably a couple pizzas because we're going to be doing this for a little while. Trying to get my phone set up here because I want to be able to read the chat while this goes on, because it's gonna be a while. So as of right now, 1 mile, yes I am. It's gonna be a 12-hour race. That's the whole premise of this. All right, I'm getting settled in here. I've been up since probably like 7:30 this morning, making sure this is gonna go well. So I'm really hoping nothing bad happens. Let me know how the mic quality is and everything, because I want to make sure this is perfect. I even have commercials set up. You guys are going to get to see some commercials during this race, because believe it or not, I can't sit here for just 12 hours straight talking. Believe it or not. But here we are. Right now we're just waiting for everything to start up. So if you do not know how NR2003 works and you get in, there's a 5-minute waiting session for the actual user to get into the race before it starts. So in probably about 1 mile, I did it because I wanted to just use a different track just to switch it up, so then it would make the racing here at Daytona like,
drivers, start your engines.
You heard the man. They're rolling off now. The LCQs were at Le Mans because I just wanted to switch it up. I didn't want everything to be just at Daytona. I wanted to also give it a chance to use some different tracks. As here comes the field rolling off for the 12 hours of Daytona. Brad Keselowski put his number 6 machine on the pole. Alongside him, I believe, is Chase Elliott, who is coming up behind him. Sorry, I'm going to move the mic here because I have to be able to use my keyboard here. There we go. So, here comes the whole field. See them all in all their glory. All 40 cars in this race. Just as an extra note, you will see a number 780 of Sheldon Creed, because he made the race, but the reason that happened was because there were 2 78s, and if you try to have multiple of the same number, it just randomly picks one of them. So I changed his number to be 780 on all the graphics and everything so that they would both get into the race. Nevertheless, Brad Keselowski is on the pole. Alongside him is Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, and Bubba Wallace. The first 2 rows behind them, Chris Buescher and Daniel Suarez, and Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin. Get a nice look at everyone. Behind them, William Byron and Austin Cindric, and then Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson and Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, Alex Bowman, and Corey LaJoie. Todd Gilliland, Ty Gibbs, Jacques Villeneuve with an impressive qualifying effort alongside Chandler Smith, Michael McDowell, and Ricky Stenhouse, and Eric Almirola, Ryan Cruz. Behind that, we have Ty Dillon and Martin Truex with a rough qualifying effort here today. And as they go onto the back straightaway, you can see Harrison Burton and the rest of these guys. I'm trying to get you guys this best. Here we go. You can see the rest of them. Harrison Burton, Allmendinger, Eric Jones, Brennan Poole, Justin Haley, Ryan Blaney, Connor Daly, Austin Dillon, Noah Gragson, Sheldon Creed, Greg Biffle, and BJ McLeod make up this 40-car field. I will bring it to you again. This is a 12-hour race. making up about 390 laps. This race will probably get started at about 10:25, which means at 10:25 or maybe a little after that, probably like 10:30 p.m. tonight is when this race hopefully will be over. Just so you know, if you ever see the video screen stop, that's because I'm clicking something on my second monitor here. I'm actually borrowing my brother's monitor so I can make this work to the best of my abilities. As here we go. Brad Keselowski leads the field. And out of the final corner, let's do some racing. And the 12 Hours of Daytona is underway, and we're racing from the Daytona road course. Into turn one they go. Brad Keselowski alongside Chase Elliott side by side for the lead. Here they come through this tight intersection where there's been a lot of crashes in all of the testing I have done. So this area right here is going to be a hot spot for crashes. As the field comes up to speed, and now into the International Horseshoe they go. Keselowski is through with the lead, followed by Elliott, Christopher Bell, and then the battle is for fourth. That's Kyle Busch and Chase Briscoe. Busch wins that battle as the field starts to get settled in for the first time today. You will see that under the little graphic on the bottom there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is because I'm about to load up that, which will show the top 5, so get ready for a quick pause. And then now you should see it. The top 5 in this race pop up. Kyle Busch in fourth as Brad Keselowski leads the field onto the back straightaway for the first time today. And to the bus stop. Keselowski leads over Elliott, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, and Chase Briscoe. The rest of this field files through. Look at all this good racing. You can see 2, 3 wide as they come back through NASCAR 3 and 4. Chase Elliott putting the pressure on Brad Keselowski. So here they come back onto the front straightaway. And out of the final chicane, Brad Keselowski will lead the first of 390 laps in the 12 Hours of Daytona. Elliott is starting to put the pressure on him from second place as they come back down to turn one. Keselowski's going to have to be careful here because Elliott is definitely the better car, as you can tell right now. Ooh, Kyle Busch gets really loose through this section right here where we've seen plenty of crashes. As you can see it here, look how loose they get. And if you're not careful, someone's going to go spinning into the wall. Everyone gets through. Keselowski continues to lead. Overhead view here. As you can see Elliott trying to gain here on Brad Keselowski. Christopher Bell as well is right there. In a lot of these simulations, it has been Chase Elliott and the Gibbs drivers who have been the best drivers, as well as Tyler Reddick. They have been the cars to beat through all of these simulations I've done. That's how I got this lap count to be approximately 12 hours of racing. Keselowski leads the field back out onto the back straightaway. Here they come into the bus stop. Ooh, Bell got in pretty deep there. That was a good gain by him. Kyle Busch as well is trying to join this battle for the lead. You can tell, I believe, Keselowski is definitely not the fastest in these front four, as everyone is starting to train up behind him. Here they come through NASCAR 3 and 4 once again. Here they come back out into the front straightaway. Look how tight these front four are. They come onto the front straightaway. Elliott might just make a move here as Brad Keselowski will lead this lap. Here comes Elliott down to the inside. This is for the lead. Chase Elliott with an aggressive move, and he has the room to make it work. I believe he'll get by him. Here they come through. Elliott gets the lead from Brad Keselowski. Move Chase Elliott to the point in the 12 Hours of Daytona. Takes it on lap 3 out of 390. So the rest of this field cycles through. Oh, and around goes Corey LaJoy. He hits the wall. Ty Dillon's going to come with him as well. AJ Allmendinger gets held up. But that's mostly at the back of the field. Little guy's getting a little dusty there. But it looks like for the most part, no real damage done there. Race so far, though, has been pretty tame compared to a lot of the other simulations I have done where they crash on about lap 2. So already, big issues here early on. I just realized that the graphics are a little weird on the top 5. I will try to fix that here. And momentarily, maybe not momentarily, I'll probably hold out till we get to the first pit stop and I can do it without really sacrificing any on-track action. Kozlowski leads them, or that's not Kozlowski, that's Chase Elliott, leads them through the bus stop on the back there. William Byron right on the back bumper of Daniel Suarez. Here they come through NASCAR 3 and 4, and back to the front straightaway. Elliott leads back out onto the front stretch. There's Kozlowski, Bell, Busch, Briscoe, the top 5. And then Byron trying to keep the pressure on Suarez. And behind, Kyle Larson has a look to the outside of Joey Logano. That is for the 15th position as we come back down to turn 1. Here comes the field through the inner portion again. Will anyone make a mistake as Christopher Bell really putting the pressure on Brad Keselowski, though? Oh, Larson could not complete the pass on Joey Logano. Like I said, it is really tight through this section here. You have to be really careful. You can crash very easily. And right there, Ricky Stenhouse, he taps the wall. Everyone else looks like they'll keep it going for now. Oh, and around goes Ty Dillon. I'd like to take that back. Ty Dillon, who was already in last place, makes another mistake. That's going to cost him. Here comes the field back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. Already a 24-second split, which will probably get bigger with Ty Dillon hitting the wall. So it'll probably be about 25, 26 seconds, the gap already between Chase Elliott in last place of Ty Dillon. I noticed throughout these practice sessions I've done that the leaders are about 3 seconds faster than the last place cars. So we're going to have to see if that stays true here today. And lap traffic is going to be huge because it's not easy to pass on this road course. Already 7 minutes in, almost, to this race. As Elliott leads the field back out through NASCAR 3 and 4. Here they come back out onto the front straightaway. Bell, if he can get a good run here, he might get a chance at Brad Keselowski's. Here they come back out onto the front straightaway. Here comes Bell with a look. That is for second place. Nothing there, though. As he is right there, though, on the back bumper. We could see him move down to 1. Further back, we have a battle. That's for 10th. Denny Hamlin to the inside, or the outside, excuse me, of William Byron into 1. And Byron will retain that spot for now. As the field comes through this tight section where we've already seen multiple drivers spin out. Looks like everyone's going to get through fine for now. Jacques Villeneuve holding up pretty well here against these guys. As this field has started to single out. But the action is not going to stop here as Christopher Bell is pounding the back bumper of Brad Keselowski. Come back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. On to the back straightaway they go. Coming up here on the bus stop. Here they come through the bus stop and back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. They come back out onto the front straightaway. Man, Bell really trying to apply pressure to the back bumper of the 6. Here he comes with a move to the outside. As they come down here, turn 1 once again. Bell on the back bumper, down to 1. No cigar though, he can't get to the inside. Here they come through the International Horseshoe. Christopher Bell trying to stick with Brad Keselowski. Alex Bowman and Ty Gibbs are going at it. That is a battle right outside the top 10, or further back than I thought here, as Bowman will get by Gibbs. Back up front though, Elliott continues to lead. Here they come back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. It's Elliott, Keselowski, Bell, Busch, and Buescher, the top 5. Here they come on to the back straightaway. Elliott is really starting to pull the gap on these guys. If Bell wants any chance of chasing down Elliott, he's going to really need to get by him soon. From what I've noticed, the pit window is about 15 to 20-ish laps, so we're going to have to see how that plays out here. As Elliott leads the field through 3 and 4. Already over 10 minutes in to the 12 hours of Daytona. We will go on ahead and take our first break of the day. You are watching the 12 hours of Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin. I like your PJs.
PJs? Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Daytona. Let me get this race audio working again. Yeah, with how my monitor setup works, whenever I click anything on OBS or outside of my NR2003 window, it pauses the screen. So I just figured I'd go on ahead and tell you guys that. So, welcome back. Chase Elliott still leads as Christopher Bell has still not been able to find a way around Brad Keselowski. Have a pretty tame field the rest of the way through. Elliott, Keselowski, Bell, Busch, Buscher, Bubba Wallace, Harvick, Briscoe, Suarez, and Byron, the top 10. We are... Oh, no, I just realized. It reset the timer. I didn't think about that. Oh, shoot. Alright, we're going to take off the timer. I'm just going to do an approximation, so give me a sec. I'm going to... Because the timer is cool and all, but what happens is when I change scenes, it resets it. So let me find it. I believe that's it. Alright, there we go. Alright, so... The timer has been taken off. I will just be approximating it from here on out. So, but luckily I know about how far ago we got into this mess. Because this race started at about 10:25 on the money. So I'm gonna set a timer on my phone to match such an arrangement. So 11 hours and 17 minutes. Whenever it turns 10:23, we will start it. Or I don't believe that's how timing works. I'm off. We're 17 minutes in, I believe. No. Yeah, we're about 17 minutes in, so actually it would be 43 minutes. So 11 hours and 43 minutes timer. I'm gonna start it here when we get to 10:43. I still don't think that's the right. I think that's right. I don't know. We'll go with it. It's more just a general thing, just to keep up with everything. As I also see that our ticker has messed up again, so that's fun. It just kind of happens from time to time. So this field cycles through. I'm gonna see if I can find an ambient shot here that can just show for a second so I can fix this. That's just kind of stuff that's gonna happen. Alright, so just a second here, here we go. I'll change the camera angle, so it's gonna pause for a second. It's just gonna be so I can fix this. Give me a sec here. Alright. I just want to make sure that this is the best it can be. Alright. So, gonna movie magic here. In case you guys didn't know how this worked either. Now you know. You just gotta click Alt and that moves it. There, and then I'm gonna fix the other board here. this. Just gotta move it up, and then you click Alt, and you move it down. So, good for you guys to know in case you ever want to do something as stupid as this. So you look here through the field, as everything should look good now. Oh, Ross Chastain has gotten to Denny Hamlin to make a move on him as they come down to this final corner. Will we see any rivalry here between Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain as we come back out onto the big portion? Chastain goes right by Denny Hamlin. What a move. Move Ross Chastain up into the 11th position. Power move by him. Get a look through the field. Alex Bowman, you see with Kyle Larson stuck in 16th and 17th respectively. Denny Hamlin not going to let Chastain by him so easily, but man, faster car there for Chastain right now. It's going to get interesting within probably about the next 10 laps or so, because then cars are going to start pitting. And that's where the strategy really comes in, is how the pits go. So I do see that. I'm trying to, I'm going to fix this graphic here really quickly. There we go. We'll move it back down a little bit. There we go. So I want this to look amazing for you guys. Alright. Fix a small graphic thing because I saw down the little top 5 thing. It was showing a little too much. It was showing start of 6th place. So now everything should be good. It's been a lot of fun so far. We're now 11 full laps. We're going on 12 when we get back around here. And Christopher Bell has gotten by Brad Keselowski. Bell finally got by him. I believe it was down into the first set of corners and we just missed it. Bell got by Keselowski and he is free sailing to go get Chase Elliott. We're going to have to see how that gap shrinks as Bell now has fresh track, clean air to go chase after Chase Elliott. As the field is back out onto the big portion of the racetrack, taking a look at the split. Sheldon Creed, who is in last place, is already 47 seconds back on Chase Elliott. A huge number to be down this early. So he's going to need a lot to go his way if he wants a chance at this. As we come back out, do NASCAR 3 and 4. See, one of those. That graphic is still a little wonky. I'm gonna fix it again. Alright, give me a sec. Okay. There we go. Alright. Graphic error fixed. So now you can't see the top of 6th place on the little chart here where it shows the top 5. This has been a lot of fun so far. Chase Elliott still leads. And man, Kyle Busch just might make a move on Brad Keselowski down into 1. Not close enough. Doesn't look like we're going to have any moves shaping up for now. Oh, here we go. We've got a move. Ryan Blaney goes to the inside on Harrison Burton for 22nd. He'll take that position from him. This field continues going. Look at the back of the field. They are only just now getting to the start-finish line now. And Chase Elliott's already coming back out onto the big part of the racetrack. NASCAR 1 and 2. It just goes to show you how big of a gap he has. He also has a pretty big gap. Christopher Bell. As they come through. NASCAR 1 and 2. We'll have to see after this lap, Bell's first full lap, I believe, in clean air, if he can gain at all on Chase Elliott, or if it's going to turn into a long distance race. One of these simulations, Chase Elliott was out front for a majority of the race, and then in the final little bit, he had a tire issue and lost the race. So this race is, it's far from over. So we're really going to have to see how this pans out. As it does look like, though, maybe there might be some gains being made by Christopher Bell. We're going to have to see. Here they come through the final corner. Bubba Wallace has gotten himself up into the conversation What a run by Bubba Wallace up to the 6th position. Let's see how close is Bell after this lap. He lost about 1/100th of a second, so no time really being gained, surprisingly, by Christopher Bell now that he's in clean air. No battles for position. No, wait. Here comes Joey Logano. That is to the outside of Daniel Suarez for 13th. Down to turn 1. Side by side they go. Logano trying to get by, unable to. Oh, Alex Bowman spins! He hits the wall. He'll get it back going, but not before clipping the wall with his right rear. That'll definitely do some damage, I imagine, to that number 48 car. It's the field getting ready to come out into the big part of the racetrack. Man, we'd have a really interesting race if Chase Elliott was not just dominating this one. You can see how close it is behind him. Really, honestly, a really close spread between everyone behind Christopher Bell, but the big distance is just Chase Elliott. Oh man, I just heard thunder. We were supposed to get some bad weather apparently this morning, but I didn't really know about that till after I started this. So that's interesting. So, hopefully nothing bad happens. I'd pray not. The last thing we need is like a tornado warning or something to happen right in the middle of this. That would be something that only would happen to me, if I'm honest here. Yeah, we have some rain on the way. Alright, I just had to know. So we're now over 25 minutes into this one. 26 to be exact. And my timer is about on the money. I'm gonna fix it here though. These guys come through here. Here comes the field. Busch still in 4th. Oh, and Austin Cindric's gotten into the wall. As Amarola's going to get by Martin Truex as well. So we have now 11 hours and 33 minutes to go here at Daytona. And that is the equivalent to 375 laps still left, as we are only working lap number 15 on the day. Bell has continued to lose time. He lost more time again on that last lap. He lost about 1.5 tenths to Chase Elliott. So, and I believe soon, not too far from now, we should see the first pit stops of the day for Chase Elliott and these guys. As here comes the field through NASCAR 3 and 4. Man, look at this gap Elliott has over the rest of this field. No one's even close to him, except for maybe Christopher Bell. But man, Kyle Busch is pressuring him for that position. Maybe Bell looks like he might have gained some time here. We'll have to see how it comes out. Oh, he lost the time. He lost 3/10 that lap. I'd like to take that back. Yikes. Bell not putting any pressure on Chase Elliott. He is on his own and he is gone. Oh, Kevin Harvick to the inside of William Byron. That was for the 8th position. Move Kevin Harvick up a spot. Good for him. Kevin Harvick, in probably the last one of these NR2003 things I'll ever do, is up to 8th. Good for him in his final race. Ty Gibbs is caught up to these guys. The top 12 are about 2nd through 12th. They're pretty close to one another. But then you have 1st, and then you go all the way back out to 13th. And that's where you find your real gaps at. As Bowman has only fallen back to 18th after hitting the wall, so not a lot of damage, all things considered, for him. As you can see, the rest of the field. Here comes the field through NASCAR 1 and 2. Once again, working lap 16 out of 390. Here they come into the bus stop. Elliott, Bell, Keselowski, Busch, and Buescher, the top 5. As Elliott still leads. We'll have to see though, pit stops is where the strategy comes in. I've seen multiple races get altered where like someone who was winning loses it because of pit road, whether if it's a mistake or whatever. I have the pits. I can't remember if it's between 50 and 100 or 0 and 100. So what I have the pit crews at for every driver, because if you think about it, if you are a pit crew member and you have to pit the car over a 12-hour period, you're gonna get tired. You're gonna make mistakes. So that's what I was going for with that. As meanwhile, further back, Daniel Suarez has pressure again from Joey Logano for 13th position. Logano tried it a while back and it didn't work. He's going to try it again to go around the outside of him. He might be able to hold it here. No. This field continues to go here. It's gotten a little stale up here up front. Not really any battles for position. No one really made any big mistakes. You'll look here through the mid-pack cars to the back here, as we have a battle between Noah Gragson and Austin Dillon, which is for the 31st position, which Austin Dillon will take away. As Jacques Villeneuve, after having a great starting spot, he's fallen back. As Sheldon Creed as well, struggling. As here comes Elliott leading us into the back straightaway chicane. As here comes the field behind. We might see a battle here between Harvick and Chase Briscoe, as Kevin Harvick has really turned on something here in these last couple laps. He's really started to put together some good laps. Elliott has lost a little bit of time to Bell, but it's not enough to really be worth anything. So maybe a couple 100ths of a second. We might see a battle for third as well, with Kyle Busch on the back doorstep with Brad Keselowski. They come through once again. As Bell did chop off about half a second that lap. A big lap there by Christopher Bell. As, I don't know if you heard that, but there was some thunder in the background. As this field goes through. Ooh, Buescher got a little wide. Maybe Bubba could take advantage of it. Hamlin gets loose with Chastain. Man, a big lap there that last time by Bell. He cut off about half a second here at the end of this run, which is really going to be important if he wants to get back in this race. If really anyone wants to get back in this race, they're really going to need to pick it up. Either that or they're going to have to hope Chase Elliott has an issue, because besides Elliott, we have a good battle for positions behind, which could easily get shaken up just on pit strategy and how the pit stops shake out. But man, it's going to be really hard to overcome that 4-second gap that Chase Elliott has over Christopher Bell. This field flashes by. Also, just as a note, the commercials, it will show the exact same commercials over and over and over again, I believe. Like, it'll start over, so just figured I'd let you guys know that, because we'll likely be coming up on one here soon after the pit window goes through, which should be as well coming up very soon. So probably around lap 25, we will be seeing our second commercial break of the game, not the game, the race. I'm thinking about Madden too much or something. As here comes Elliott back out onto the front straightaway. Will he pit this lap? No, he will not. So this field goes through. We have to see what the gap is at here, because again, we'll have to see, did Bell chomp into that lead anymore? Yes, he did. He got it down by another 0.2. Impressive here by Bell, as Kyle Busch is putting pressure on Brad Keselowski for position. Further behind, no battles for position, except way further back. That is for outside the top, right around the top 20. That is for 20th, as Tyler Reddick gets by Martin Truex. Oh, someone's coming into pit, I believe. It is. We do have someone coming into pit. It's Joey Logano. He'll be the first to make his pit stop. Maybe trying to gain some ground here and jump these guys. We're going to see how that plays out here. Will Elliott pit this lap? And if he doesn't, who will? So definitely some interesting strategy here. Yeah, Logano, the only guy who pitted here. Woo, you can hear that thunder. Guys, give me a second. Woo. Man, commentators have it nice. They can just like go to commercial if they need to sneeze or something. But man, I don't get that luxury. I have to do this all live. So Elliott continues to lead into the bus stop. See the field cycle through. See how far back Logano just fell. So Logano cycled out in front of Jacques Villeneuve, who was all the way back in 35th. So he fell back to 34th. And that is, think about the guys right around him who have to pit. But Logano couldn't just got him there. As here comes the field, onto the front straightaway. Will we see a pit stop here by Elliott? We will not. Bell will not as well. Oh, here comes Kyle Busch. That's the battle for third. He's gonna have to give up on it for now. What we might see here as they come down to turn 1. Here he comes, Kyle Busch to the inside. He's finally gonna make that move for third. Here they come through 1 and 2, and it looks like Busch will have the spot taken away from Keselowski. We'll have to see, did anybody else here pit that lap? Not as of right now. So Logano maybe unscheduled, or maybe just trying to really early pit these guys. Up front, oh, Alex Bowman's wrecked again. Bowman's in the wall with Kyle Larson. Oh, Tyler Reddick's off in the grass, but a bad wreck there for Alex Bowman. Another mistake out of him. Not normal, really, of him that makes so many mistakes. Man, that was not what Bowman needed. He's going to lose multiple spots for that. As Elliott was able to actually extend his gap there by about a couple tenths that last go-around. As this field comes into this small chicane here, the bus stop. As Buescher looking to make a move on his teammate. What a run by Chris Buescher. As here they come. Up through NASCAR, 3 and 4. We could see a battle for 4th here between the teammates. So we're going to see, will anyone come in this lap? Elliott does not. Neither will any of these guys. Keselowski slides low. Here comes Chris Buescher. Around the outside he goes. Move Chris Buescher up to the 4th position over Brad Keselowski. Side note, Chase Elliott has increased his gap over Christopher Bell. This field goes through. Oh, Ty Gibbs might make a move here down into 1 as we get the helicopter overtop view of these two. No battles further behind. As Gibbs lost it there. As continuing to lead is Chase Elliott. He's actually gotten it back to about almost a 4-second gap over these guys. As Bubba Wallace is also starting to put the pressure on Keselowski. Keselowski's not been good. Let's take a look. Fastest lap of the race is actually Martin Truex, of all people, with a 151.4. Well, not even, I believe, haven't even run in the top 10 all day. Meanwhile, side note, Denny Hamlin has gotten by Ross Chastain for 10th. Do not know when that happened. You guys probably noticed before I did. But Ross Chastain has fallen out of the top 10. Denny Hamlin in the Coca-Cola machine is back up in that spot. Here comes the field through the bus stop. Buescher really starting to put the pressure on Kyle Busch. As you can tell how bad Keselowski, his car's really started to fall off here. As they come onto the front straightaway once again. As Elliott still leads. I'm still waiting to see when they'll pit here. We might see another Buescher make a second pass here on the front straightaway. Here he comes to the outside of Kyle Busch. This is for third. Down to turn one. They go. He gets cut off. Busch shuts the door on him, and he'll be forced to stick with that spot. We got a battle that is for the 7th position. Kevin Harvick trying to get by Chase Briscoe. If he can hold on here, he might have a chance. Oh, he couldn't hang on. Further behind, no battles for position. The rest of this field goes through. As taking a look at the split, it is now a 1 minute 10-second gap between Chase Elliott, your leader, Sheldon Creed, who is in last. Here they come back out onto NASCAR. 1 and 2. Chase Elliott continues to hold a lead. As it does look like I'm going to fix it here now. Just get it out of the way. If I can find where my mouse is. I'm going to fix this graphic error I just noticed here. So, just going to leave it on this and I'm going to fix it really quickly. As now graphic error, excuse me, should be fixed. As oh man, more thunder. Yeah, thunder's not been shy today. As man, Bubba Wallace is on the back doorstep of Keselowski just as Buescher is on Kyle Busch, but Bubba might have a more successful move, but no. Both guys are forced to stick in line. Back down into one they go. Here comes Bubba Wallace for 5th position. Bubba Wallace side by side. Who gets the better run through? Bubba gets it. Move Bubba Wallace up to the 5th position in the DoorDash Toyota. What a run by that 23 team. Bubba, as many know, has not been great with road courses, but man, for so far, for I believe we're almost an hour in. We're about 40 or so minutes in. For how far we are in, good run so far. Yes, we are about 42 minutes into this race. Impressive run so far, the 23 team. See the rest of this field here. Man, Harvick's really started to back up Byron. Denny Hamlin as well. This field goes through 1 and 2 once again. Onto the back straightaway with Elliott out in front. So you see Elliott continue to dominate. We do have a little bit of congestion here with Byron, Harvick, and Hamlin as well as Chastain. See, they come back on the front straight. Oh, we've got cars pitting. It's Brian Keselowski this time. Keselowski, a smart move there. He has been struggling. Daniel Suarez as well is coming down pit lane. So this is big here. Finally starting to see some of the leaders make their first stops on the day. Alex Bowman as well has come down pit road. Let's see how fast this 6 crew, who got him on the pole, or not maybe his pit crew, but how fast that team is. Let's see how he can do. As Keselowski leaves pit road. Pretty good stop there. As Bell has kept the gap at around 3.7 or so seconds over these guys. As AJ Allmendinger, I believe he had a major issue. He has fallen way off the pace. He's all the way back in last now. And that was only about this lap that he made that whatever mistake it was he made. As Elliott leads the field onto the back straight. Either that or it might have just been him pitting. I believe that might have been it. It just might have been him pitting. That was a little dangerous there. as Elliott will lead the field back into 3 and 4. As now guys have started to pit, so we're going to have to see who of the leaders is the first to bite and wants to come down pit lane. As we come back down to this front straightaway. Here comes Elliott. The race leader is in for his stop with Christopher Bell hot on his heels. Kyle Busch will stay out, but Buscher's coming in as well with Bubba Wallace and most of the rest of the field. Some stay out, such as Byron and Hamlin. Maybe just trying to do something to gain time through some strategy. As it's going to be a tight race here. Who can get out faster is the real question. It's going to be on Bell's team to get him in and out as fast as possible. And to see here. Bell coming out now. Not a terrible gap. But it's going to definitely going to be more interesting to see how it plays out. As out these guys come. Looks like the gap stayed at around the same. Maybe a little bit closer, if anything. As a grand total of 4 guys stayed out and stayed in front of Chase Elliott. That would be Austin Cindric. Wherever he is. There he is. Austin Cindric, Hamlin, Byron, and Kyle Busch. Ricky Stenhouse, who I believe is also stayed out, will get by Chris Buescher for the moment. See Ty Gibbs and Daniel Suarez having to go at each other. As here comes Kyle Busch leading the field. He will likely be coming down pit road this time. The real gap is going to be how... It does look like maybe Bell could have closed down that gap a little bit. Here comes Kyle Busch. He will be coming in this lap. In comes Kyle Busch. He'll bring the rest of the guys who have stayed out so far with him. Busch, Byron, Hamlin come down pit lane. I believe Austin Cindric will as well. Yes, sir. He will. Byron versus Hamlin could be an interesting thing because Hamlin, if he has a faster stop, could definitely beat Byron back out. And look at it, they're right in front of each other. So here comes Elliott out of turn 4. None of these guys are going to get remotely close to beating out Elliott. How's this field? Comes down to 1. Oh man, Kyle Busch actually gained a good amount of time, and then he's going to lose it there. The gap seems to about stay the same for Bell and Elliott, as actually Kyle Busch is going to jump Christopher Bell here. What a pit strategy call, and it works. Staying out longer works for Kyle Busch. It worked for a lot of guys. Hamlin gained time, Byron gained time. So a good strategy play there by Denny Hamlin, William Byron, and Kyle Busch to stay out longer. And it really gained them some time on these guys. The pit stops cycle through here in the 12 hours of Daytona. We'll take our second commercial break, and we will be right back.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. 1 powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin. I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour.
Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds.
Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard.
You drive in a circle.
You don't even steer.
Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on!
That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it. Come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Daytona. Chase Elliott is still out front over now Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell, as well as Chris Buescher and William Byron. Major shakeup in the top 10 due to pit strategy. As about most of this field, really interested to see what happens. Man, look at that gap. Elliott has pulled on these guys. It's going to be really hard for anyone to overcome that in this next 11 hours. 5 minutes. It is. We're already about 11 hours and 5 minutes into this race. Not 11 hours and 5 minutes. I'm sorry. We have 11 hours and 5 minutes left in this race. We got a long way to go. So we are now 55 minutes, into this race. As Chase Elliott has continued to lead over Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell. Soon, we will likely be having some guests joining us, hopefully, to make this a little more entertaining, just to have someone else for you guys to be able to chat with. It will be a little bit of fun. Why not? Probably work on trying to get that set up here rather soon. I'll probably have a quick commercial break here in about 5 or so laps, and then get all that set up, so then we can have some fun and do that. As Bell is actually gaining on Kyle Busch here as they come back onto the big portion of the racetrack. Look at these guys. You see all these guys, and you see Chase Elliott, who's actually, interestingly enough, starting to catch the lap traffic, maybe. Oh, never mind. It's not that close. He is actually gaining on them, but it looked a lot closer. It looked like they were just coming out of the International Horseshoe. As here comes these guys, the Three Stooges, really second through fourth place. We should have our first guest join us pretty soon. Alright, so here comes the field down in turn 1. We are now 31 laps completed in the 12 hours of Daytona. 350, I believe, 8 it says left. I can't really tell from all the way back here. As Kyle Busch leads. Busch still leads over Kyle, or not Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch is the second place car over Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher. So it looks like for now, unless the lap cars can definitely change how everything's going to work, but until that happens, Chase Elliott's likely going to be cruising for a little while now. Here he comes through the bus stop. You see these three guys right behind him. As Bell is under pressure from Chris Buescher as they come back down to the front straightaway. Buescher, they're not able to really do anything with it. This field goes through 1 and 2. Not 1 and 2, I guess. I guess you could consider that 1 and 2. We're just through these first couple sections. Here comes Bell trying to chase down Kyle Busch, but he's got Buescher on his back doorstep. Oh, Chastain gets loose trying to chase down Bubba for 10th. Ooh, Ty Gibbs got a little loose there. This field cycles through. As we will be having our first guest join us here momentarily. So you can, I don't know whether or not you can hear that or not. How's it going, Speed? Try to get my phone set up so that Speed can see what's going on. Alright, let me move this mic around. Oh, alright, I'm gonna move the mic over here. So maybe.
Nope, that's not it.
There we go. I hear you. I gotta move my camera in a second. But just trying to move. Talk into the mic again, Speed.
I thought I had to set it up.
Okay. Okay, I can hear you. The mic can pick you up. Alright. There we go. Alright. So that's what I have going on there, so you can see what's going on, Speed, as I see it as well. So, right now... yeah, I don't have headphones in. I might switch to that. But actually, then they wouldn't be... I
did it.
Alright. So Chase Elliott still leads over Kyle Busch, Bell, Chris Buescher, William Byron, Keselowski, Hamlin, Briscoe, Harvick, and Bubba Wallace. That's about it. Yeah, I am.
Hello, everybody.
Alright, guys. Alright. Good, the mic can hear you. I just had to make sure of that.
Is my mic coming in okay? It should be sound crispy. It's Blue Yeti, so I hope it is.
I hope it is. I don't know. I think it is. I can't imagine it isn't.
I can just look it up.
Yeah, I can also see it on my OBS. I can see when you talk, it picks it up.
Alright, that's good.
Alright. Man.
What the?
Chase Elliott is running away with this race right now.
Oh god, that's not coming in at all. Not good.
Oh no. I can try moving the mic a little bit closer.
I think it's because my input device is wrong.
No, it's not that. I'm having you talk literally. I have you. I think maybe. I don't have a Discord call connected to it. Instead, I'm just calling you on my phone. I'm just letting the mic pick up what you say. Because that's what I'm using. I'm just using a normal mic. Maybe. There we go. That should work. Oh. Oh, we do have lap traffic coming up here for Chase Elliott. He is chasing down Sheldon Creed.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense why it's not coming in
Alright.
directly. Okay. See if I can see what's happening here.
There you go. I moved the mic a lot closer.
Chase Elliott is still leading here at Daytona. Very interesting, the number 9 taking a commanding lead of this race early on. It looks like Christopher Bell might have already gotten past Brad Keselowski finally.
Yeah.
In the back. No, actually, no, he has not. I can't. You're going to have to, just this so you can fix this for other people, you're going to have to move the phone so we can see better if that's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah,
You're going to have to, like, center it.
Alright. I don't know. I doing it the best I believe I'm going to be able to here. I can maybe, I have one.
I can see out the corner of your screen.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. So, what I'll probably do is, I have another tripod I can set up right next to it. Give me a sec. I gotta grab that.
No, you're good. Guess I'll take over commentating for a second, everybody. How's everybody feeling today? You guys enjoying the race, the 12 hours of Daytona? You guys are. It's gonna be a long race. Chase Elliott continues to lead here. We're gonna have to see. Like, this is not about a sprint to the finish. This is an endurance race. This is gonna matter about who's gonna be there at the end. Who's gonna really be able to, you know, get it all out there at the end and have enough left to take home the checker flag. Chase Elliott in that beautiful Napa gold filters number 9 Chevrolet Camaro scheme is looking amazing right now out front. Have to see where everybody else is stacking up as he's doing really well. Elliott has clearly got a strong car off the rip. Have to see if he can claim the victory here at the Daytona road course, the 12 hours of Daytona. He's been basically perfect all race. I'm sure we will get some yellows later on in the race. That is my first prediction. Of course, we will.
That's really awkward because I don't have cautions on. So it doesn't mess up the prospect of a 12-hour race. Cautions are fully off, so it's just gonna go green all the way.
Okay, well, that makes sense. So no cautions to reset the field. This is truly just about endurance racing. Elliott continues to lead. We'll have to see, man, where everybody's going to stack up. You mean, you got a bunch of guys like Connor Daly, BJ McLeod, Sheldon Creed all bringing up the rear of the field. Elliott honestly might catch them eventually, just due to the fact of lap traffic and stuff like that. Yeah, a very interesting race so far. I've already watched a little bit of it earlier. Kyle Busch is moving to second, it looks like. Christopher Bell is in third. Number 4, in fourth is Chris Buescher. Fifth is William Byron. Sixth is Brad Keselowski. Seventh is Denny Hamlin, Rocco's favorite. Eighth is Chase Briscoe, which is a surprising guy right there. Ninth is Kevin Harvick. And 10th is Bubba Wallace. Very interesting that Bubba Wallace is 10th right now. That is actually very interesting because he's not the best. We know notoriously Bubba Wallace is not the best road course racer. We'll have to see if he can pretty much. Honestly, we'll have to see if he can even crack the top 5. That would be a very interesting revelation.
That would.
Again.
That would be a really good. That would be a really good race for Bubba if he could get a top 5. Heck, just a top 10 for him would be, and I think would be considered a success in this race for him.
In a road course?
Yeah.
Yes. For Bubba Wallace on a road course, that would be amazing.
That would be like dream. That's what he's dreaming happens. Alright. So I think I might have fixed this issue for you, Speed, so you can see better. Alright,
that helped. I'm also got the stream pulled up on my left so I can just watch it.
The only issue is there's about a 30-second delay between what happens on screen and then what happens, what the stream shows. So that's about the only issue.
Yeah, but I can still see the leaderboard, which is good.
Alright. And it actually makes this a lot better for me, because I can see a lot better.
Chase Elliott
I just
once
gotta find
again
there's my mouse. Okay. So yeah, Chase Elliott is
still out front.
he is killing it. He's gonna catch these lap cars rather soon.
Hopefully the lap cars don't pose too much of a problem for him. I'm hoping he can get through them. Coming down all through the Daytona stripe. He's won here in the actual NASCAR Cup Series in the 2020s. That is a long time ago, but he did win here at the Daytona Road Course. Should have probably had another one in 2021, but some freak rain caution cost him that one. We'll have to see if these 12 hours treat him nicely. Remember, folks, though, we have just barely scratched the surface of the start of this race. This race doesn't end till...
It's not going to end until about 10:30 tonight, or 10:25, 10:30ish, depending on how these laps play out. Because this race started at 10:25, so we're already about an hour, maybe 10 minutes or so into this race, and still we're not even close to 50 laps out of 390 that are in this one. And lap traffic has been a big issue in a lot of these races that I've seen. The leader has a lot of issues with these lap traffic cars because it's not easy to pass on this track. So we're going to have to see how quickly Elliott can get through these guys, because if he's not careful, if Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, and Buescher catch them, then they pull out the strategy that worked on the last pit cycle by staying out for as long as possible. They could easily jump him here if he's not careful.
Makes sense. I would like to say that he's going to get past, that looks like Sheldon Creed right there. He was in the last chance qualifier at Law, barely getting his way into the show. It's a very interesting thing working your way through lap traffic as a stock car driver, I'd say. There's not a lot of passing zones here at Daytona. You got to be very careful. You can't really make any mistakes. You have to be there. You have to make all your marks, even on these lap traffic cars, because one mistake puts you in the outside wall. See Elliott trying to get to the outside of that 78 of the out of the groove car. BJ McLeod's going to kind of back off there, maybe try to get him going into one. Again, these guys are stacking up. They're slow. They need to get out of the way, but they're not going to go off the racing line. See Elliott trying to get under him, just not successful. There's not, again, like I said, not a lot of passing zones here. You got to remember that passing zones are your best situation to pass someone here, of course, but there's not a lot of them here.
Yeah.
I would say if you're gonna pass anybody, it's gonna be coming on to the banking and on that back straightaway. That's where you're gonna pass.
Those are the two best times to do it, as well as coming out of the front stretch chicane, as we've also seen has been one of the best places to make passes. As a nice note, though, Kyle Busch has gained about 1/10 and a half on that last lap, just because Chase Elliott is being held up by these guys who are making him run lines he normally wouldn't need to get through these corners.
They're taking him off as Marcy Elliott to the inside of the 78 of BJ McLeod, finally trying to get clear that 78 car, who's just putting up one big fight here. But this is all, like I said, it's all an endurance race. You have to remember, you're watching 24 hours from Le Mans. This is such a big endurance race that Chase Elliott might be dominating the early portion, but there might be a mistake on pit road. He might spin out. There might be something else involved like that might, it might not allow him to win this race.
Yeah, that perfectly encompasses it. That perfectly gets it here. I'm going to fix this graphic really quickly. No cautions in this race, as you just said, so we're going to go all the way green to the finish of this one. As now, here comes Chase Elliott. He gets around Connor Daly, who puts up a significantly less fight, but it doesn't get any easier for Elliott, because not too far ahead you get these guys, but what makes it worse for them is they're spread out, so if he's not careful getting by one of them, he could get passed by other ones just trying to get back their laps.
I would actually say it's a lot easier for Chase. In my opinion, it's a lot easier for Chase now that they're not stacked up, because the more they're stacked up, the more they're going to hold him up. He can just pick them off one at a time, get around them, and then move on to the next guy. It doesn't. And the guys in the back, I would not say they have a chance to get their lap back at this point. Just because they're super far off the pace, they're not in the best equipment. So you got to remember that these guys are. They're not the best equipment, so I wouldn't say they're going to pose a problem for the number 9 anymore today, unless more of lap traffic. But a surprising guy who's in the back is AJ Allmendinger in 26th position. You really wouldn't expect him to be back there, but
you wouldn't. Like, he's got, especially considering that Chase Elliott is still yet to win a race in the next gen era at a road course, but Allmendinger has, and he's really, really struggling here. as you look through the field, you'll find him way back, and you said, I believe, 26th position with Austin Dillon. That is the battle for. He's going to lose 26th here if he's not careful. If Austin Dillon passes him, that moves him down to 27th, and he is. So AJ Allmendinger, like you said, not having the day I imagine he was expecting. And although this is a 12-hour race, you have to be realistic. You're not really going to be able to come back from that far down without a lot of things going your way.
Kyle Busch is now catching Sheldon Creed, but as I was saying, yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying about that AJ Allmendinger. It's a very tense situation when you have that 16 car. He's very good on road courses, but they clearly did not bring the right setup here to Daytona today. They also didn't bring it. They didn't bring it clearly. They either got to make some changes on the pit stop. See, Kyle Busch is clogged by lap cars, might allow Christopher Bell to catch him, as probably just focused on the second place since Chase Elliott is currently running away with it. Austin Cindric, though, in that 13th position, doing really well. Ty Gibbs 14th.
Look at Creed. He went to the inside of BJ McLeod. That's just going to make things a lot worse for these guys, because now they have to just...
Here comes Christopher Bell.
Yeah, Bell's trying to get up in this battle. And, man, BJ McLeod got really, really slow through there. That holds up these guys a ton of time. As now Kyle Busch has to use the outside, and Bell could get up here and pass Kyle Busch, as well as Chris Buescher, if they're not careful.
McLeod making it hard for the December 8 car, the number 20 of Bell in tow on that. It looks like Busch's got the will pass the 78 finally, but the 20 of Bell, man, he's also a decent road course racer. You got to look at him, what he's gonna do. You know, Busch has still got some lap traffic to get by, and Bell's gonna have to get past the 78 though. As Chris Buescher, here he comes on the 20 of Bell. It looks like he's tracking him down. BJ McLeod's holding up the 20 of Bell once again.
You also think about behind these guys, you've got William Byron, Keselowski, and Hamlin, who are off by about maybe like 3 or 4 seconds, who, if these guys get held up, they could also lose their own positions, as well as just losing time to the leader, Chase Elliott, who is actually in some lap traffic of his own. He's caught Craig Biffle and Brennan Poole, as well as Jacques Villeneuve, who have really stacked up. As we saw earlier, they were actually pretty spread out, but now Biffle and Poole are trained together right in front of Elliott. So Elliott having his own struggles with lap traffic, as Kyle Busch has finally gotten by Sheldon Creed.
Elliott does have a monster lead, though, which will help him out a lot. Another guy that I am genuinely surprised is not up here in contention is Michael McDowell, 32nd position right now for the number 34 machine. I'm genuinely surprised he is not in the top 15, top 10 right now, contending for this win.
Yeah, definitely a shocker here, as Chase Elliott has done a great job so far, though, of getting by this lap traffic. As Kyle Busch, look, he's done even better, I think. I think Kyle Busch is just known as one of the best drivers at passing. He has shown it, because he definitely, although he had some issues with this lap traffic, I think he might have done a better job than Elliott, but he came out at about the same gap, because now Elliott's by these two guys, but then Kyle's going to have to deal with them. So, just definitely interesting to see how they get through this lap traffic.
Chris Buescher was battling with Christopher Bell, but he kind of fell off. BJ McLeod kind of held him up. Now he's kind of fallen into the clutches of that number 24 Liberty University machine of William Byron. Have to see how that ends up.
As man, look,
Buescher once again.
Buescher still can't get by him. Look at that. Byron's to the back door. You saw it like about a lap ago. It was about a 4-second gap or so to these two, but now Byron has caught him. That just shows you how big of a deal these lap cars can have, or how much of an impact they can have on these leaders.
Yes. They're not getting out of the way, which is causing a problem for these guys currently. BJ McLeod's car will more than likely break by the end of this race, but Chris Buescher, like I said, the number 17 machine, he's in contention for this win. Any big mistakes by the top 4, which is possible in a 12-hour race, you see obviously the inside of BJ right now. Finally, door-to-door with him going into the chicane here, but I will say this, Chris Buescher, another underrated, strong road course racer, almost won Sonoma in the actual NASCAR Cup Series in 2022. I would say definitely watch for him.
Yeah, that's and all these guys, they know they're not out of it, because there have been multiple simulations where there's going to be a guy who's led for most of the race, but then when it comes down to the end of it, either if it's a failure or if it's just a bad pit stop or just the car just like gets damaged or they just fall off, this race is well from being over, as we are only about an hour and maybe a half into this race.
there's a way too much time to even make any predictions of who's going to win. If I had to say anybody, I'd say Chase Elliott, not just because he's leading, because he's really putting on a clinic. But if I'm going to say anybody else, I'm going to say it's Kyle Busch. He is clearly the best in traffic, getting around everybody. See Christopher Bell, though, see if he can track him down. But Byron getting held up by the 78 to BJ McLeod, who continues to be a roadblock for everybody trying to pass. It's a give and take game here, man. You either gotta focus on, passing, or you just gotta focus on kind of riding out these laps and maybe try to gain some stuff on pit stops or stuff and stuff like that. It's give and take. You can't just wreck each other. You also can't just give someone a bunch of breaks. You gotta move them out of the way eventually.
Yeah, it's definitely something that these drivers need to keep in mind, because Buescher could get back away from these guys, and for all we know, Byron may never get another chance to get back that fourth, or to go for that fourth place position. So you have to take the opportunities that are in front of you. You can't bank on getting another one, because you don't know if you're going to get another one.
As William Byron continues to struggle behind Chris Buescher, not Chris Buescher, sorry, BJ McLeod, as Buescher continues to weave his way through the lap traffic.
Man, you saw that. McLeod got really, really squeezed there. Hamlin's finally going to get right by him. He doesn't even have to really worry about it.
Finally.
Briscoe, or not Briscoe, McLeod, he's going to get passed by Keselowski as well. So Byron really being the guy who has to get all these guys out of the way for him. And then
finally,
Byron and Hamlin just following him through. Back up front, though, Chase Elliott, he's got clear sailing, but he does have the two collie cars in front of him, and Justin Haley and Chandler Smith, and even further back, further ahead of them, I guess, Michael McDowell, who's definitely disappointed a lot of people who probably expected to see him go out and have a good run today.
Another guy who did not bring the right setup to the race. Rodko, I will let you know I will be leaving in 15 minutes. I have to go down to the store. I will hopefully be back later on tonight. If you will be back in the booth.
That's perfect. All right, that is perfect timing. So then when we get to that, we can take a quick break, maybe get another guest on, and come back. Greg Biffle really held up Kyle Busch there. You saw that. He got shoved. He had to go way high up the track to try to pass him. Not BJ McLeod, they've gotten by him finally, but Sheldon Creed as well, being a roadblock. Both these 78 cars have been really big hazards for these leaders. Not as, was Keselowski, he almost had a run to the inside of Hamlin, but Hamlin had that outside line, and he just was able to get the bite off of the corner. But both 78 cars really, really struggling today.
I'll say this, it's BJ McLeod and these back markers. I understand they love to race, and I understand they're out here to race, but you can't hold up the entire field. You're already a lap down, just let them go. You want to race, drive a car, go ahead, but you can't hold up the entire field. That's just my opinion on it. You can't hold up the entire field. You see, once again, everybody's just starting to get past him. Briscoe has to now try to get past him. You see there, Chris Keselowski by Sheldon Creed. If anybody, I say, has a chance to win this race, if I'm going to make an underdog prediction right now, I'm going to say Chris Buescher. I know he's in fourth. It's not really underdog, but at fourth position, it's a big thing to overcome at this in this race for these 12 hours.
Yeah. Man, we've seen it once again. That corner right up here is the toughest section right here. We've seen multiple cars spin out here, and luckily, surprisingly, there wasn't a bit. Yeah, you can see they really, really fishtail through here if you're not careful. In many other simulations I've done, there have been, on the first couple laps, there's a big wreck here, but surprisingly, these guys playing professional when it mattered most, not making big mistakes.
Pretty sure I saw a little contact between Cindric and Suarez getting to that corner. That could pose some problems later on. I'd say that, like, if guys are getting aggressive, especially up towards the front, I mean, you might have some problems with that. Maybe guys hitting the wall, making some contact with each other, trying to move each other out of the way. Remember, this is a give and take race.
Exactly, because if you get damaged because you hit the wall 2 hours into this race and you lose your back bumper, then you are stuck with that for the next 10 hours, and you have to try to make that work, because that doesn't make life a lot easier for you. because then you're just at an aerodynamic disadvantage. As you see Byron, Hamlin, and then maybe Keselowski trying to get by Connor Daly. I believe Keselowski might be able to. He will. No, Daly shuts the door on him. So Connor Daly, even though that's all the way back to 7th, he's still not willing to give up.
I'll point this out that you have to also keep in mind that if you do wreck and you do get involved in a crash, you got to come down pit road. It's not just about the disadvantage aerodynamically. You are losing all of your track position, and
exactly.
That is a killer. If you get involved in a crash, I would say my vote is by the crew chief Kyle Busch, and he gets spun out, but he still retains 4th or 5th. Stay out. As long as you can.
Just make it to the next pit stop, which will actually, I believe they might get here before you have to leave, Speed, because about 24 to 27 laps into a run is when we saw guys start to make their pit stops on their first stint. So probably in about the next 5 to 7 laps, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the leaders start making their way down pit road. And we saw it there with Kyle Busch, because Christopher Bell was the #1 contender, it looked like, to challenge Chase Elliott. But Kyle Busch, he stayed out longer, along with Denny Hamlin, and I believe, I don't remember who else it was. I think it was William Byron, and they gained plenty of time. Busch was about a couple seconds back, I believe, to Christopher Bell, and he came out in front of him, and he's maintained that this whole stint. So it's not just about the drivers and what they do. It's about the crew chiefs on the box and making the correct calls.
And those pit crews, man, those pit crews, you have to be fast. If you have to repair damage, you got to do that fast as well. You got to keep in mind, again, this is not just about the driver or the car or the crew chief or the pit crew. It's all of them put together, mashed together into one thing of mashed potatoes. You gotta remember that. You gotta keep that in mind. It's not just about one individual thing or two people. It's all of them combined will win. Somebody will win this race. I'm saying that.
Exactly.
And I will say this too. At the end of this race, I will either be watching or hopefully I will be in the booth again. I will say this, for the end of this race, it's going to be such a good feeling to finish this off at 10:30 tonight. Because you have whoever's going to win will have put the best race possible together, and they'll come out on top here, Daytona. And that's like one of the best feelings of the world, is winning a race.
Exactly.
A hard race, too.
Exactly. Because, the best car never usually wins these races. That's just about how any NASCAR race goes. But especially a race like this, just because you happen to have the fastest car does not mean you're winning this race. Because there are so many other factors at play. For example, the pit crews, all of the pit crew stats for every driver is set between 50 and 100, because you don't know what the pit crews how they're going to adjust to having a pit car for 12 hours straight, and you have to do it about once or twice an hour. So it's going to be really interesting to see if the pit crews are up to the task, because they could also be a key factor if we get down to it and it's two guys within about a couple seconds of each other.
They're grueling here at Daytona. I'm going to have to see. Like I said, once you finish off this race, it's going to be a great feeling, but this is still anybody's race right now. You have so many cars in this race that can pose a problem. See, Bubba Wallace has actually dropped out of the top 10. Kevin Harvick has gotten past him.
He did.
Very interesting. Angel Suarez is there.
To add to your point,
again.
To add to your point, 34 cars still on the lead lap in this race, all the way back to Justin Haley.
Which is impressive. I'll say this. Bubba Wallace is, as we know, has made the round of 12 in the NASCAR Cup Series. Didn't win last season, but is showing a lot of promise for this season.
Exactly.
He is greatly improved on road courses. This is one of the most impressive runs I've seen out of him personally, because he's in the 23 car, and he's in the NASCAR Cup Series car, and he's running in the top 10. But you see, there's lap traffic that honestly could have posed a problem for Wallace and why he got passed. He might lose another spot there to Keselowski.
That's Hamlin. That's Hamlin. Sorry, yeah, I moved up. That's Hamlin right there, and he might like you. Yeah, it's a. I picked the Coca-Cola car for his scheme. I thought it would be cool for a one-off. I couldn't.
It does look good.
I love that car. Yeah, here we go. There's Bubba with Harvick. He's on his back door, so if he doesn't make many mistakes. Yeah, and if he has a good pit stop, or there's still so many different factors that could lead to him getting back in this race. As you see now, oh man, Chase Elliott, it's going to get harder for him as he gets through this field, because then he's going to be facing harder and harder competition to put down a lap. So he's coming up on Justin Haley here, who, while maybe having one win, which many consider Mickey win, like, he's still a great driver. That just goes to show the parity in this Cup Series, where Justin Haley, who could run 20th one week, could be running 34th the next, and it's not a surprise just because so many drivers are so competitive at this stage.
Rick Ware Racing he is swapping over to that team next season. I did want to point this out while we're here to the stream, that the NASCAR season's getting ready to fire up. I bet Brodco, you're hyped for that. I don't know are you doing a race?
I am.
Since we're kind of in the middle.
Oh, here comes Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott's coming down to pit.
Whoa.
This is really. Oh, and he hit the. Was that the? I don't believe the cone got hit. It looked like it. And Kyle Busch is gonna pull out the same strategy he used the last time.
Is that Bell?
Yeah, Bell's coming down with him. Buescher and Kyle Busch are gonna stay out. Here we go. This is the next big set. William Byron not gonna come in. Hamlin not, but Keselowski and Briscoe. Keselowski and Briscoe gonna come in. So Bubba Wallace as well. So I feel like from
Bubba Wallace trying to maybe play some strategy.
Looking at this, it seems that pitting the earliest is probably just a safe, like, you just don't want to lose too much time. But if you want to risk it, you can go longer and maybe get better use of your tires. But you also risk having an issue, as Chase Elliott's already out of his box. Look how far back Bell is, and think about how fast Elliott's going to get up to speed here. But Bell is so far behind him here. So that's just really, really interesting to see how much of an effect that lead has. Like, Chase Elliott had no worries coming down pit road. So here comes Kyle with Chris Buescher, and then Byron, Hamlin, and Chastain are the assumed top 5 for now. See, they come on to the back straightaway as looking for Elliott. He cycled out in front of the 5 of Kyle Larson, who hasn't even pitted yet. So that just goes to show you how much of a gap Chase Elliott had to work with.
Okay, it actually makes itself. Sorry,
no, you're good.
Cut. I'll say this is very interesting. Kyle Busch, again, he's gonna have to come down pit road. Elliott's gonna try to make him some time. It's all about this pit strategy, man. It's
exactly
all about that. But yeah, like I was saying,
here he comes. Just as you said, here comes Kyle Busch.
Wow.
He was down about 7 seconds on the money to Chase Elliott. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out. Chris
Buescher's in.
Chris Buescher's going to join him. Will William Byron as well. And the lap car of Jacques Villeneuve. Hamlin is actually going to stay out another lap. So Denny Hamlin really running long here. Definitely an interesting gamble. So, you see, here's Kyle Busch. And then if you come back here, Austin Cindric as well is going to run it long. And there's Chase Elliott. So Chase Elliott's there. And if you get down here, Kyle Busch is probably just about to exit his stall, as I believe Elliott's going to come right by him here. You see it on the right of your screen. There goes Chase Elliott.
There he is.
So we will see when they get back around what about the gap is. But, man, that must be heartbreaking. Even though Kyle Busch could have gained some time there likely, it has to be gut-wrenching to watch your competition just drive away knowing there's not much you can do about it. But I do think he definitely closed in.
He's just getting off pit road.
He is just getting off pit road. He definitely closed some of that gap back down. He was down 7 seconds before before Elliott came in. So I definitely think Kyle closed it.
Looks like.
Yeah, and he's, like you said, Justin Haley and Chandler Smith, the same guys Elliott was just battling with, came out right in front of him. And they're going to go side by side. This is the last thing Chase Elliott wants to see right now, especially considering Kyle Busch just pitted, because he probably wants to take advantage.
He's not that far.
Yeah, and if you think about it, Kyle Busch is trying to get those tires warmed up, and Chase Elliott would like to take advantage of that while Kyle has to kind of nurse the car, but he's not really able to behind these guys.
So we get to the inside here of that. Looks
13.
Like might be a 13 car.
Chandler Smith. So Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell cycle out behind. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin is way ahead of these guys because he did, as we said, come in, or he's waiting to come in. I believe he'll be coming in this lap as we complete lap 50. Yes, here comes the 11 car. I believe he was around seventh or eighth before pit stops. I think he was somewhere in that range. So we're gonna have to see where he comes out on this strategy call. He could easily get to the top 5 if it works as well as the last strategy call did. He's not gonna get the lead.
Potentially.
Yeah. Chandler Smith's gonna come in as well.
There's Elliott.
Yeah, he's
Chase
not
Elliott,
gonna beat out Elliott. Yeah.
Straight away.
Hamlin was down, I believe.
Elliott has.
He has, let's see, Kyle Busch is coming to the line. It's going to cycle out here. So Kyle closed the gap down to about 6 seconds. He gained about a second there, which is huge considering all things Denny. He's actually might beat William Byron now, which was, I think, the main guy he was trying to beat with this strategy call. Because here comes William Byron. It's going to be really close. Either way, Hamlin definitely closed in on William.
Going back to that, who was it, Kyle Busch?
Yeah.
Going back to Kyle Busch, who's gaining, he does have Christopher Bell behind him, though, which could pose a problem.
Oh, Chase Briscoe's around in the background. And they stacked up.
Oh, we got cars around in the back. That's a great biffle.
And Chase Briscoe.
Looks like they're fine. Gonna re-merge into traffic.
And there's 3 wide. That's Ty Gibbs and then 2 lappers. He's gonna get by them both. But yeah, just as you said, man. The guys were trying to come out of the pit road, and then Chase Briscoe just spun coming out of the first set of corners.
Good, could have flat spelled on those tires, but I had to go back down pit road. But Rodko, that will be it for me for now. I might be back a little later on since I didn't really do much, but
yeah.
Thank you for having me on. Yeah, I will see you guys hopefully later on. Enjoy Daytona, folks. We'll have to see what happens.
Thank you for being with us, Speed. Here at Daytona, we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back from the 12 hours of Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day, pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, give me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs? Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour.
Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds.
Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard.
You drive in a circle.
You don't even steer.
Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on!
That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere?
I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz.
Alright, so here we go. Maybe. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to, oh, there you go, to the 12 hours of Daytona. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Sam. Been a racing fan for years now. My dad got me into it, so, yeah.
Alright, awesome to have you on, as Kyle Busch is in second right now, as Chase Elliott is dominantly leading this race by 6.2 seconds, which is down though from the last pit stop cycle, but still a big lead there nonetheless.
I really do feel like Chase Elliott will win this race tonight. If here's the big thing though, if his pit crew doesn't mess up.
Yeah, it's as long as the pit crew of the car doesn't give up on him. I think that's definitely a safe pick. I know Speed said the same thing. He was definitely, I could tell, was on board with Chase Elliott. So Chase Elliott, though, has become like the odds-on favorite right now. He probably will stay that way for the rest of this race until proven otherwise, because Kyle Busch is only going to be able to gain so much over the rest of this race just on pit stops because he keeps losing it on track because he had it to about on just like a 5.98, I think it was, gap when these two came out of the pits, and now it's already a 6.7 second gap. So it's going to take a lot for someone to catch Chase Elliott at this point.
Yeah, it is going to take a lot for somebody to catch Chase Elliott.
Dominating this race. Denny Hamlin actually got up to 5th. He passed William Byron using some pit strategy by staying out a little bit longer than everyone else. Bubba Wallace did the same thing as, man, it is a dog fight back here between lap cars. They're wrecking. It's 3 cars into the wall. Chandler Smith, Ty Gibbs, Kevin Harvick, and more into the wall. It's Logano and Alex Bowman. A terrible crash. Oh, no, that's still wrecking. It is a madhouse down in this corner. Kyle Larson got stuck behind all of that. 3 lap cars went off of a cliff, but a terrible crash there. Joey Logano got caught up in that one. Ty Gibbs and multiple others. I didn't realize I would be that right when I said it was going to be a dogfight or around there, and then they all just got into it. I don't know if it was maybe someone dropped some debris there, or maybe someone was leaking oil that we don't know about, but man, that was a ton of cars right there taken out or got damaged. As just like me and Speed were just saying before you joined us, if you get damaged, it is the last thing you need right now because you don't need to have to come down pit road an extra time. It hurts your performance, and we're not even to 10 hours left in this race, so we still have a long way to go in this thing.
Yeah, this race is going to be taking forever.
It is like you said, yeah, it's going to take a while, so you cannot afford to be making mistakes in hour number 1.5 of this race.
Yeah, you cannot make mistakes. And that was some people that were probably favored before the race started too, like Harvick and Bowman too. Even though Bowman last year was injured for most of the year, didn't win. This year he's showing pace. And Bowman.
Yeah. I believe you guys could see it there. There was a lot of damage there done to that 22. Is Tyler Reddick's even going to go by him now? Logano's car, I think that might have just done Logano in on his chances to win this race because we might get a chance to see it here soon enough, but he did a lot of damage to that left side. You haven't really... You can kind of see it there, but we'll probably see it when he comes to this international horseshoe. There's a ton of damage to the left side of that car from smacking the wall as hard as he did. There it is. Look at that. You can see all those scrapes. Those are definitely affecting the car's handling right now.
Yeah. And the aerodynamics of his car, too.
Exactly, because Daytona is such a track where you need to be able to do a lot. You need to be able to go really fast on the straightaways and like the high banks, but you also got to be able to brake really well like it's a smaller road course such as like a Sonoma. So yeah, as you said, aerodynamics are still big here because you can still get a big draft on a guy if you're right behind him because just how long these straightaways are. So Justin Haley is holding up Kyle Busch. That's going to allow Christopher Bell to actually gain some time on him. He might get a chance to take the second position from him.
I think Christopher Bell has a chance to win this race, but I think Chase Elliott is the clear favorite.
Yeah.
For today. I don't even know what to say tonight.
Yeah.
Same thing.
For this race as it goes on, because it's interesting too. Because if you're Chase Elliott right now, if you think about it, you've had a 7-second lead for now about a majority of this race. No one's really touched you for that spot. It could definitely get easy to get complacent and stop fully giving it your all. But you have to because this is such a long race, and just one mistake or one failure by the car, and it could go out the window. There have been multiple simulations I did when testing to do this, where a driver led most of the race, and they either had a mechanical failure or they got beat on strategy calls. So like this race is far from over, but Chase Elliott, man, he has dominated this race.
I think Chase Elliott. Because we've seen Chase Elliott before get messed up on strategy call. And I think that might play a factor if he loses this race.
Exactly, because he's been usually the first guy to pit. We've seen that in the last 2 times. He's been like first guy in. Because I think he's playing it safe, which I can't blame him for. But in this race, you have to show some aggression, because when he pits first, he consistently is losing time to the guys behind him who will stay out longer. Because Denny Hamlin, even as you saw, he was 7th or 8th coming into this pit strategy, and now he's all the way up to 5th because he was smart with when he pitted. He waited all the way until he couldn't stay out on the track anymore. So it's going to come down to how aggressive is, I believe, Alan Gustafson on the box willing to be to maintain this lead. Oh, here comes Kyle Busch to get by lap car Haley.
Kyle Busch going below. I forget his name.
Justin Haley.
Justin Haley.
Now Bell might get a shot on him.
Yeah, and Busch are catching.
It's interesting. The top 4, like you said, just Buescher right there. The top 4 are within 10 seconds of the leader, and then you have to find another 10 seconds to get to 5th place, which is Denny Hamlin, who is under pressure from William Byron. So it's just interesting to see. The field is definitely very spread out. So this feels like a Formula 1 race if you really think about it. You have to make the right strategy call. You can't win this race just on raw speed anymore. That if you fall probably outside of like maybe 10 seconds to the leader, I feel like that kind of says that you are not going to beat them on speed. You're going to have to beat them on a strategy call, and then just hope it works out, because this it's going to be interesting because the fuel window is about 25 to 27, 28 laps. And so you think about 390, that's really close to 400. It's going to be really close to see if anyone can maybe save a pit stop by pitting later consistently, as opposed to guys like Chase Elliott who are pitting every 25 laps.
This is going to be officially the longest NASCAR race in history.
The longest continuous, yeah, you're right. If you count
continuous
without a stoppage for rain or anything, yeah, you would be right. This is going to be the longest race in NASCAR's history.
Even like Charlotte's 2022 races, if you count the 2022 races, if you count the cautions, in real life, that's the longest.
Yeah.
I guess I really don't know. Continuous, I guess I really don't know.
Yeah, because this race is going to go because caution flags are turned off for this race to keep that. Because if there was cautions, they would call them, I'd say, fairly often, which would lead to a lot more carnage, and also because then that kind of takes away from the 12-hour aspect, because this lap timer I have it at, or the laps amount I have it at, is set to hit 388, 389 by the end of 12 hours. But if we have cautions, then that's going to go way out the window. We could get to 12 hours and still have 15 to go.
Yeah, you could even get to 15. You could probably get, if there was like a caution every 10 laps, you could probably get to like 24 hours.
It would definitely be a longer race than it is going to be. So Chase Elliott still leads. Kyle Busch, who was pulled away from Christopher Bell, who's actually stabilized this gap at about 6 3/4 seconds to Chase Elliott. Then you find Christopher Bell, who is Chris Buescher, who's gained some time. Then Hamlin, who's pulled a bit of a gap on William Byron, Keselowski, Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, who actually stayed out on the strategy with Denny Hamlin, and that gained him multiple positions. Then Bubba Wallace and Martin Truex, who I believe, no, not anymore. He used to, for about the first half of this race, he hit the fastest lap. That honor has gone now to William Byron, but a fast car based on lap times, but he's just not been up front, and now he's finally maybe getting a chance to do something here as he's up to 11th.
These Hendrick cars are insane when it comes to fastest lap. They probably have the highest horsepower any competitor cars.
You are 100% right, because taking a look at this, so Gibbs and Hendrick have all of their cars in the top 10 fastest laps of the race, but Hendrick has all of theirs in the top 7, but it takes all the way down to 10th to get the Gibbs guys. So yeah, like you said, Hendrick has brought a really good package for this race that encompasses both being able to get quickly through corners in the inner portions of the track, but also putting some horsepower on that thing so that it can get around the high banks pretty fast.
And Buescher trying to make a move on Christopher Bell, it looked like.
Yeah, he's definitely gained. He's definitely gained on him, as Justin Haley is continuing to hold up Christopher Bell. that's definitely, again, that's another big factor in this race is lap traffic, because it's not easy to pass here. So you really, really have to hope that you can get by these lap cars quickly, because if you're not careful, you can lose so much time if you just get stuck behind a lap car for multiple laps.
Exactly. We saw that at a lot of the road course races this year.
Yeah.
They would be battling.
Exactly, and then it would hurt the leaders as they try to get by him. As we've now hit over... We are now 60 laps, coming to complete 61 here when Chase Elliott gets back around into this race. So we are still a long way from the finish. We aren't even into triple digits yet. So it's a lot of time left in this thing.
I know. It's going to be forever.
It is definitely going to be one for the ages. Bell has Busher really breathing on his neck here as they come out of this funnel. Yeah, if Bell's not careful, doesn't get by Haley, I would be willing to bet that about another lap or two, and he's gonna have Chris Busher all over him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Down this, because as you see it here, this front straightaway is the best passing zone probably on the racetrack if you are coming from second place, or from the guy behind, because you can either go to the outside or maybe get a run to the inside beforehand and then make a move. So that area is definitely one of the best passing zones. So you can really judge how close a car is to passing based off of just that alone.
I think Busher's going to make a move on Bell soon, coming into going onto the high banks and maybe on the backstretch chicane.
Yeah, that could
even the front stretch chicane.
We've seen moves made both those ways, like you said, with either lap cars or moves on each other. So that could definitely be something that happens here. So we get down to the later portions of this race. That could also be a big deal. It's gonna be important. It's gonna be important also to avoid mechanical failures, because
if Chase Elliott keeps running like he might and his water temperature gets high, I think Chase Elliott could.
Yeah, exactly. As we are on board with this 9 car, get some nice views of it. So we can get an inside look at the car as he comes, see what he sees as they come through. As he comes back onto the front straightaway. Really cool cameras we have here, provided by our good friends at Papyrus. Yeah, exactly. You can see, I believe this is Kyle Busch, and then you have Elliott here. See, it is a bumpy track. You can see that. You can see the front end just bobbing up and down as he comes through these corners.
That water temp is fine. I'm looking at it because I have your screen up.
Yeah.
That water temperature is perfectly fine. So it's only like 180, 190, the 200 mark.
Yeah. So that's probably good for him for now. He just got to be careful here. He doesn't maybe accidentally hit the grass, get some grass on the grill. Yeah. Yeah. Elliott still leads by about 7 seconds over Kyle Busch. Then it's 10 back. It's Christopher Bell, who just got by Justin Haley. Then Chris Buescher. And then Denny Hamlin, who's actually been gaining some time on this leader. Not by much, but still time nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely.
So we are 2 minutes. So Sam, you say you'd be here for about 15 minutes. So your time here will be ending around the time we hit the 2-hour mark. So that's definitely a cool achievement to be around for. As we have,
Thank you very much for having me.
Of course, happy.
Thanks for having me, Rodko. Sorry I could only do 15 minutes. I have stuff to do today, personal life.
Yeah, I get it.
Thanks for having me again.
Of course.
Goodbye.
All right.
Yeah, God, my voice, I hate it.
It's all good. Thank you for joining us.
See ya. Yeah, see ya.
So that was Sam there. We will take another quick commercial break, and then we will have another guest with us soon when we come back. You are watching the 12 Hours of Daytona from the Daytona International Road Course.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
All right, we are back to the 12 hours of Daytona. Chase Elliott still leads here at Daytona over Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, and then William Byron, who is hounding the back of that 11 car as we come down to turn 1. And ESMN, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey everyone, it's me, ESMN. By the way, if I sound different, I got a new microphone. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm a stop motion creator, about 350 subs. Been a NASCAR fan for over 10 years now. All-time favorite is Jeff Gordon. I know Ron Coda's like that because he's a JGR fan.
I don't hate Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, I know, you know what, it doesn't matter. But yeah, we've gotten a good chunk into this race. We got about just under 300 to go, if I'm reading it correctly.
We have 303.
Oh, I did not read that correctly.
Yeah,
I'm
we have
sorry,
324 to go.
It's very low.
We have
that's completely my fault. There we go. My brightness on the lowest possible setting for some reason.
Yeah,
I think I had it because I was.
We're just past the 2-hour mark of this race, and we have 324 laps left.
Yeah, there we go. Just read it out. Yeah, just my brightness all the way down. I apologize for that. So I've been watching the stream for a while. Chase Elliott has been absolutely dominating this race so far. He's pulled out a huge gap in front of Kyle Busch, and then Christopher Bell looking like he's gonna do well. Maybe he's quietly snuck his way up there. And then there's Chris Buescher, and then Denny Hamlin rounding out your top 5 so far.
Yeah, and Kyle Busch he's just kind of been there, but like I talked about with some of these other guys, man, it's just been Chase Elliott dominating, and the rest of the field just kind of has to hope something goes wrong for them.
Yeah. You know, I will say this on a side note. It feels like every single event that I see, I don't know if it's just some sort of like joke or something, but I feel like a Hendrick driver always ends up winning or something. And I always leave a stupid comment saying, even in so-and-so, Hendricks still find their way to win. Is you see Chase, I'm pretty sure it's Chase Elliott. I think he's running. Yeah, that's the Darlington car from 2020. No, that's definitely not. I haven't seen that car before.
I was supposed to have him run the Napa car, but I think I accidentally misclicked it when I was picking this paint schemes, and then I didn't realize until after I'd already edited all like the stats for how I wanted all of the stats to be, and I decided that I was too lazy to change it.
Oh no, you're fine. Yes, we still like we said, a long way still to go. And one thing I was watching talked about how obviously it's important to limit mistakes, but with such a long race, I feel like it's okay to have at least maybe one. Maybe 2 mistakes, is obviously there's still probably, I think we started this about 10 a.m. So
yeah, the race started at about 10:25 this morning. 10:25.
Yeah, so we have about just under 10 hours remaining here, so plenty of time to recover.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. If you were gonna make your mistakes, you had to get them out now, because if you make one now when even going back to 10th place, Bubba Wallace, he is 43 seconds off of the leader. So thinking about it, if you make a mistake now, you are likely out of it because you were just so far back already. You just add to that. So like you said, if you were going to make a mistake or two, you had to make it early on.
Yeah, definitely have to make it early because obviously, even though it feels like you could make that mistake now, that time eventually just adds up, and it just feels like it's hopeless. Like, how long is the lap for Daytona? Is it like over 2 minutes?
The fastest lap here is a minute. It's about a minute 51, to a minute 53 brackets.
Yeah, so if I'm doing my math correctly, that's about 30-40 laps
per
hour.
So I looked. The leader's last laps were 1:51.9. Okay.
So yeah, they're probably running about 30 to 40 laps per hour.
Yeah, we're getting in about 32 to 30, 33 to 34 or so an hour. So yeah.
Okay, that's not too bad, making up good time.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going that high. I think it would probably be like more like 32 because we're at 68 right now as we are a little bit past not halfway, 2 hours. So yeah, you're right, probably about 32, 33 are getting in. So we're like you said, you're making good time.
Making good progress. So obviously we see on our screen currently Chase Elliott dominating, and then we have we got that's Kyle Busch on screen.
Yes.
Very spread out for the lead, and then it looks that's Chris Buescher and Christopher Bell, the two
Then Justin Haley, who's down a lap, and then Hamlin and Byron, the top 6.
Yeah.
Those are the only guys within about 20 seconds of the leader. So I'd be willing to go out on a limb and say those are probably the only guys who have a chance to win this race, barring a mistake, many mistakes.
Yeah, it just depends on limiting mistakes, because depending on how many mistakes this field makes, this could potentially either be wide open or it's already been decided. You never know.
Yeah. So you will probably be around for this, but probably around like lap 75 to lap 80 is the window I'd be willing to say is when we should see pit stops. And as you heard me talk about with Speed and with Sam, it's been interesting because Chase Elliott has pitted the second that pit window opens. He is in. So when you think about maybe Kyle Busch, who is coming in 1 to 2 laps later, do you think maybe there's even the chance that if given enough stops, he could overtake Elliott by just doing one less stop? Because then he could easily overtake Elliott.
Yeah, I think Chase, he's just trying to, I think he's just trying to get off those tires maybe as fast as possible. Obviously, I think his car probably handles well in the short run, but maybe in the long run, it's just having a bit of issues.
That is definitely something that has been happening. Like, he will probably outrun Kyle for about 20 laps, and after that, Kyle kind of starts to close back in a little bit. So like you said, yeah, Elliott does have a short run car.
Yeah, I don't know how smart the NR2003 AI is, but if I was up on top of the pit box, I'd definitely try and put something getting the long run car getting the car better on the long run, and hopefully they can run a bit longer because they ended up having to make an extra stop or two because they were short pitting. It could end up costing them the race and just giving it to somebody like Kyle Busch or Christopher Bell.
Because you think about it, yeah, they pit about every 25 laps or so, any 25 to 28 laps. So you think maybe if Kyle pits a lap or two later every lap, he could make up enough laps just on that to where he can skip the last stop and maybe try to make it all the way rather than pitting. And then Elliott has to come in because he's been pitting so on the money. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see because early on it may not look like this race is going to be competitive, but man, once we get down to like 100, 200 into the 300s, it's definitely going to turn into a fuel mileage race.
Yeah, it'll definitely get interesting as we go later on in the evening. I think it'll definitely be interesting. Oh, I thought Chase Elliott made a mistake there, but I guess it was just
that's just how they come out of the pit, yeah.
Yeah, it's just how they come out of the camera. Well, now we come to the line here, 320 laps to go, I think, or 321.
321, I think, I believe, because you have to add an extra lap.
Yeah. And unfortunately, because of that, I lost my train of thought. But it's all fine. I have noticed from watching the stream though, there have been a lot more AI incidents than I thought. I thought the AI on NR2003 were like almost perfect. I just thought there was. No. Let me rephrase that. There are some mods I'm pretty sure where like the AI are a bit more chaotic, and there are some where they're a lot more cleaner. Like with watching a lot of NR2003 YouTubers, seeing a lot of mods, I've noticed that I think some mods are just a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah.
Maybe they do something to the AI, no idea, or maybe it's their settings. No clue.
Yeah, it's definitely the settings because like at Talladega, you can make the guys run like 3 and 4 wide and like scrape the wall, and you get some pretty big crashes. That's not stuff that you usually get if you just use the base track. You have to. That's just kind of stuff you do through track tuning. But yeah, that corner you saw, I've tried to fix that through testing and stuff, but there's no way to fix that. So that's just been a mayhem corner, just whether I liked it or not. And it's interesting you say that because it's been a lot more damage done. And a lot of the races where I just simulated through them, just like I clicked the accelerate button just to see if I was timing the laps right. It's been a lot more carnage, but for this race, it's been really, really tame.
Yeah, surprisingly tame, honestly. I did hear in the stream that you turned off cautions.
Yes.
I don't think there is this feature in NR2003, but it would have been nice to have like a feature where you could like manually just throw a caution. I'm pretty sure it's a feature in iRacing.
There's a mod for it. There's a mod that you can do to throw your own cautions.
Okay, well, maybe if you run another 12-hour race like this, maybe you should if you can, get that mod because it would probably help. Just throwing cautions when we need to because there's like a humongous crash, then we probably need to throw a full course yellow for that.
I might do.
But I can understand that if there's like a few cars spinning out, then obviously keep racing. But if like the entire track has been blocked for like a good 10 seconds, then that's probably warranted of a full course caution.
Yeah. The reason I didn't do them was because, Chris Buescher just spun out of 4th place!
Oh, Chris Buescher!
Into the wall. He got it back going pretty quickly. Minimal damage there, but, sorry, getting back to my point, because then it throws off the 12 hours, because since you can't time a race in this game, you have to just hope you hit the laps right. So with this, if I were to throw a caution, it would definitely, I could probably, if I do this again over the summer maybe, I could probably time it up to do that, where like I add extra laps, assuming for a caution, maybe every 100 laps. So that could definitely be something to change for this next, if we ever do this again. This could be a fun thing I could try to do every year.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to do as well. Something I wanted to say about Chris Buescher. One thing I have noticed, that's definitely been the problem there for the AI. I know we were talking about earlier, but the most wrecks have been happening there. Obviously, I've seen a few I saw a multi-car incident when Sam was on here. I was watching the stream while I was eating my lunch. Yeah, that is definitely the problem spot for the AI. Obviously, it's probably just a issue with the program. It looks like we got a battle between Joey Logano and Michael McDowell. Not tell 4-car battle. Actually, I can't tell if that's for position or if there's a bunch of lap cars. I know Connor Daly.
Except for Connor Daly, it is for position. That's 30th, 31st, and 32nd. So Ty Dillon's 30th. McDowell was 31st, and Logano was 32nd. And then Chase Elliott's right here to lap all these guys. Yeah, they're going to Connor Daly. AJ Allmendinger just coming out of pitting. So I think he pitted super early, considering that we are just getting into the window here to pit in a couple laps. So Interesting strategy there. As he's going to fall down a lap. Oh, and Logano and Michael McDowell. Chase Elliott's spinning. Chase Elliott has spun out. Into the wall. Oh, my. Here comes Kyle Busch. That just opened the door. Here comes Kyle Busch. Oh, my goodness. Chase Elliott, who has been perfect all day, finally made a mistake. And he is really going to pay for it because Kyle Busch has cut that gap down to next to nothing. And this just got very interesting.
Yes. Oh, in the famous part of the office, how the turntables. Sorry, I had to get the one out.
No, that's good.
Chase Elliott probably having a little bit of damage, maybe some damage on the side there. Probably got hit by someone or hit the wall. So this could definitely change how this goes, especially pit stops. I've never played NR2003, but I know that I'm pretty sure there's a setting for repair, and I don't know if the AI will do that themselves. But if they do that, that's definitely going to cost him a lot of time. This is absolutely huge for Chase Elliott. Right at the end of the limit where you can make mistakes is honestly where he makes it.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this will be the only mistake.
And Kyle Busch could gain on him here because you've seen it in the pit cycle. You make up about a second if you stay out a couple extra laps. So if Kyle Busch were to stay out, maybe 2-3 laps more than Chase Elliott does, that could completely flip this race on its head from a race that really everyone thought Chase Elliott was going to win to one where Kyle Busch could really come through and then take the lead here early on.
Yeah, I think
oh, it's Ty Dillon's coming into pit, so yeah, we definitely are going to see pit stops soon. Here comes Chase Elliott.
Oh, whoa, Chase Elliott.
That is really early. That is a really early time to come in because you've seen it. They come in about 25 laps. So this is definitely very big news. Christopher Bell came in as well. Hamlin and Byron are going to stay out.
Did Chase Elliott absolutely screw up that corner? Is that the line that they take going into pit road?
No, that's how they go into pit road.
Oh, okay. That was just making sure Chase Elliott did.
So, Kyle Busch still leads over Buescher, Hamlin, and Byron. But, man, Chase Elliott, I think he was just trying to limit the damage there by I think that wreck was just all Alan Gustafson needed to say, hey, we need to get you in here.
Yeah. I think now pitting early is obviously smart because if you just keep running around with all that damage, it may cost you a little bit in the long run, but I think as long as you get that car fixed up, looks like he's out of the pits now, I think he'll be just fine. Hopefully he can still retain that speed, and like we said, just hope that he can focus on that, hopefully focus on that long run, but what we've seen because of how the AI is, I don't know if that will change.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, we're just gonna have to see, yeah. Because like Joey Logano was up front early, and then he got involved in that big crash you saw with that huge stack up of lap cars and then leaders. Logano got a ton of damage out of that, and he's not been the same. He's down in the low 30s right now, and he was up inside the top 15, I think, early on. So it's definitely been an interesting run for him. I believe they did fix that number 22 car up. They did. All right, they fixed up that car because it had a lot more damage on it earlier on. So they definitely fixed him up. So maybe just trying to go on a run here. Try to get something back. Will Kyle Busch pit this lap? He does. Okay. So now, so we're finally gonna get to see how Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott, the time gained just off of Chase Elliott's mistake, and then how much time Kyle Busch can gain here by having pitted a lap later from Chase Elliott. Oh man, Harrison Burton. That was really close. That could have been really dangerous there because he could have easily gotten turned around there, and that could have ended his. That could have been a big detriment. So where's Chase Elliott? So Chase Elliott, wow, Kyle Busch might beat him. It's gonna be close. Here comes Elliott. So Elliott's coming through. When's Kyle gonna get let down? Now. So here comes Kyle out.
Kyle is.
Here comes Elliott. It's gonna be really close.
I think Kyle's got it.
He might get it. It's gonna be close.
It's gonna be.
Oh, he's got.
No, I think Chase is.
It's gonna be. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be really close. Could Kyle Busch?
Chase has got it. I think.
Oh, Kyle
Chase
might.
Got it.
Oh, here they come. Elliott's gonna get Kyle got the lead. Kyle Busch has come.
Oh, but he went wide. Kyle Busch
he went wide. Here comes Elliott. Kyle Busch, even if he loses the lead here, he got it. Kyle cut him off. So Kyle Busch has come from being down 8 seconds to Chase Elliott before this pit window to in the lead just off of a small mistake by Chase Elliott. Like, it was something simple. He just got loose, and then that just costed him so much time. And look at what it's done. Because now Chase Elliott has to get by Kyle Busch, which is not an easy task. Many people could probably tell you that.
Yeah, I can tell you that from NASCAR video games, I think. It could just be all in coincidence, I have no idea.
Yeah. But man, that really just turns this race on its head. That was such a big mistake there. Oh man, here he comes, Chase Elliott. He wants that lead back, and he's not going to give Kyle a chance to keep it. He wants to get by him while he's still trying to get those tires up to temperature, and he does. Oh, but he went wide. Kyle could Kyle get back to him? Oh, he's going to stay right there with him. Kyle's going to stay right there. He'll drop in line. So Chase Elliott, he will barely retain the lead. But, oh, here comes Kyle looking high.
He's gonna have that run on the outside. I think he's gonna...
Yeah, he's going to have to fall back in line. But, man.
Yeah, just fall back
yeah. What a... Even if Kyle doesn't take the lead here, and he just keeps it close, that is such a big win for the 8 team, because he was down so far. Many people, even Sam and Speed, were counting him out of this race, really, and now he's right back in the thick of it.
Yeah, although, like I said, one mistake, it's fine to make. I'd say at this point, like we said, it definitely cannot make these mistakes more, because look at Chase Elliott, nearly lost the lead, and could lose the lead depending on how these next round of pit stops go.
And how these lap cars give and take, because there are a lot of cars that are going to go down 2 laps, such as BJ McLeod and Sheldon Creed. And as you saw earlier, they were really, really tough to pass. They were holding up these leaders really, really bad. So it's going to be interesting. This next stint here to about lap 100 or so is definitely going to be one of the closest watched, because it's the closest this race has been since the beginning, really, when Chase Elliott passed Keselowski. Like, this is about the closest the race for the lead has been.
Yeah, and I mean, compared to Formula One, there aren't, according to my knowledge, there are no blue flags in NASCAR, so lap cars can race as aggressively as they want.
Exactly.
They do not have to get out of the way. So that's one thing that could make this a living hell for some drivers.
Yeah, so they try to get by these lappers who, yes, they are lap down, but that doesn't mean they're just gonna roll over and let you by. They still have sponsors and they have bills to pay, so they're not just gonna let you go by them.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but also at the same time, they want to keep their position, because if a caution comes out, like...
There's no
caution.
cautions.
Not a caution. I can't come out. I'm stupid. Okay, so yeah, my philosophy, what I just said about getting an extra lap back, that goes out the window. But we have some more pit stops, it looks like. I can't quite tell.
Yeah, it was Connor Daly and Michael McDowell making their stops.
Really surprised to see McDowell in the
Oh,
back.
Denny
McDowell,
Hamlin.
obviously...
Where's Denny Hamlin in them at? Because I believe they're still out on the track. Oh, they pitted this lap. Okay. Because I was going to say, it said on the leaderboard that Hamlin was still the leader. So where did Denny cycle out? They cycled out, we're going to see here in a second. Wow, they lost time. So Denny and Byron were down, or actually they gained time. I'm wrong. They were down 20 seconds before Elliott made his mistake. So they actually gained good time there. So I was wrong there. Yeah, that was big for them as well. Now as you look at it, there's not all that long ago, there was only like 3 or 4 cars inside the top, or within about 10 to 15 seconds of him. But now if you look at it, there's 7 guys within 25 seconds of the leader. So it is still anyone's race to win.
Yeah, it's still anyone's race, like we saw with Chase Elliott. Just one slip up and that could open the door. That could throw the door wide open.
Yeah. Like, one of the simulations, Chase Elliott, in that he led probably 11 and a half hours of the race, and then he had a tire issue in the last half hour, and he lost the race. So you can't, not only is it just on the driver and the pit crew and the crew chief, it's also on the car itself, because we're really getting into untested waters if you think about real life. No NASCAR is driven for 12 hours straight, so
except for Jimmy Johnson.
I guess, but really thinking about it, it is still... Le Mans doesn't count because they had to build the car for that, but like, just a basic NASCAR car. Yes, I turned down the failure chances because I didn't want everyone, like, I didn't want a ton of... Because a bunch of cars would have failures, because I noticed that, but I turned them down, but I've still seen there's usually about 2 or 3 failures per race. On average, there's about 2 or 3 cars that fail.
I don't think anybody's blown up because I saw Connor Daly's in last, and obviously we've seen him run around the track. I don't think.
Yeah, Connor Daly is in last 2 laps down. Yeah, but man, if Kyle Busch can keep it close here, and get some good luck from these lap cars, he could definitely make a move on Chase Elliott. So Kyle Busch is definitely not out of this run for this stint.
And definitely not. I feel like I can't repeat myself here, but just one mistake from Elliott, and he'll be right back in. Especially now, this time he's literally right on his back bumper.
So that definitely is some pressure for Elliott to now have to deal with. He's been up 8 seconds for a majority of this race, but now he's got someone who one mistake and he's right back in it.
It's like this lap. Also, the side note, lap car looks like really holding up Kyle
That's
Busch.
Greg Biffle there,
putting a lot of time on him. I think Kyle Busch is really struggling to get past Greg Biffle.
Yeah. It's really interesting, though, because we talked about earlier in this race how Kyle Busch was really doing a good job. Here he goes. I believe he might get by him. He's probably gonna, he'll get him on the backstretch, but...
Oh, give him a little love tap, I think. Yeah, Kyle's going to get him right here as we go to our aerial view.
Yeah, there we go. We can go back to it.
What's going to happen here? Oh,
I think he gave him a bump there. I can't blame him. 1 bump, I'm here. 2, I'm faster than you. 3, get out my way. Here comes Kyle. Looking outside. Will he stick with it? He's gonna. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here comes Kyle.
Trying to get the momentum all the way off the bank. I might be wrong, but I think it's faster to run all the way up top because then you get. I feel like you get more.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, Kyle's got it, assuming nothing catastrophic happens. Yep, Kyle.
Oh.
No, not quite.
Biffle fought back, man. Chase Elliott is loving this right now. Seeing this in his mirror. This is exactly what he needed to see. Kyle's going to get a run back at him here, down to 1. Yeah, look at that. He was down a second a lap ago. Now he's down 3.5. That just, I think I said it earlier, that just goes to show how much of an effect a bad lap car can have on you if you don't get by them.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, and it's definitely been shown because Kyle Busch went from potentially contending for the lead at this stage to now having to make up a lot of time. And as you've seen, they can pretty challenging for Kyle Busch to make up time.
Yeah. Here comes Chase Elliott on the out of
the daily downforce.
Out of the groove machine, which is really, I think it was me and Speed talked about earlier. He was being a roadblock earlier to a lot of the leaders, besides Chase Elliott. So maybe a chance here for Kyle. And then there's 4 guys in front of him, so this could definitely be a big opportunity. If Kyle's gonna catch him in this next stint, it's gonna have to be now. He doesn't have time to wait.
Yeah, Kyle Busch is just hoping that now BJ McLeod can hold him up, and then this will bring him right back in it, and then all that stuff that Greg Biffle did to Chase to help out Chase Elliott just meant nothing.
Yeah.
It was a little lag spike there.
Yeah, that's what happens with just the way everything works. If you accidentally click something without it just pauses the game basically.
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah, so Chase Elliott, he got by McLeod actually pretty easily. But now he's got to actually pass some good competition. He's got to pass McDowell, the 2 front row cars. Not Sheldon Creed as much, but then Ty Dillon as well. Those are like, not great cars, but better than who he's had to pass to put down a lap all day. Because he's been passing the Connor Daly's and the BJ McLeods of the world.
Yeah, by the way, on the side, who all missed the race?
There were a ton of cars that missed it. I can't remember. One of the big ones, I think SVG was in the second one. Jimmy Johnson was a part of it. It was 20 cars as well. So basically, anyone who ran a next gen car was either in the race or in one of the LCQs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
I did watch the LCQ, but I didn't finish it. So.
Yeah, but And that race 2 pit strategy played a big deal because if you stayed out long, because Sheldon Creed stayed out long and pitted, and then he ended up getting back into it. No, he came in. No, I'm wrong. I got that mixed up. In that LCQ, he pitted the earliest of anyone, and then he ended up getting back into the battle because he was actually in I believe 4th or 5th, and then moved up to 2nd, and then ended up taking the lead. So
we're now coming up on 311 laps to go. I think I've been doing this for over 10 laps, I think.
You've been here since about 12:28, so you're approaching about half an hour. Haven't been on here.
Yeah, looks looks like my time will be gone soon. Who is going to come on after this, by the way? As we
I do not.
see,
I'm probably.
Kyle Busch getting around this.
I do not know. That's still up for debate. I might just go back to a single booth for a little bit so I can like maybe eat a snack or something.
Oh no, you're fine.
Cause I'm not. I am a human. I need to eat food. Cause I ain't
Yeah,
go.
no, you're fine.
I can't. I'm 16. I can't go freaking 12 hours without food.
Yeah.
Though I do need some water. Cause I'm already starting to feel it in my throat.
I mean, talking for 2 hours is definitely gonna take a toll on your throat.
Yeah. Luckily, we have a 3-day weekend, so that's definitely gonna save me.
Luckily, oh. Yeah. Nothing going on currently at the moment, as we just see. Trouble actually.
Yeah.
Two front row, just as I say something, maybe they'll just.
Oh, they're gonna go side by side. This is gonna hurt Elliott, cause Elliott has nowhere to go.
Oh yeah, the front row cars teaming up, maybe, I guess, or I don't know, maybe it's just all coincidence.
I think it's more of a coincidence.
If you can't get past him, I think Kyle Busch gained a ton of time. Look at how close he is.
Oh man, McDowell's gonna get by Gilliland. Elliott can't get to the inside. No, so yeah, that. Oh my goodness, look at Kyle Busch.
Chase is gonna be on the outside here. Never mind, no, is he gonna try and pass him?
He's gonna have to do it on the high banks down the back straight. Look how close he is trying to get to him. But man, look at Kyle Busch. He is closed back in to this battle.
Kyle Busch has clean air, so he doesn't have anybody to worry about right in front of him.
Yeah, no one is behind him. But Chase Elliott doesn't get that. He's probably gonna make the move here down the back straightaway. Yeah, there he goes. So Gilliland we'll have to see how well he can defend this move into the bus stop. Gilliland actually went in pretty deep with him. He stuck with him there through the bus stop. He cleared him. Todd Gilliland not willing to go down a lap yet.
Yeah, you're definitely right. But oh no, Todd Gilliland's actually clearing him.
Yeah, he's gonna shut the door. Chase, this is disastrous. These last 20 laps have probably been the worst laps. More 15. Look at him, he's stuck right behind Gilliland and Kyle Busch. Look at the gap.
It has gone down so much.
Oh
down to under a second, as around a second.
It's gonna be at about a second by the time. Oh, and look, Sheldon Creed's gonna get passed by McDowell. That's not for position, but Creed is a slower lapper. As the gap is now just over a second. It is 1.13 seconds is the gap. And that's just gonna get even smaller here as look at this traffic jam that Chase Elliott has to find a way through.
Oh,
you got
Chase.
yeah, you can get really loose if you're behind these cars. Oh, I did that again. There we go. We're good. Okay, that was scary. All right, I gotta move my mouse. Cause I keep hitting it.
Now's not a good time. Now's
not a good time. All right, this most exciting this race has been all day. Here comes Kyle. Oh, he's still. Elliott still can't get by him.
Oh,
Kyle is on the back bumper for the lead. Chase Elliott is gonna. Oh, will he go to the outside? Here we go. Get a better.
Chase really needs to make a pass here.
Here we go. Look how much deeper Kyle got in. That just. The lap cars are holding him up so much. Kyle's able to be so much more aggressive with how he brakes.
Yeah, Kyle just has clean air, so he kind of knows where he needs to brake and stuff. So he knows what he's doing, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Can Elliott get by Gilliland this time? Here he comes to the inside. We're gonna see again. Will Gilliland hold him up? Oh, Elliott got in deep again. I think that might be enough. Oh no, maybe.
No.
Oh, here comes Gilliland back. Oh, I don't think so. No, not enough for Gilliland to hold on. I think now Kyle's gonna get to deal with him.
We'll have to see what's going on.
And then Sheldon Creed's in front of him. Hey, here comes Kyle. Oh, that is such a big move. That was just what Kyle needed, was to quickly get by Todd Gilliland. Because look how much time Elliott lost trying to get by Todd Gilliland. But if Kyle can just get by him, he does. That is so much time he just gained on Elliott. He gained about 2 seconds.
Here comes Sheldon Creed here. Can he make Chase Elliott's life a little bit?
Oh, he's going to make him go around the outside. I don't think he's going to hold him up for any longer, but it's really going to hurt him here. Oh, man.
Sheldon Creed and Kyle Busch.
They both slide a little bit. So Kyle Busch, again, is going to need to make quick work of Sheldon Creed, which I have no doubt he'll be able to do, knowing Kyle Busch and how good he is. But Christopher Bell, don't look now, but Christopher Bell's within 3 seconds now of these guys. Oh, another note. I just noticed William Byron got by Denny Hamlin for the 5th position.
I've been so focused on this.
I've been so focused on this battle for the lead that didn't even think about it. Yeah. Martin Truex as well has worked his way into the top 10. He got by Bubba Wallace, I believe, then to do that.
Get to his Fox coverage because something actually interesting was happening.
I know, right?
Really. Yeah. But it's fine.
Kyle Busch is on the back of Sheldon Creed. So we are approaching the 3-hour mark on this race.
How many laps? Oh, we're is that 308? Yeah.
Yes, 308. Oh, wow, Kyle. Kyle needed that so... Yes, Kyle needed that so badly. He is already by Sheldon Creed, and he is... You already know. The gap is probably going to be maybe a little less than it was before he caught the lap traffic. Maybe like 2.5 seconds likely. And then it's not going to get any better for Chase Elliott because now he has to deal with these two guys. And then up in front of him, look at all this lap traffic he's going to have to deal with here. And this probably going to be before he makes his next set of pit stops. As we are now at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, I guess maybe a few more minutes. It looks like they have to go because getting some information. So probably I'll be on for another 5 minutes maybe for these next few laps. See if anything interesting happens. We're coming up on more lap traffic.
Yeah.
See if Kyle Busch basically getting a third chance to try and take the lead here.
Yeah. Man, that was... Oh, Justin Haley's spinning in the background with Connor Daly. Oh. Brad Keselowski. Oh, no. That's 7th place, Brad Keselowski. Here comes Austin Cindric, but he's going straight on with Truex and Chastain.
Oh, my goodness. The AI, I think, just broke there.
3 or 4 cars with bad damage that were on the lead lap. Look at the damage. You could see it on, I believe that was Austin Cindric. You could see the scrape marks. Terrible luck for these guys. The last thing they needed was that. You're going to see it here as he comes by. Look at that. Look at those streaks on the outside of that 2 car. Man, that was big. What else is big is that Chase Elliott can't get by these guys yet. Kyle Busch is going to get a chance to catch him.
It is Kyle Busch's 3rd chance trying to get the lead. First of all, Chase Elliott almost throwing the race. Actually, no, maybe 4, maybe, because if you count pit stops.
Yeah.
Actually, I think they can sum that off into 1, maybe.
This next pit cycle here is definitely going to be an interesting one to watch, as we are coming up on that in probably about 10 to 15 laps.
They are forming a wall.
Oh, look at that. Ty Dillon and McDowell not letting Elliott through. Or better said, McDowell is just so much faster than him.
Oh, yeah, then we're coming up on a little bit more lap traffic as well.
So,
a lot of lap traffic in this area.
That must be the last thing Chase Elliott wants to see right now is a bunch of lap traffic because he's had to deal with that all day.
McDowell got a bit loose there.
Yeah, McDowell was faster than Ty Dillon. He just couldn't pass him, and he's going to have to really give it all he's got here. He's going to look like he'll clear. He'll clear Elliott.
Yeah, he will. I think you're talking about Chase Elliott.
No, Elliott will get clear behind McDowell.
Here comes Kyle Busch. What's going to happen here? Is he going to send it?
He is. Wow, look at the gain.
Just gains and loses it all. Honestly, it's just a repeating cycle.
It's such an interesting thing to watch, like you said. You're going to see here Kyle jump into frame. Basically, Kyle can catch Elliott as long as he's behind a lap car. But then, as you would expect, then Kyle has to deal with said lap car. So then he loses that time back, and it's just a back and forth. So it's going to be on Kyle to hopefully catch Chase Elliott right as they catch a lap car right as the pit window opens. That would be probably the most ideal thing Kyle could have happen right now, which is more than likely going to happen considering all this lap traffic Elliott is stuck in, because then when Elliott comes in to make his stop, Kyle is going to be right behind him.
Off the top. No, he's just trying to foul back in line.
Yeah. So Elliott, man, he is really struggling right now. Michael McDowell is holding him off, using his road course prowess. He's really doing a good job. And it doesn't help. Brendan Poole's actually a lot slower than these guys. And he's holding them up as well. Look at Kyle! He is well within a second of Chase Elliott. And look at that. Wow. It's almost half a second is the gap. And they're going double file through here. This is the last thing Chase Elliott needs to see right now, trying to get by these guys.
Because then he literally just can't.
And then look, he got held up there. McDowell had a bad run. Ooh, oh, here comes Elliott. He finally gets to the inside of McDowell. But Ty Dillon could hold him up. And then Kyle Busch is right behind him, and McDowell is fighting.
Oh, but I think McDowell's going to get the run. No,
he does not. So, if Ty Dillon is slower than McDowell, I believe. McDowell has just been kind of stuck, not being able to make the good passes he needs to stay ahead. So, he's got all these guys trampled up. I don't really think it's the worst thing in the world for Kyle, because if he can get by McDowell here rather quickly, he's still going to be right on the back of Chase Elliott.
Yeah,
there he had a look. Oh, you saw it. He had a look there. Chase Elliott will probably make a move on Ty Dillon here. It's really interesting to watch about right here. You might be able to see it. Chase Elliott just slowly gaining on that with a draft on Ty Dillon as we come to the back straightaway. Here comes Chase Elliott down to the inside. Ty Dillon, he threw a block on him. I think you saw that. He swerved a little bit to the left. Ty Dillon not letting Chase Elliott by so easily. As Christopher Bell, don't look now, he's not too far behind this battle.
Yeah, Christopher Bell could pass Kyle Busch.
And then Chris Buescher is a little bit further back, but still up front, Chase Elliott. Oh, he's going to be really stuck here because Brennan Poole's going to hold him up.
I thought Poole was in the 7. Wait.
He's in the 15.
Oh, well then. Oh no, I'm picking up Sheldon Creed.
Yeah, Brennan Poole raced his way into the race. Sheldon Creed's in the 78.
Yeah, that's my bad.
As we complete lap number 85. Approaching 2 hours and 40 minutes into this. Approaching.
That's my number.
So we're now 2 hours and about 40 minutes into this race.
I've been out here for a good bit, about 15, almost 20 laps, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe about 20 laps.
I would say that's about a good estimate. So.
I've been here for a while.
It's nice to have you on.
About 30 minutes.
It was nice. It was a good time. Definitely gave us some fun.
Yeah, it's nice having you on. Maybe I'll be able to come in the later portions, but I got a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on, and potentially be back later. Hopefully I was good enough for y'all. Let me know in the chat if I'm the best so far.
Alright. Thank you, SMN. We'll see you later.
Yep.
So Kyle Busch is under pressure from Christopher Bell for second. As we will take a commercial break. And we'll be right back to the 24 hours of Daytona. We'll be right back.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Pricklebear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin. I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour.
Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds.
Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard.
You drive in a circle.
You don't even steer.
Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 12 hours of Daytona. Chase Elliott still leads, coming up on 300 laps left in this race. We will not be having a guest on right now. Also, it's because I'm going to be taking a probably 20-minute break to eat a snack, because I'm a human, I need to eat. So I'm going to leave it on just Chase Elliott's view right now and leave this up so you can see everything a lot better. So hope you guys enjoy. I will be back in a little bit to get back going in the 12 hours of Daytona from the Daytona International Speedway. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 24 hours of Daytona. Chase Elliott still, so just getting everything reset here. Oh, wrong thing. There you go. Chase Elliott still leads over Kyle Busch by a lot less of a margin than he had. Christopher Bell and Chris Buescher. I get some water down, because doing this can do a lot to your voice. As here comes Elliott. He's still stuck behind Corey LaJoie. I have been watching to make sure nothing crazy happened. I did see the pit cycle. Elliott's still trying to get by LaJoie. Here they come. William Byron coming out of the pits. Man, he pulled a good strategy there. Hamlin as well will come out. Oh, Christopher Bell! One of the top contenders. A bad crash into the wall. He gets it back going, but not before getting a lot of damage. A lot of damage to that number 20 machine. He will lose third place. That is a huge mishap by that entire team. Man, not what he needed. Because now William Byron is up to third. And now he's inserted himself into the conversation. Man, Corey LaJoie is really holding up Chase Elliott. Elliott cannot find a way around him. As they come back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. As Kyle Busch trying to chase down Chase Elliott as the field comes through the bus stop. We're going to see how close the gap really is to one another. So they come back down to the front straightaway. Here comes Elliott. Excuse me. To the back, to the side of LaJoie. Will LaJoie hold him off? The answer is no. Chase Elliott finally gets by. As Christopher Bell, man, he is right on the back of William Byron. As the gap is now officially 3.5 seconds between Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott. Oh, Corey LaJoie! I believe he caught the wall a little bit there. He did. Was taking a sip of water, and Corey LaJoie caught the wall a little bit as they were coming through the inner portion of the racetrack. 100 laps in now, or working lap 100. Take a quick commercial. We'll be right back to the 12 hours of Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic.
This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4 inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour.
Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds.
Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard.
You drive in a circle.
You don't even steer.
Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old. Quiet! Matlock's on!
That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere?
I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from space, huh?
Oh, yeah. You should have seen it. He got just a little bit loose coming off of turn 2. And going down the backstretch, I got right up on his spoiler and we started off into turn 3. He got loose and just lost it. It's okay. Don't worry. He walked away.
Subway Restaurants, proud sponsor of Greg Biffle.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Daytona. Gonna real quickly fix our little graphic there, as we are now over 100 laps in on working lap 104. Chase Elliott holds a 3.5-second lead over Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell. Then Chris Buescher, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex, Ross Chastain, there he is, up here, and Bubba Wallace. The top 10, separated by about 41 seconds from one another, as Chase Elliott has absolutely put on a clinic here today. You saw early or on around lap 70 into the 80s, we had a close battle there for a little bit with Chase Elliott hitting the wall and having damage and then getting back out there, but still really interested. We still have a long way to go in this race, as we are only just starting to approach the 4-hour mark, so we still have a ton of time left for something to go wrong for one of these drivers. So, not much really going on right now as Chase Elliott leads. As of right now, we likely won't have someone join us for a little bit, but man, Chase Elliott is killing it out front, and with Kyle Busch trying to keep pace. Then you see Harrison Burton and then some lap cars who he might catch in a stint or two as this field goes through, as Bell trying to get by some lap cars. So everyone pretty spread out here. The field comes through here. No cars yet lost to mechanical failures as you get a look through the field. The last place goes to Greg Biffle, who is down 4 laps. Or no, not 4 laps. I believe it's at 2 laps. I might just be wrong. Yeah, 2 laps in 40th place. So, not a lot been going on, but still a really good race. Really good experience. It's been really fun. We're a little over a quarter of the way into this thing. We still got a long way to go. We still got 9 hours probably until this race is over. So still plenty of time for something to go wrong for one of these drivers, or something to happen. That can go good or bad, depending on if you're me or... because there's a lot that could happen to this. Because this is going to be something else. As Elliott still holding on over Kyle Busch. Get your full field rundown here. Chase Elliott leads over Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex, Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace, and Austin Cindric. Behind them, Kevin Harvick, Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, Alex Bowman, Ryan Preece, then back to Eric Jones, Eric Almirola, Logano, Austin Dillon. Remember, Logano was almost a lap down not that long ago, as well as AJ Allmendinger. He's gotten back into this. And then Harrison Burton, who's right in front of Chase Elliott, is the last car on the lead lap. As then you get to Corey LaJoie, the first car, 1 lap down, back to then Noah Gragson and Michael McDowell. And further back, Ty Dillon. Keep going. Todd Gilliland. That's the 31 of Justin Haley, are the last cars 2 laps down. Then you gotta come back up here a little bit more. You'll find Chandler Smith, as Brad Keselowski, meanwhile, is gonna get by. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt it, but Martin Truex trying to get by Brad Keselowski into 1, side by side. Ooh, it's probably gonna be Keselowski. Yes, Keselowski holds onto the spot. So as I was saying, the first car 2 laps down is Chandler Smith in the number 13 machine here. And then you go back to Brendan Poole. Then Jacques Villeneuve, Sheldon Creed, who spins. Saves it. Seek and Harvick, they'll get through here fine. Then back further, you'll find BJ McLeod. Keep going. Connor Daly, and then the last place is Greg Biffle. And that rounds out your 40-car field here that is still running at the Daytona International Speedway. Chase Elliott still out front by about 4 seconds on Kyle Busch. The Chevy's really been the best manufacturer today. They've got two in the top two. I believe they might not have the best in the top 10, but they've had the best overall race. So good for them. As here comes Chase Elliott with Harrison Burton side by side. Chase Elliott is going to race Harrison Burton tightly, but he can't get by him. So maybe a little chance there for Kyle Busch to gain some time back on Chase Elliott as we work lap 107 out of 390. Just a little bit past the 3-hour mark of this race. Still 283 laps left. On the high banks, of Daytona. So to look to see if Kyle can maybe use Harrison Burton to help him out here. Try and gain back for this lead. Here they come. Down through 1 and 2 they go. Or NASCAR 1 and 2, if that's what you want to say. So you get the overhead view. Chase Elliott trying to get by Harrison Burton as they come down to the back straightaway chicane. Is Elliott right on the back door. Harrison Burton, as here they come into NASCAR 3 and 4. Might see a run here by Chase Elliott. We'll see here. He's right on the back bumper. Does he make a move? No, he'll stay content to stay behind Harrison Burton. Probably waiting to make a move on him, maybe on this front straightaway. He actually will not. He will stay right behind Harrison Burton. As Bell and Buescher might end up having a battle. That is going to be for the 3rd position. As here comes Elliott down in a 1. Looks like, yep, he will clear Harrison Burton. To put him a lap down, better said. The field cycles through. No, this is the only battle for position we have throughout this field that is really relevant, is Truex trying to keep up with Brad Keselowski. As Elliott going to try to get back to stretching that lead. So I will not be going to commercial juice, but I will be right back because I need to grab some water, more water for my water bottle. So when they get back out here onto the high banks, as Elliott does right now, I'm going to go get some water. I will be back momentarily. We're back in the 12 hours of Daytona. I'm back, better said, with some water to help me. Chase Elliott still leads over Kyle Busch by about 2.5 seconds. Then you go back a little while longer to find Christopher Bell, then Chris Buescher and William Byron. The top 5 all within 15 seconds, then the only other car within 20 seconds of our leader is Denny Hamlin. So, we are probably getting close. We're probably closer to our... Still haven't not gone through this pit cycle yet. Maybe soon. But we will have to see. So, right now, Elliott is continuing to hold his lead right now over Kyle Busch. Here they come through NASCAR 1 and 2. Kyle Busch trying to find a way to get back to catch Harrison Burton. Get by him. Man, there's a big pack of cars right up here. As Brad Keselowski has already made his stop, so maybe some strategy to see if anyone. I thought maybe it's just more of a him thing. So to see, we'll chase Elliott pit. Here comes Elliott. Kyle Busch is losing some time with Harrison Burton stuck behind him. As Elliott still is leading. Chase as Kyle Busch is stuck there behind that 9, or behind the 21, excuse me, of Harrison Burton. Kyle Busch still leads. Here, as we, we're coming to complete 110 laps out of 390. Making good progress so far on this race, as we are now about 3.5 hours into this race. From Daytona. Elliott still continues to dominate here from Daytona. Not trying to hit the mic there. Through 12 hours of Daytona, we will likely be having a guest joining us rather soon. So we're gonna see how this goes. We will gonna mute myself quickly, just let y'all hear the race. And then, once we have our guests with us, I'll come back. So, just really quickly. Alright, we're back Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Firelinks. I run the YouTube channel Firelinks, and I have many leagues that I also run. Thank you very much for having me here, Rodco.
Of course, happy to have you on, as we are now completing 111 laps of 390 scheduled in the 12 hours of Daytona. About 3.5 hours into this race. Still got a long, long way to go in this one.
Yeah.
You see Christopher Bell, who's third, but he's 12 seconds back of the leader. This last stretch here, while I was taking a break, has really spread out the field. There was multiple cars within about 10 seconds of the leader before this last pit cycle. But man, Chase Elliott, even after making that mistake earlier, he has just continued to put on a clinic throughout this race.
I mean, Chase Elliott has looked bad fast all day so far. No denying that.
Yeah. See throughout the field some guys further back jockeying for positions, but man, up front it hasn't really been a battle. Even when Kyle Busch was able to gain on Chase Elliott when he spun out and then pass him through the pits, he just was not fast enough to hold him off. I think it's going to be really important. If Kyle is going to jump him, he's going to have to be able to do it by a significant enough gap to hold on to get his tires warm, because I think that's really what hurt Kyle. He didn't really get a chance to defend himself because he got out there right in front of Elliott on cold tires, and I don't know if you know, but cold tires are not the easiest thing to try to defend on and run your hardest laps on.
Yeah, but in a way, I think just being on warm tires would only delay the process pretty much for Chase Elliott at this point. With the speed he's showing right now, I really think that, maybe that would make Chase take, 2 laps more to get on by the 8 car and take back that race lead that he's had for so long now.
Yeah, that you hit it perfectly there, because no one has been able to challenge Chase Elliott tonight, or this afternoon, really, as we get into the evening. Really, if you want to, the only real chance these guys have is if Chase Elliott either makes another mistake or the car gives up on him at this point, because he has been, as a driver for the most part, mistake-free. And as me and ESMN was talking about earlier, it's important not to make mistakes now as far into the race as we are. You can't make one now.
Obviously, without a PC, I don't own NR2003, but, you never know. So I don't know if this is in the game or not, but track conditions,
I think they changed a little bit. I don't remember. That'd be something I'd have
to change. That could be big.
Yeah, that
change Elliott's dominance.
Yeah. That, and then also you have to worry about the issue of mechanical failures, because those are on, even though they are limited. That could definitely happen to Chase Elliott here. He could lead this whole race, but then lose it in the last couple laps just because maybe an axle broke or something. So, like we said, this race is still very far from being over.
Yeah, 12 hours for a stock car, not necessarily an ideal distance to be running.
Yeah. Exactly. You hit it on the money there. So man, Chase Elliott still up on Kyle Busch by about 4.5 seconds. That is subject to change here when we get back around to the front straightaway, get a more accurate view of it. But man, it's hard not to talk about him. You look through the field, you can't really find anyone who's gonna challenge him. Maybe Kyle Busch, but behind him, Christopher Bell, I don't see that happening. He's 8 seconds back, and then everyone else is 15 or more seconds back. So you really think about it, if you're outside the top 3, you're probably going to need at least Elliott and Kyle Busch to fall out of this to have a chance.
If you are Christopher Bell, though, you just got to keep your head down and just think, at this point in the race, realistically, you only have to gain 1 second every hour. So, long way to go. Still, a lot can happen here.
Yeah.
As really everything is pretty calm throughout the field.
Yeah, pit strategy as well can come into play, as we've seen Kyle Busch, as we talked about in that second to last stint, was able to gain some time there through the pits. Because, man, it's so interesting to see. You go too long over, you can lose time if you're not careful, because the newer tires finally start to get you somewhere, even though they're not worth a lot. But yeah, it seemed like pitting later has been the better option in the long term, or the short term at least, because drivers such as Denny Hamlin and William Byron found themselves 20-25 seconds behind Chase Elliott, but including his spin and pit strategy, they've gained back on him, although it's not really going to matter in the battle for the win. But it has shown that pitting later can definitely be the better move if you're trying to be aggressive.
Definitely, I would say jumping them while you're still on fresh tires and they're on cold, or not fresh tires, but up to temperature tires while they're freezing.
Yeah, it's definitely a give and take, because if you stay out longer, you gain time, then you lose it on that out lap, and you risk just losing even more time, like you said. So there's Elliott, Kyle Busch, and Bell are the only three within 15 seconds of the leaders. We are getting rather close to another pit cycle. Probably in about the next 10 to 15 laps, we should see the next pit cycle of this race.
Another chance to shake things up. You never know what could happen with the pit crews on these stops.
Exactly, because as I've mentioned earlier, the all the sliders for the pit crews are set as a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 100, meaning that they could either give you a really, really good stop, or they could really screw you over if you're not careful. And then it's also on the driver to make the most of that out lap, because that lap is probably the most valuable lap in terms of the entire pit cycle, because you have to be able to get the most out of your cold tires without making a mistake.
Definitely.
So we probably, for the rest of this race, we'll see the best battle between 4th and 5th, as Buescher and Byron are putting down McDowell a lap. Or, I guess, not really putting him down a lap, but passing him as a lap car. But these two would definitely be an interesting battle to watch. Denny Hamlin was actually in front of Byron not all that long ago, but he's fallen a little further behind his man. You see Buescher all the way on the apron trying to get by Michael McDowell.
Don't want to get too low there.
Exactly.
Those tires under the apron, you are going around.
Exactly. Here they come into the bus stop. McDowell holds on. Here comes William Byron. He'll go to the outside of Chris Buescher as we come up the high banks. Byron will fall in line. He might make a move out of line. He does. To the outside. No, we can't get there. Byron thinks better of it. Coming down to the front stretch chicane. It's really, really tight. Byron is right there. Just does not seem to be able to make a move on him yet.
I'm going to say watch Buescher under braking here. He has a good run. It looks like on McDowell.
Exactly.
Rather, he's close enough. This could be a move he needs, but no, he stays tucked up. He's got to get around this 34, or else the 24 Byron is going to pounce more than he has been already.
Yeah.
And Buescher is on the verge of losing that 4th position.
You've seen that all day, that how vital it is that you get by lap cars here. Because if you don't, then you lose plenty of time. It's got to be a priority. It's a question of how much of a risk are you willing to take to get by these guys, because you cannot afford to let them sit in front of you for multiple laps and cost you multiple seconds.
Byron with a pretty high line through. Is that the International Horseshoe?
No, the International Horseshoe is the first section, the one where Kevin Harvick got spun around.
Coming back on to the banking in NASCAR 1 and 2. That feels so weird to say for a NASCAR race. Feels like a sports car thing to say.
Yeah, it does. You can kind of see it, but it does look like Byron is starting to catch the tiniest bit of a draft. And this is look at that. Look how deep Byron got in there. You can see how much the other two break, but then Byron he carried a ton of momentum into that corner. And you can see just what a difference it made. Look how much he closed the gap there on Chris Buescher. Just by breaking just the slightest bit later.
He's a bit too far back, though, into the chicane.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get him here. If he can get a good exit. Oh, no, he lost it mid-corner. I was going to say if he got a good exit like Buescher just did, he could have had a chance, but If McDowell can fight Buescher through the first couple of corners, he could have a chance at staying ahead of him, because that inside line coming into this little chicane up here has not been the preferred line all race. You're going to see it here. As Buescher down low, man, he just... Buescher cannot get by him. William Byron is going to get a chance at him here if he's not careful. As Byron is losing
the win too by battling. They're already 20 seconds back.
Exactly. As Chase Elliott is smooth sailing. He's got Greg Biffle, but he does not have a lot of lap traffic coming up for him. But not that the same cannot be said for Buescher or William Byron. These guys have a ton of traffic to get by. They have at least 4 or 5 cars they're going to need to go through before they can.
They can't even get by one.
Yeah.
Like McDowell.
Yeah.
So.
McDowell was really struggling this race, though. He's all the way down in 30th. Not where many probably expected him to be. They probably expected him at least a top 20 out of him, because he's been known for his road course skill. But, man, I don't know if it was the team or him or the car. Just, they do not have it today.
You can see William Byron taking wider lines through most of these corners, and that is helping him get that clean air on the nose, and I think that may contribute to some of his great corners and exits, as we see right there. That time it was opposite. Buescher was a bit wide.
Yeah.
Really trying to get out of the rear of McDowell, which is something that he wasn't doing throughout the infield section, which I think is hurting him.
Exactly. Because Buescher's got... Byron can gain so much because he's better than McDowell, and then Buescher's just stuck following McDowell's lines here. And here comes Buescher again. He's going to get a run to the outside. Can he get by McDowell before they get back to that chicane on the front straightaway? Because if he can, then he should be in good standing. But if he doesn't, he's really going to be... it's really going to be tight, because here comes William Byron. Oh, McDowell is just... It's not even that McDowell is better than Buescher. He's just better than him in the places he needs to be. Like, out of that corner, he's just good enough to where Buescher can't do anything with him. That's all you need to do as a lap car. You don't need to exactly have the better car than him. You just need to be good enough to hold on in the key sections like that. So when Buescher gets beside him, he just is able to hold him off. You see that in Formula 1 a lot too as well. You just got to be, there are just certain areas you have to be better than that, or you got to be good at using DRS.
I think it's time for some DRS for Chris Buescher.
Seriously.
Could really use some of that right now.
Yeah, he could, because, man, he cannot get by Michael McDowell. And it's... William Byron, I feel like, has not really been able to take advantage of it. I think he really struggles through that infield portion, because he loses plenty of time, but he makes up so much from when they get back out on NASCAR 1 and 2 all the way back around to when they come to the infield portion. But then after that, man, Byron loses a ton of time to Buescher. Because then you see him gain so much, and you're like, why isn't he closer to Buescher?
I think the main problem here is he gets in that dirty air, obviously, through the infield, and then right here, watch this on exit. We'll see if he does it again. Just, yeah, that was better, actually.
Yeah, that was definitely a better exit by Byron, but Buescher, he got a good exit, but not as good as he had been doing, because he did not get as far to the outside of McDowell as he usually does. And, man, Byron, I think he might have gotten a little bit closer there. Oh, Byron he's really close. Oh, Byron got loose. That dirty air really hurt him there.
Oh, my goodness.
We're gonna keep it on the helicopter view and see where Byron might be losing a lot of his time, because every time he looks close into the International Horseshoe, then after that it just feels like he loses a ton of time. So looking to see where
he was wide.
He was a little bit wide there, and he went a little wide there. Maybe the car just a little bit tight on him, just not able to get it turned like he needs to. So then he's costing him speed on the exits in these tight corners. I think Byron, he looks like he might have done a better job there than he has been. He definitely did. He kept it a lot closer than he has been keeping it.
Not close enough, though.
Yeah, it's not going to be close enough here. It's definitely going to be a process for Byron here because he's not fast enough to get him in just one corner. He's going to need to string together a good run through this chicane, a good run through the front stretch chicane, and then a good infield portion to get back up here.
He may have a chance here.
He could get a chance at him, like you said, as they come up here. Busher might also make a move on McDowell, which could also cost him because being on the inside on that front stretch chicane does not work. We've seen that multiple times. So Busher, here he comes. He might have a look. No. Here comes Byron flying, though, into the front stretch chicane. Oh, McDowell slid a little wide. Here comes Busher.
Byron with another bad exit. We saw it there. This is huge for Busher.
Here he comes down to the front straightaway. Here they come in turn one. It's side by side into one. Oh, man. Busher way wide. You just can't get by him.
Choked his best opportunity.
See up.
I don't know any way around that there. That's just inexcusable if you're Busher.
And then look at Denny Hamlin. He was 5 or so seconds, I believe, off of these guys, and he's just caught him because they've been stuck behind McDowell. So Byron needs to hurry up and get on his horse and pass Busher if he's going to, because if he's not careful, he's going to get his own pressure from Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, we'll see the delta here when the scoreboard gets back around.
Oh man, Busher went way wide there. You saw that. He slid up.
Yeah, he did.
I think he just...
That's probably actually going to help Busher now. A little less dirty air, you would have to think.
Yeah.
Byron is also close.
Oh, Byron did a really good... He got... Oh, wow. What a run. That was probably the best one Byron has had. He did a really good job there. He got the power down really well, and he stayed with Busher. So when he gets to this backstretch chicane, if he can get in as deep as he's been getting in, this could be a huge opportunity for him to take that 4th position away. Because look at that run.
He's so much deeper on the brakes. He's going to gap Busher probably by like half a second a lap, I would guess.
Yeah.
Once he gets by, if he can get by.
Because look, here they come. This is the closest these three have been to each other throughout this run. Here comes Busher. McDowell left the outside.
Here we go.
Oh, it's going to get tight. Here they come down. Who's going to hang on to it? Oh, it's going to be Busher. And now Byron is going to get stuck behind McDowell, but McDowell fights back.
This is huge for Busher. He needs to hold this spot.
If McDowell can hang on with him, it could be huge for him, but he also... Busher really needs as well. Oh, is that car's into the pits? I believe that was the leader. Chase Elliott's on pit road for his pit stop. Completely forgot as we were getting into this section as Busher is going to get by McDowell.
Oh, Byron almost wrecked.
As we were talking about it, the battle between Busher and Byron, Elliott came in and made his stop. Did Kyle Busch stay out? He did. Kyle Busch is running longer here to try to gain back on Chase Elliott. So this is a big
Look at Joey Logano. That's going to cost Kyle.
If Kyle Busch doesn't pit in the next lap, you're right. It's definitely going to cost him here because he's going to catch Joey Logano if he's not careful pretty soon. So you see Kyle Busch, he's in the middle of NASCAR 1 and 2, and then Elliott is all the way. He cycled out in front of Truex, who was in 7th, with just by pitting. So think about how much time Truex is going to lose when he has to still come in and pit. That's just crazy how spread out this field is. Chase Elliott pitted, and he's still in 7th place.
That's what happens when you're going for so long. I mean, eventually the field spread just gets wild.
You got it right there. Here comes Kyle. Byron is still stuck behind McDowell. That could leave the door open for Denny Hamlin. Here comes Kyle in the pit. Kyle was down about 4 seconds when he pitted, or when the pit cycle started. So we're gonna have to see what.
Is that really how they enter the pit lane?
Yeah, they have to just go wide through this corner.
Oh my God, that is so weird. I thought he was wrecking.
Oh, LaJoy, never mind. LaJoy changed his mind last second.
Wow.
So here comes Chase Elliott through the high banks. Let's get up here to Kyle. So Kyle's just getting his right sides on, and Elliott's already. Oh.
Chase will.
He's gonna keep the lead. It's gonna be on if Kyle can gain any time on him. Cause here comes Elliott. Maybe. Yeah, there he goes. Look at him. There's Chase.
I don't know.
We're gonna see if Kyle made any gains. So Kyle was down 4 seconds.
Oh, it's closer.
when he pitted. So the question is, how much did he close the gap in staying out that extra lap? Because it definitely brought down the gap. That was not what the gap was before the caution came out. Or not before the caution, before the pit stops. That looks more of like a 2.5.
That's going to become a very big cluster of cars soon.
Yeah. Because there's William Byron, Denny Hamlin, they are still not yet to pit. So Kyle Busch is behind Elliott. Those are the first two that are pitted. Then Denny Hamlin and William Byron are running an extra lap. And they were already, I believe, almost 20 seconds. They were like about 25 back to the leader.
Yeah, the two cars, not sure about this strategy. Two cars behind a lap car.
That was probably not the best strategy call there, considering, like you said, there was McDowell right in front of him. That probably was not the best call to make.
Rudy and Chris are about to lose their jobs.
Yeah, I've said that too many times when I get frustrated with Chris Gabehart. And then he ends up making the right call. That's the worst. When you get mad at your favorite driver's crew chief because you think they're screwing you over. Here comes Hamlin. Yeah, that was probably the best move for Hamlin. Byron, I don't know what he's doing. That was probably the worst. Yeah, Rudy Fugle is going to lose his job. As much as Hamlin, I don't think that wasn't as bad of a move because he wasn't right up on the back end of McDowell. But yeah, as expected, Elliott goes by. So here we go. We're going to get our good look at it here. So here comes Elliott and Kyle. So there's Elliott. It's 14.5 back to Byron. And so it's about 3.5 seconds is the gap. So he gained about half a second.
Definitely opened up though. Once
yeah.
Again.
Yeah. So and that's definitely going to get larger as this race goes on because Elliott is just the slightest bit faster. Here comes Hamlin out. He's not going to be Buescher. Is that Kyle? Is Kyle Larson? Kyle Larson has caught. I think he hasn't pitted. Okay, I was going to say because I was really confused for a second on why Kyle Larson was so high up because he's been top 15 maybe. So yeah, I just don't think Kyle Larson's pitted yet like his teammate Byron did. But Denny really. Denny gained back on Buescher because remember Buescher was the one who had Byron all over him. So
Byron needs to hit this lap.
So these two will be a good balance of how well Byron's strategy call worked. We're gonna find out when he comes around in here.
Yeah, Byron could also lose to Larson here. That would be big.
Larson, I believe, still hasn't pitted yet. So I think he's on. So I think Byron and Larson are on the same strategy here. So I think we should see them this lap. So Byron has the lead for now over Elliott and Kyle Busch. But that's going to change here when Byron... Yep, here comes Byron. There you go. Here comes...
He has to get out in front of that 11.
The 11, yeah, that is probably what's going to determine how well he did. I believe we'll watch these guys as they come through here. Larson should be coming in this lap, I believe. Hamlin looks like maintained his gap to Chris Buescher. If nothing, he probably closed it by the littlest bit. So we're going to see. This is going to be a good balance. So I believe Larson should be coming in this lap. Yep, here comes Larson. So where's Byron at? Here comes Byron! Oh, he gets hit by McDowell! The lap car McDowell got into Byron. And Byron, he beat Buescher. Wow, he got way ahead.
I don't know though.
Oh, it's gonna be close. You're right. It's gonna be close. Here comes Buescher. Wow, William Byron.
He's got it, but remember they take the International Horseshoe wide.
Yeah. Oh man, but there's two lap cars. There's nowhere for Buescher to go. Wow.
Yeah, this is bad for Buescher.
Wow. So the strategy played out. Rudy Fugle with a huge strategy call, and I think the main contributor to that was that Corey LaJoie was in front of Chris Buescher that entire time, so that really held him up, and he's now getting held up by Michael McDowell again. So I think those two.
Byron in the fourth.
Yeah, Byron's gonna move back up. So I think that's where the problem lied for Buescher. It wasn't that his strategy was wrong. It was just he got a bad set of circumstances when he came out of the pits. And Byron, he came in before the lap cars kept affecting him, and it worked. What a move.
somehow, some way, McDowell and Byron got their act together and picked it up.
Yeah.
That 7 is
considering
that
McDowell is a lap down, that's really, really interesting to see. Considering that McDowell isn't even racing for position, but yet he had such a good round of stops. So Buescher is now stuck trying to pass Michael McDowell again. And he has Denny Hamlin breathing. Oh, okay, here comes Buescher. Down to the outside he'll go.
He has to get this move.
Yep, and he's got it.
He does.
So then, oh, here comes Hamlin. Hamlin might just, oh, no, he's not close enough. I was going to say, we might see a move here, though, down to 1. He might poke out here. Here he comes, Denny Hamlin down to the inside. Man, that's a huge gain for Hamlin. He's going to get by McDowell here. That is huge for him, because now he's closed the gap significantly. The gap to Chris Buescher has been shrunk significantly now, because Buescher was really held up there, but man, Hamlin got through him really quickly. So, Corey LaJoie separates Byron and Buescher for 4th. Chris Rebel is a little further ahead of these guys, and then Kyle Busch is still losing time. He is now down almost 5 seconds, but man, BJ McLeod really holding up Chase Elliott down this back straightaway. That probably should be the end of it there. Yeah, here comes Elliott.
Chase is so fast right now.
He is. Oh man, McLeod is fighting bad. No, that's it. Okay. McLeod fought it into the bus stop, but then yeah, Elliott gets by. So the real battle is the battle for 4th through 6th, and then we might have a battle here eventually if we catch some lap traffic, which in the form of Ty Dillon between these two. Keselowski and Ross Chastain for 8th, and then Bubba Wallace. What a run by Bubba. He's solidly up in 10th position over Austin Cindric and Kevin Harvick. So good run out of the 23XI team in that 23 car for a driver who is well documented for not being great on road courses.
Strong showing so far. That's definitely for sure. I think Toyota as a whole has not been strong on road courses, as we know, over these past couple of seasons, and here comes Buescher around the outside of
LaJoie. He's going to need to clear him here, because Hamlin is not too far. Hamlin is about a second and a half off of him.
Oh, is he? He's got him.
Oh, no, he didn't. Buescher got loose through the that little chicane. I think that's what I'm going to call it. Maybe the S's, if you want to call it that. And Denny Hamlin is on his back bumper. It seems like just another game of cat and mouse, as we saw with Buescher and Byron before the pit stops. Now this time it's just Denny Hamlin in his place, and it's for 5th instead of 4th. But if you think about it, really, is LaJoie the better car than McDowell? Because it's been really, really interesting to see, because McDowell was behind LaJoie, but you could make the argument that McDowell probably is better than LaJoie. But man, LaJoie hanging strong with Buescher and then Denny Hamlin trying to gain back. Yeah, he did he get out in front of Byron or no? I don't believe he did.
No, he was behind because Hamlin passed him.
Yeah. Okay. So that's, yeah, McDowell definitely did fall off because he came out. You saw it, he came out of the pits. He wasn't too far behind William Byron because they even made contact.
Yeah.
Man. Look at the gap. Byron's all the way halfway through NASCAR 3 and 4. McDowell is just entering turn 3. So, I think that just goes to show how big of a difference a gap can make. Like, it looks so small in pit road, but then you see it come out when they actually get some speed, and man, they grew. Oh man, Buescher is still stuck behind LaJoie. Here he comes again. We're going to play this cat and mouse. We're likely going to be playing this game of cat and mouse for the next stint. With Buescher trying to get by LaJoie. Oh, he got a really good entry in, but he just doesn't have enough. Maybe though. Oh, I don't think so. No, that's not going to be it. Yeah, because then Buescher gets held up here. And then Hamlin gains a little bit, and then LaJoie gets away. Hamlin, oh, he got in deep there. I haven't seen Byron do that all day. When Byron was chasing down Buescher, he didn't really gain time there, but Denny, man, he sailed it in there, and it stuck for him. they come to, I think they just call it the other International Horseshoe. I don't really know what they call this corner. He is gone because now he doesn't have any lap traffic, as you see Belt trying to deal with Jacques Villeneuve. This man Hamlin, oh, he's really close here. He's about as close as Byron was right before the pit stops, if not closer. As we have now hit the 4-hour mark on this race. Now 4 hours, we are now a third of the way into the 12 hours of Daytona. He seems like he's trying to bank on that specific move down to 1, but it's just not working because look how close Denny Hamlin is. Before the pit stops, I don't even think Byron had gotten this close to Chris Buescher. Because here they come down the front straight. Look, Buescher has nothing to go at LaJoie with. Wow. Because last time, before the last set of pit stops, it was just Buescher just trying to hope that maybe he could get around the outside of LaJoie. But man, look at Hamlin. Get in there. I wonder how much time will Buescher lose now. Oh, he got loose. Hamlin, not as much. Hamlin is gaining, and he got in deeper. Here comes Denny Hamlin. He gets to the inside. This is for 5th position. Oh, Buescher slams the door on him. But man, Buescher was a bad set of corners, and Hamlin was not going to give him an inch, and he got really aggressive there, and it paid off. Because now Buescher knows he's there, and he's got to be careful. Here they come back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. LaJoie has actually pulled a bit of a gap here on Chris Buescher. So man, Chris Buescher's car is starting to fade a little bit on him. I don't know if it's maybe just how long this race has been going or what, but man, he's not having it easy right now.
Just too conservative. If I were in that 17, I would be pushing as hard as I can right now and being conservative after I get in front of that 24, or maybe even 20 if that's humanly possible. But
he's about 16 down to Bell, so I don't believe that could happen. But he could definitely chase down Byron. Byron's only about 3 seconds ahead of these guys. See, they come back onto the front straight again. Look at Hamlin. It's crazy how much of a gap Hamlin closes. Oh, here comes Buescher again. He's going to try to have a look to the outside. He's just not close enough.
same song, 401st. Here comes Buescher again, down towards turn 1, but he's just not making the move.
Hamlin's really close. If Buescher has another mistake here to this section, Hamlin could take advantage of it. Oh, he did. Hamlin again, not as much. It's going to be close. Here comes Hamlin. He already looks low. Look at Hamlin down to the inside. Oh, Hamlin got the power down on him. But here comes Buescher.
Watch out through the kink if you're Denny Hamlin.
Oh, Hamlin has to give up. But what a battle we have for 5th position. Hamlin is all over him. On board with Buescher, looking back at Denny Hamlin. Exactly. On board now is Denny Hamlin. Tries to take that difference, see what he sees. See exactly what Denny Hamlin sees right now. Oh, that was really wide. Man, Hamlin did not get through there well. There he is. He's not too far behind. If Hamlin didn't have the join for him, he would not be this close. He's getting way too many chances to try to get by Buescher. I wouldn't be surprised though. We aren't too far off from the next pit window. Probably about 20 laps. This race continues to go on. So we are now we are officially a third of the way through this race now. On lap 130 out of 390. When we complete this lap, we'll be a third of the way in. Oh, Busher slid wide again. Man, Hamlin, that lap, he just wasn't close enough. Usually Hamlin's been close enough to make a move, but this time he was not. Still on board with Hamlin as he tries to find some way around Chris Buescher. Comes in 11. Just not seeming like he's got anywhere to go. Let's take a look at the fastest lap. Chase Elliott taking the fastest lap for William Byron earlier on in this race. Christopher Bell second, Truex third, Byron is fourth, Tyler Reddick fifth. Elliott's the fastest with a 151.237. So Chase Elliott has not been letting up even while he's been out front. Kyle Busch has not been able to gain on him while we've been watching this battle here. Yeah, Hamlin fell really far back. Oh man, it's gonna get even tougher for Chris Buescher, because now here comes Greg Biffle. Biffle now is gonna. So now oh, Michael McDowell looked like he had a look on Hamlin for a second, but man, now it's 2 lap cars Buescher has to deal with, and Greg Biffle is a lot slower than LaJoy. So if Buescher could get by LaJoy here, that would be huge. I mean, if Buescher could get by Biffle here, which he does, that's huge. But now Denny Hamlin's gonna have to deal with this. Oh, that was really, really tight.
And that's going to help Chris Buescher.
Hamlin is going to try, I believe. On board with Hamlin.
These things usually don't end well. Biffle makes the right move, backs out of it. And I'm going to have to head out now, I am afraid.
Alright, well thank you for joining us, Firelegs. That was a lot of fun. Alright, we'll see you next time. Just over a third of the way through the 24 hours of Daytona, we will take a quick commercial break and be right back. You're watching the 24 hours of Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. 1 powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know.
Who hates saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Pricklebear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry-out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour.
Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds.
Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard.
You drive in a circle.
You don't even steer.
Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet!
Matlock's on! That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD, you see my drink anywhere?
I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practicing. I mean, it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Space,
huh? Oh, yeah. You should have seen it. He got just a little bit loose coming off of turn 2. And going down the backstretch, I got right up on his spoiler and we started off into turn 3. He got loose and just lost it. It's okay, don't worry. He walked away.
Subway Restaurants, proud sponsor of Greg Biffle and the number 16 Ford car.
Ever dreamed of driving a real Cup car? Well, now you can. This is the fan controller.
What the? Tony, what are you doing? It's possessed.
That was completely inappropriate.
I'm out of here. Run, Sandy, run for your life!
What was that all about?
Don't be conventional.
Kevin Harvick?
Be exceptional. Upgrade to Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. It helps your engine last over 250,000 miles.
Wow. What's he doing?
Raving.
He's exceptional.
So is Mobil 1.
Is this good?
I do not know.
Get 250,000 miles of protection. Upgrade to Mobil 1.
50 laps to go, and here comes Casey Kane in for a pit. Wow, that was fast. Boy, I want to see that again in slow motion, Doug. Okay, that was something I did not see the first time, Pete. Boy, you catch a lot more detail when you slow things down.
I guess so.
Those look good.
Yeah.
Oh, Casey's always got time for arm wrestling. Amazing. Yes, she is, Pete. Boy, you blink an eye and you miss all that. Impressive. Casey Kane's always impressive.
Oh, look at Kyle.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the 12 hours of Daytona. It is still a race dominated by Chase Elliott. I'm gonna turn down the race car volume. And would our next guest like to introduce himself?
Hello. I am Irish88.
All you gotta say to everyone watching? I said that's about all you gotta say to everyone watching.
I mean, I don't really know what else I would say.
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right.
You got the drivers back here. Hamlin still hasn't gone by Busher.
Yeah, he got passed back by McDowell. Okay, I did not know that. I wasn't paying attention to that. Okay. So Elliott.
Yeah, but more.
Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Sorry, more lap traffic got to those guys back there.
Yeah. Okay. So Priest is actually down a lap. That's interesting. All right. So Busch just got by Stenhouse to get cleared. He's 4.5 back to Chase Elliott, who leads over Christopher Bell, who's then 11 seconds back, then over 30 seconds back, and fourth is William Bart, then Chris Buescher, Hamlin, Martin Truex, who's got actually a lot of damage. I didn't notice that. Chastain, Austin Cindric, and then Bubba Wallace as Cindric trying to go around the outside of Bubba Wallace. That's for 9th, and I don't know if he's going to hold it. I think Bubba's going to get the spot. Yes, he will.
Okay, sorry. I'm just kind of... whatever.
Bubba takes over 9th place from Austin Cindric. As behind them, there's Harvick, Tyler Reddick, and Kyle Larson. As Kyle Larson, surprisingly, he's not really been a factor in this race as many likely would have expected him to be.
Buescher right behind Connor Daly. He's going to try to get around him. He is going to get around him going into the bus stop. And there he goes. That's going to be now McDowell's going to have to deal with Connor Daly.
Yeah, LaJoy and McDowell, the lap cars, as Hamlin has fallen off. I don't know if maybe he hit the wall or something, but man, that 11 car has really fallen off these last couple of laps. Oh, wow. Byron has a ton of traffic in front of him. That's really going to allow Chris Buescher now, because Buescher's ahead of Daly. It's really going to allow Chris Buescher to maybe make a run at Byron for 4th as we get into this next pit window in about 10 laps or so.
Remember, under commercial, Byron was blocked by Jacques Villeneuve, and that let Buescher get some ground on him. And now, that was one car. Now Byron has Gregson.
Oh, Gregson wrecked! Gregson's going to save it, but man, that was tight. Right in front of William Byron. He hit the wall. That could have been dangerous for Byron. Man, that was right in front of Byron. Man, was he lucky he didn't get caught up in that.
Now, Byron only has Burton and McLeod in front of him, but those are still 2-lap cars, and if one can hold him up, then 2 might be enough for Buescher to make the pass.
It definitely doesn't help that Burton is faster than McLeod, so McLeod's holding up Burton, who is also going to hold up Byron, and is now getting held up even more by McLeod. And honestly, Noah Gragson, he's going to have to be careful here, because Buescher might get aggressive with him, because this is a big chance here for Buescher to get up to 4th place. And then Hamlin, he's way further back, so I doubt we'll see him get up in this battle, but he's still kind of lurking there. Not too far off, so if anything goes wrong with these two guys, there's still definitely a chance for him.
I mean, obviously there's a chance. There's still, like, about 8 hours left in this race, so
I believe...
anything can happen.
Yeah, I believe we're coming up on 7.5 hours left in this race. Or no, that's... Yes. I believe so, because we're about 4.5 into this race. So, yeah, 7.5. In like 10 minutes we'll be there. So, yeah, you're right. We still have a long way to go in this one.
Here comes Hamlin to the inside of McDowell. He is going to get there coming into the front straightaway chicane. But he is behind Daly, so he's going to pass McDowell.
It's going to be interesting here, because in about 5 or so laps, we're probably going to see car start hitting pit road. Man, look at this traffic jam that William Byron is stuck in as they come through the inside. Man, this is really tight. Buescher needs to get by Gregson. He needs to do it now if he wants any chance of getting to Byron, because Byron is really stuck behind these guys as they come through the International Horseshoe.
Out of the International Horseshoe, the 17 of Buescher to the back of Gregson, who he is currently seeing. You're going to try to make a move to the outside like he did with the Joy earlier, or to the inside, which will probably get him the spot.
Here he comes. He gets on the brakes here, right on the back of Noah Gragson as they come back out into the big portion of this racetrack through NASCAR 1 and 2. Kyle Busch is still down about 4.7 seconds to Chase Elliott.
I wonder if you're going to get a caution. Like,
we don't have cautions on. Cautions are off for this race.
Oh.
Yeah. So here they come into the smaller portion of this racetrack. Oh man, Chris Buescher got a good run to the outside. And Noah Gragson, can he do anything with it? He might. Oh, it's gonna be close. Oh, he just can't. Just was not able to get the power down.
Buescher,
looking.
He probably needs to push Gregson to get him out of the way. If he doesn't, then he's gonna have to hope that Gregson gets loose or spins again.
Here comes Buescher with a run on the back bumper of Noah Gragson. I think we're going to see a run here down to turn 1. Here comes Buescher. Here he looks to the inside into 1. Oh, it's close. Just not enough room there for him to get inside Gragson. Oh, man, Buescher really got loose there. As Corey LaJoie now, and Denny Hamlin as well. We talked about it earlier. Man, Denny Hamlin. We were talking about how he might be out of the battle for this spot. But now here he comes into this battle. Because, man, so much lap traffic is just right here.
You can get up to these cars, but it can't really pass them. That's the thing.
That's what's really been hurting Byron and Chris Buescher. And that's allowed Hamlin to gain on him.
It's pretty much just the definition of easier said than done.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way to put it. As Byron slid a little wide. Here they come through NASCAR 1 and 2. Buescher on the back of Noah Gragson as they come to the back straightaway.
We could see a bunch of cars kind of wadded up in a little pack by the end of this race if it keeps going like this. If they keep.
Oh, McLeod and Harrison Burden get into it. I don't know if you saw that. They were both bouncing off of each other really aggressively. Burden, I think, had enough of BJ McLeod, and he showed it. Man, that was.
Yeah, but.
That doesn't make life any easier for William Byron. He is still stuck behind McLeod.
But he's got Gragson behind him.
And
so that's going to keep Busher at bay.
And then LaJoy is keeping Hamlin at bay from Chris Buescher. Oh, this might be Byron's chance. No, McLeod, if he wants to hold on to this spot, or at least stay in front of Byron, he's going to need to block down low because here comes Byron. Gregson goes with. Byron clears them before they even get to the corner. What a big move that was.
It's going to put Busher in a really bad situation because now he has 2 lap cars.
And Martin Truex is getting into this battle. Where does he come from? Truex was outside the top 10 about an hour into this race, and he's found his way up to almost the top 5. That just shows you how long this race has been and how important it is that you never give up. Because Truex was well outside the top 10 at about the hour mark, but now 4.5 hours in, he is in the thick of it for 5th place.
If Byron can just do the same thing he did with McLeod to Burton, then he's pretty much home free to go run away.
Yeah.
Because there is not going to be able to get past 3 lap cars. Like, I'll give him like 6 laps, and then he might be past all of them.
It's definitely going to be close because also pit stops should be coming up here in the next couple of laps. So that could throw this strategy all for a loop. It's going to be important then to try to dodge the lap cars in your pit strategy. Because now Denny Hamlin has to deal with both Corey LaJoy and BJ McLeod racing each other before he can go chase down Chris Buescher. As here comes Byron. Will he make the move? Oh, it's close. No. He can't get to the inside or outside of Harrison Burden. Oh, man, McLeod and LaJoy are still side by side, and McLeod got loose. Here comes Michael McDowell on Denny, but Denny will hold him off.
And
here they come back down to 1.
Burton.
Look at Hamlin. Look at Hamlin stuck on the outside of BJ McLeod as they come to this smaller portion of the racetrack.
Byron, he's still there. He could pass Burton. Busher, he really wants to pass Gragson here. If he can pass Gragson, it will be a battle for 4th.
Yes. And it would be perfect because then we'd be hitting that battle right as we get into the pit stops, into the next pit cycle. So then it'll really be a battle of who can pull out the better strategy or who can have the better pit stop if they both come in at the same time.
That'll be interesting. But do you think you're going to see anybody trying to undercut on strategy, trying to get a position or 2 by pitting early?
From what we have seen, pitting early has not been the best decision to make. Pitting late has been consistently the better move because you pit early. For some reason, pitting later gains you tons of time.
I mean, now that you say that, like, there are big gaps in between cars, and if you pit early, you're probably not going to be able to make that up. But if you pit late, you don't sacrifice much.
Yeah. You already kind of know where you are. Busher had a look on Gragson, but nothing there. No cigar. Man, these two both.
Busher, the outside of Gragson.
Here comes Busher on Gragson to try to get finally by him so he can go after William Byron. He really is going to need to get this spot here as they come down to turn 1. Oh, Byron makes his move on Harrison Burden to try to finally get by him and get clear. Oh, up ahead, Ryan Preece got into the wall a little bit. Byron's going to get by. Busher's not so lucky, so now 2 lap cars separate the 4th and 5th place machines.
And I guess, like I said before, Byron's home free. He can run until his pit stop. He doesn't really have to worry about anything. Busher's
Exactly.
gonna take a while. Busher's gonna have to take a while to get past those cars. So
Definitely gonna be interesting. Chase Elliott leads. Kyle Busch is, man, already lapping inside the top 25 is what's his name? Chase Elliott. He is dominated this whole race. He's kept the gap.
Chase Elliott's name?
What'd you say?
You forgot Chase Elliott's name?
Yeah, he's not my favorite driver. I'm not going to remember his name all the time. Oh, Christopher Bell's coming in. The short pit you were talking about. Here comes Christopher Bell. What will he try? I would be interested to see if anyone is gutsy enough near the end of this race to try 2 tires. I haven't seen that try. No one, I believe, has used that strategy yet, but we could see that on the last stop.
And this is very clearly not the last stop.
Yeah, we are nowhere near that. We only just got past a third of the way through this race, so we still have a long way to go. Yeah, so 4 tires for Bell and company. Man, Gregson's really trying to put the pressure on Harrison Burton. Oh, Sheldon Creed's going to get passed by Ryan Preece, but he's still going to fight him for it.
Creed loose and wide.
Oh, really loose there. That was really tight there. Not a good situation. For sure, I thought that was going to mean one of those guys was going around.
Okay, so first I thought Gregson and Busher were going to spin. Then I thought Bell coming out of pit road was him just flying out of pit road. So, I don't know why.
Yeah.
I just looked at it like that. Oh, Larson wide.
We have a good 3-car battle up here. On board with Tyler Reddick as he chases down Kevin Harvick. That is for the 10th position right now. On board with Reddick again. Larson has fallen behind a little bit. Man, a good battle for positions outside the top 3. It looks like we know. Sorry, you were saying.
I'm kind of surprised nobody wants to make a move after the International Horseshoe. Because you got some pretty good hairpins, some pretty good passing spots here. But no, it's all like after the front stretch chicane to right before the Horseshoe.
Yeah, that. Oh, another car is coming to pit road. That's the Eric Jones machine. We'll have to see who else comes in to make their stops for this sprint here. It's been interesting. I was talking with, I believe, I don't know if it was Speed, or I can't remember who I was talking about, but there is definitely the possibility that a driver could consistently run lawn through multiple sets of stops, and maybe they could try to save a stop if they just, considering how they're making about 4 stops every 100 laps or so, they could maybe make up enough laps on that against someone who maybe pits right when the fuel window opens. They maybe pit later. That could open the door for maybe someone. Oh, Chris Buescher and Denny Hamlin have both wrecked. Truex is into it as well. Bell hits Hamlin. Oh, and Chastain crashes into it. The worst wreck of the day finally comes through. Denny Hamlin with terrible damage. Truex was involved. A terrible accident right after the first couple corners, and Denny Hamlin's race is likely over competitively after that one. Chris Buescher got loose and spun out, and Hamlin was right there behind him, and they both went into the wall. Man, look at the damage to that Coca-Cola car. Not what Denny was looking for.
And Coca-Cola, big sponsor, they're going to be upset. But in that wreck was Buescher, Hamlin, Truex, Bell, 3 Gibbs cars, actually. That's
and Chastain. Man, that was a terrible turn of events. So, you can't really see we're not really able to take a look at the replay, but from what we saw, Buescher got loose. Hamlin just followed him. Then Hamlin spun out into the middle of the track, and Truex cleaned him out. No, that wasn't Truex, I believe. That was Bell. Cleaned him out. And then Chastain hit him, and then Truex behind hit the wall. But, man, that was something else. Because what if Bell has some damage to him? Because that could have done some severe damage, hitting Hamlin as hard as he did.
That might end Bell's race, pretty much having to pit again.
If he does, yeah, you could be totally right there. Hamlin, or here comes some lap cars, but here comes Truex. I would expect to see Hamlin as well. Yep, here comes the 11 team. Let's see how. Let's see if anyone else will try and quickly. Let's see how fast they can get this car repaired, because man, there's some bad damage to these guys.
From what I saw, I didn't see Buescher getting into Hamlin, but I saw Hamlin, Truex slides into the wall behind him, and then Bell hits Chastain, trying to avoid him, hits Hamlin, and then McDowell, trying to avoid all of this, slides into the outside grass.
Yeah, what happened was, I don't know if maybe there was some dust there from a lap before, but man, it was just like Buescher and Hamlin at the same time were on ice, and they both just spun out. So it looks like they are. Look at them trying. It looks like they are repairing Hamlin's car. That's why he's still down in pit lane. Meanwhile, Elliott still has not pitted, as he now holds an 8-second gap over Kyle Busch. And I don't know why William Byron is here. I think, did maybe both of them pit and we just didn't see it? Did Elliott and, that's really weird. I don't know. I'll have to check and see if Byron pits, because it says Byron's 38 seconds back, so I think Kyle, and Elliott pitted, and then Byron, they just came out where Byron is. We're gonna have to see here, but I think that's what happened, because it's really weird that Byron is splitting up both Busch and Chase Elliott. Yeah, here comes Byron. Yeah, I believe that's what it was. Okay.
Okay, let's see if Hamlin's out of pit road yet, because
he is. He did not go down a lap. So there's Hamlin.
If you go down a
so
lap
they
in
took
this
off the
race,
back.
you're pretty much done.
So they took off the back bumper, or the back bumper of that 11 machine. Yeah.
Let's see. How many people are lapped? So let's wait for the leaderboard to kind of go around.
It's 25 cars are still in the lead lap, but that's gonna change because a lot of guys just got their laps back because of the pit cycle. So you'd have to wait till everyone cycles out.
Okay, so first car I saw a lap down was Gibbs in 21st.
Okay, so Byron just pitted. So Elliott is on the back of Brennan Poole. And yes, so we do have 25 cars on the lead lap. All the way back to Brennan Poole. So, Brennan Poole's right there. And then Ty Gibbs is on the lead lap. The first car lap down is Ryan Preece currently. Who is... You were saying?
Nope, lap down. Poole's 3 down.
Poole's 3 down?
Yep.
Oh, yep. I know. I was looking at it wrong. That's Allmendinger. He's still on the lead lap. But that's probably going to change because guys pitted. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So Preece is still the first, as of right now, is the first car lap down. But that'll likely change when we get back around here. Yeah, because it was weird. It was showing people down like 2 minutes. Yeah, okay. So when they get back, when Elliott comes back around and takes this lap, and then some other guys go through, it's just like, we'll know. So I believe... Also, Ricky Stenhouse is going to lose his lap. Yeah, Stenhouse is going to go back down a lap. So that's interesting to watch. Okay, so now, yep, under 25. We're now at 25. Still in the lead lap, and I believe Stenhouse is one of them. Yeah, so, okay. So, after another lap or two, we'll know for sure who isn't on the lead lap. Man. That was big there for Hamlin and them. Hamlin and Truex. The last thing they probably could need. As man, Hamlin lost time. He lost multiple spots. He's outside the top 10 now. Man, that just shows you if Chase Elliott is in that position. Just imagine how much havoc that wrecks to his race, considering how well he's been doing. If Chase Elliott was the guy who got hit as hard as Hamlin did.
Yeah, then Kyle Busch would probably be the leader right now.
Yeah.
So looking at the leaderboard,
Larson is still 4th, but that is because he hasn't pitted yet. So we're still waiting on his stop. So we know for a fact Chase Elliott Bush have pitted. Bell is pitted. Byron pitted. Busher, Keselowski, I believe. Austin Cindric and Bubba. Then Truex. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure just about everyone else is pit. Yeah, because now Blaney's coming out. So I believe Larson will be helping finish up the pit strategy, or the pit cycle here.
So Allmendinger is the last one on the lead lap. Thinking about that wreck that happened a couple laps ago before the pit stops happened. I think that was after the pit stop started, but whatever. Whoa, car went wide.
No, that was just him pitting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I saw some smoke. Like.
Yeah. All right. So.
Get that.
So that's just a
field. That was Poole. That was either Poole or Smith, and they just went by kind of fast.
It was
so
Poole.
I thought it was
yeah, because Poole is right behind. Yeah, it's Brennan Poole.
Yeah, it just looked like smoke. But like in the S's, there's like a lot of rubber being put down. So many skid marks.
That might be what's causing. That might be partially having an effect on how this race has gone. You've seen so many accidents. All of the accidents in this race have occurred in that little area of the racetrack.
I wonder what happened to McLeod, because he was just passed by Biffle.
McLeod, he's right here. He probably just hasn't pitted yet.
Biffle probably just hadn't pitted yet.
Yeah, one or the other probably just hasn't pitted. So, oh wait, what if McLeod hasn't pitted here and he's trying to get to the outside? We'll see here. Maybe he'll pit here. No, so we'll see. Was it Greg Biffle? All right, there's Biffle. We'll see.
There he is.
There's Biffle. So.
Byron actually back in fifth. Probably because Larson hasn't pitted.
Yeah, Larson just pitted, so Byron will go back up to fourth. Oh.
You're okay.
Biffle's not pitting either. Okay. Oh.
I'm surprised Christopher Bell is in third after the S's wreck.
Yeah. I think he probably got the best end of that, like in terms of like least amount of damage. Alright. So, yeah, there's Bell. He didn't get a lot of damage from front end damage, I guess, from hitting Hamlin. But there's Bell. And there's Bush, and then down here, Elliott still leads by 7.5 seconds as we are almost to the 5-hour mark of this race.
Even though we're not even halfway in, Elliott has just been the dominant car of the day. He could probably hold the lead for another like 7 hours.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he holds on to it to the end of this race.
Being for real, if you're a Rod Coat, you should do more races like this.
I might. That's probably something that will be on the cards over the summer or whenever I have breaks or whatever. Definitely a lot of fun.
6 hours of fun.
Yeah. This was all kind of thrown together the last second, but it came out really good. It's been a lot of fun.
And like maybe next time there could be like a bigger field of people who want to qualify in. But let's go back to the racing here.
Yeah, that's not really.
240 laps to go.
Yeah.
And we're coming to 239 to go. Elliott through the bus stop to Kane.
Not really a lot happening right now. Is domination by Chase Elliott. As we are about 35 laps away from halfway.
How much longer do you want me to stay here?
I think you've been here for a good amount of time. I was gonna maybe bring it to a commercial break, then we'd come back. Oh. Okay.
I was thinking 35 minutes, since that's what Farling's got.
Yeah, that's about what I was figuring was a good time.
Yeah, that's. It's been 10.
You got a good.
Let me do the math real quick. Yeah, it's been 35 almost.
All right. Well, thank you for being on here. It was a lot of fun.
Maybe I could be in the booth later in the race, but
I probably will, cause I don't know. It'll probably be better later in the day, cause more people will be watching.
So,
Thank you for coming on.
yeah, because I'm going to sign out here.
All right. Well, have a good one, and I'll maybe see you later on in the race. That was Ally Racer 88. We'll be right back after a commercial break. You are watching the 12 Hours of Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Push this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs? Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour. Ron breaks 304 seconds. Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard. You drive in a circle. You don't even steer. Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on!
That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere?
keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen it. He got just a little bit loose coming off of turn 2. And going down the backstretch, I got right up on his spoiler, and we started off into turn 3. He got loose and just lost it. It's okay. Don't worry. He walked away.
Subway Restaurants, proud sponsor of Greg Biffle and the number 16 Ford car.
Ever dreamed of driving a real cup car? Well, now you can. This is the fan controller.
What the? Tony, what are you doing? It's possessed.
That was completely inappropriate.
I'm out of here. Run, Sandy, run for your life.
What was that all about?
Don't be conventional.
Kevin Harvick?
Be exceptional. Upgrade to Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. It helps your engine last over 250,000 miles.
Wow. What's he doing?
Raving.
He's exceptional.
So is Mobil 1.
Is this good?
I do not know.
Get 250,000 miles of protection. Upgrade to Mobil 1.
50 laps to go, and here comes Casey Kane in for a pit. Wow, that was fast. Boy, I want to see that again in slow motion, Doug. Okay, that was something I did not see the first time, Pete. Boy, you catch a lot more detail when you slow things down.
I guess so.
Those look good.
Yeah.
Oh, Casey's always got time for arm wrestling. Amazing. Yes, she is, Pete. Boy, you blink an eye and you miss all that. Impressive. Casey Kane's always impressive.
Oh, look at Kyle Busch out there.
Yeah, he is all over the track.
I mean, what has gotten into him today?
Oh, that cannot be good.
Oh, unbelievable.
Whoa, look out.
Wait a minute. Is Kyle in reverse?
Yeah, you don't see that every day. Okay, that is bad driving.
Oh, this is not like Kyle at all.
Oh, Are we winning?
I thought you were looking.
M&M's makes race day more fun.
What is Kyle thinking?
Elliott, Xfinity Series champ. One word, merchandising. The Chase Elliott seat cover with massaging beard action. Your face is giving the massage.
Are you serious?
The Chase Elliott dipstick. Dip like a pro.
You know you're big time when you got your own dipstick.
Every time someone opens their car, hey there, maybe check your oil.
No.
Washer fluid.
We've added more blue.
There is more blue. Good eye, Dale.
What? No.
Chase Elliott tire gauge.
32 pounds.
Check all four before you get on the road, guys.
How could you say no to this?
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Push this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Daytona. And your leader, to the surprise of just about no one, is still Chase Elliott. He leads as we are coming up on the 5-hour mark of the 12 hours of Daytona. What a race it's been. We've seen a lot of major names get taken out here. Man, at the end of the day, Chase Elliott been in a league of his own, really. No one really been able to touch him. Chase Elliott leads. Man, the field really has thinned out, as we still actually have had no mechanical failures so far. This race has continued to go on. So we still have had a pretty good amount of watchers with us the whole way through. Thank you to all of you who have been watching since either from the start or for a good amount of time. We still have a long way to go. We still have 7 hours left here from the high banks at Daytona. We still have our leader of Chase Elliott. The first real battle for position we've seen on the track for right now. These three really close to each other. Eric Jones gets by Allmendinger, who gets by Brennan Poole. Kyle Busch has been trying to get by Ryan Preece as they go through the first couple of corners. Kyle Busch, though, did get by Preece. So now if these three hold up Elliott long enough, and then there is some more lap traffic. There is a ton of lap traffic, so maybe things are set looking up for Kyle Busch. He's just got to pass Greg Biffle, and then it's full speed after Chase Elliott. But we are not too far away from another pit window. And as we get there, let's do something fun. Let's crank it up. Welcome back into me commentating. Figured it'd be a nice little fun segment to do here, as we are now officially past the 5-hour mark, almost an hour from being halfway in the 12 hours of Daytona. Christopher Bell still out front. Let's get a full field rundown, starting with our leader, Chase Elliott. You follow Elliott is your leader. Back to Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell, Austin Cindric, then Martin Truex, then Bubba Wallace, then Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, and then Kevin Harvick, who just got by Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin. Briscoe actually got by Hamlin. Suarez, Byron the top 15, then Ryan Blaney, Austin Dillon, Logano, Ty Gibbs, and Alex Bowman, the top 20. 21st, Brad Keselowski, then Eric Almirola, Eric Jones, and Allmendinger are your 24 on the lead lap here from Daytona. As Chase Elliott continuing to hold his gap over the rest of the field. Here they go. So you see the field going to the International Horseshoe here at Daytona. As here, there you go through there. Man, what a race this has been, but man, really looking like it's gonna be a pretty easy victory for Chase Elliott if something doesn't happen soon. It's Kyle Busch just not had the pace to keep up with this 9-car Chase Elliott. There he is. Now 229 laps to go in Daytona. Chase Elliott over Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell, and Austin Cindric, who is going to come under pressure here from Martin Truex. This could be a good battle for a top 5 spot, shaking up. As you can see, Cindric has Truex gaining on him as he's trying to get by the 7 of Corey LaJoie. Here they come back out onto the big track and down through 1 and 2. Cindric trying to maintain his gap to Truex. They come onto the back straightaway. As look how deep Truex got in there. So let's go on board and see what Truex sees as they go up through NASCAR 3 and 4. Here he comes onto the front straightaway, down to the front stretch chicane. Look how close he's getting. Oh, here comes Cindric to the outside to try and get by Corey LaJoie. Here they come down to turn number 1. It's going to get tight here. Ooh. Oh, around the outside. Is it enough? Maybe. No, it's not going to be enough because now can Cindric hold on through here? Yikes, that was tight. Here comes Truex. Oh, you got that car's pitting? No. Sideways view from Cindric. As Cindric hangs on to the spot over Martin Truex. On board with Truex now as he looks at the back bumper of Austin Cindric. Here they come. Here they come to the back straightaway chicane. Look how much deeper Truex can get in than Austin Cindric. LaJoie slides wide. Here comes Cindric with a chance. Nothing there, though. Is Kyle Busch still in second place? To our good pal Chase Elliott, who leads. But now the battle is for fifth. Bubba Wallace is not too far behind these guys and could definitely get involved in this battle if they keep fighting each other for too long. So they come down to turn one. Right there on the back bumper is the 19 as they go through 1 and 2. Oh, really? And around goes Truex. Truex spins. And Bubba's around as well. They both get it back going, but not before Ross Chastain's going to collect 2 spots. Kyle Larson wrecks hard, and more cars pile in. Kevin Harvick, Tyler Reddick, Harvick's flipping. Justin Haley as well. A major crash on the infield portion of Daytona. And multiple cars just got a ton of damage. Tyler Reddick and Harvick were some of the bigger ones. Harvick literally flipped over onto his roof. And back over. What a big accident that was. That really was a big one there. As Hamlin's going to try to get by Reddick, but Ross Chastain gets 2 spots out of all of that. As what an accident that was. As the field comes through the inner portion, wow. Chase Elliott still dominating over Kyle Busch. Now, Cindric's still going to try to get by LaJoie, but now without the pressure of Martin Truex. But man, what a mistake that was by Truex. And man, everyone behind him. That really did thin out these guys behind the first front. I think Bubba hit the wall again. Keeps it straight, but man, wow. What a mistake. Oh, Suarez. And Byron spins this time. Byron's into the wall. Looks like everyone else will get through clean. But man, another mistake by another driver. But man, what a parking garage that was that last time through. As Chastain's all the way up to 6th, but Truex down to 7th, Bubba's 8th, Larson and Briscoe 10th. But man, we got a good battle now between about 9th place through 14th and even 15th bunch of guys. So if some lap cars come up, it can make for an interesting battle. Busher way behind the battle for the top 2 spots. Elliott's still out in front at Daytona. They go through the infield portion again. You are getting close to seeing another pit window. So we're going to have to see when those guys make their stops, as we're about 10 laps away from that. And before we get there, we'll take a quick commercial break. You're watching the 12 Hours of Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, give me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs? What? Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Nice job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour. Ron breaks 304 seconds. Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard. You drive in a circle. You don't even steer. Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on!
That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You seen my drink anywhere?
I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Welcome back. Almost into a pit cycle here from the Daytona International Speedway. In the 12 hours of Daytona, Chase Elliott, as you would expect, still leads with a 10-second gap over Kyle Busch. As we are closing in on 5.5 hours of action in the high banks of Daytona. With all, I believe still, yes, all 40 cars still in this race. So while all 40 may not have a chance to win, all 40 are on pace to finish this race as of now. As Chase Elliott continues to lead. See, actually put down Chase Briscoe a lap, so that's a bit of a shocker there. Allmendinger has barely managed to stay on the lead lap. As many of these guys just went a lap down, but Chase Elliott stays out front over Kyle. Alright, here they come back down into and out of the bus stop. Chase Elliott has continued to dominate this race over Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, and then Christopher Bauer, the only 4 cars within a minute of the leader, just to show how much of a dominating performance he has put on the field. Really like nothing I've ever seen. As in comes Chase Elliott to make his stop. This is big here. Will Kyle follow him? He will not. He will stay out another lap. Who else is willing to pit? You won't find out for a while, but man, big decision there by Chase Elliott. Here, we're going to see here soon enough if Buescher will. As Elliott gets in, he gets out really well. Out goes Chase Elliott, but here comes Buescher. He'll stay out. Really won't help him in the long term. As man, 3rd place even can't compete with Chase Elliott. Just how far ahead he is. Kyle Busch does have a decent gap to work with, I believe. Not amazing, but it could be a lot worse. So Kyle will likely not be holding on to the lead, but he's still going to try and get the most out of what he can these last couple laps here. So you're about 10 laps away from 5.5 hours complete in 12 hours of Daytona. It's been a long, grueling race so far, and we still got over halfway to go in this one. Here they come into the back straightaway chicane. Kyle Busch trying to get all he can out of that car before he has to pit. We'll have to see if Kyle's willing to test out a little strategy. Maybe try and short pit it here to get back in this game. You might see that though in like the last stops of the night. which will be probably around lap 370, about 200 laps from now. But either way, here comes Kyle down pit road into his pit box. Here comes Kyle. Byron having issues. I think that might be the end of his day. Here comes Bush. As you see, yeah, Elliott's already going to get by him easily. So out comes Kyle. Dominating performance put on by Chase Elliott for that number 9 machine. As really the only thing that could end this race for Chase Elliott were to be if we were to have a crash right in front of him like he gets caught up in. That's about the only chance. They have, really. As here comes Chase Elliott into the backstretch chicane. He actually is going to get by two lap cars that are pretty good of Allmendinger, but not Greg Biffle as much. But it is going to be interesting nonetheless. As man, look how far Kyle Busch is behind. Kyle Busch has just come onto the back straightaway, and Chase is almost in the middle of NASCAR 3 and 4. Just goes to show how big of a gap this 9 car has. As he could really gonna need to be careful here. If he's not careful, he could get caught up in something if Allmendinger and Biffle have an issue. Because if Elliott gets damaged like maybe Denny Hamlin got, that could seriously affect how this race is gonna end. So here they come down to turn number 1. Elliott trying to keep up his dominance. So here comes Biffle side by side. They'll hang on to it, and Elliott will go to the outside of Greg Biffle and might clear him. No, Biffle will fight back down low, but I think Elliott's runoff will be all he needs to get the lead, or get the spot from Greg Biffle. But here they come. 17 seconds is the gap from Kyle Busch to Chase Elliott. Oh! Austin Dillon and Connor Daly got into it a little bit going through the bus stop there. That was a little bit of a tight knit just move there, I guess that's what you want to call it. Almost could have been really bad for either of those guys. Not the wisest decision ever. As this field comes up through 3 and 4. NASCAR 3 and 4 anyways. Let's look at your fastest lap. It is actually Martin Truex Jr. with a 151.0. It's fast laps put up by that 19 team. Even though a bit too late to do it. In 8th place, down 1 minute and 5 seconds. Greg Biffle comes in to make his stop. Let's see the rest of these guys cycling through. Hamlin, I believe, just pitted, and he'll come out in front of Blaney. So we can back up here. Oh, well, he got really loose. As Christopher Bell actually not too far behind Kyle Busch for second. About 1.5 seconds the gap. More really of about 2 seconds, but still a good gap. Lap traffic still continuing to be an issue for all these guys. This is what's going to happen with endurance racing. Chase Elliott leads on to the back straightaway. As Chase Elliott leads the field as Kyle Busch tries to catch up to Chase Elliott as Christopher Bell as well. As man, Chase Elliott really congested here. If he's not careful, these two could get into an accident and he could get really damaged. So here comes Allmendinger to the outside of Todd Gilliland, down to one. But it looks like Gilliland will hold on to the spot. But now Chase Elliott's going to move to the outside of Allmendinger. Oh, Elliott gets by him. Good maneuver there by Chase Elliott and company. As, oh, it looks like Bell's coming in. That must have been why Bell was so close to Kyle. As we now are at 216 laps to go here at the Daytona road course. Closing in on halfway in this race. Lap 195. Lap 195 will be the halfway point of the 12 hours of Daytona in terms of laps, not time. Time will be in, I believe. Oh man! Oh, Chase Elliott! He gets into the 38. He goes through the grass. Oh my! Chase Elliott just drove through Todd Gilliland going into the chicane or going into the bus stop. Did that do any damage? What, Elliott? What do you got to be thinking, man? You cannot make those mistakes because there's damage to the car, and Chase Elliott's gonna have to pit. This just changed everything. Chase Elliott, who has been dominating all day, gets into it with Todd Gilliland, and it's gonna cost him dearly. Because we had already cycled through about on that pitch cycle. So man, Kyle Busch is gonna come through, and I believe he will take the lead. Oh my goodness. Wow. That, I don't know what to say, because I'm pretty sure they'd already pitted not all that long ago. In like the 160s. They had, so this had to be an unscheduled, technically. Yeah, because Elliott's already back out on track. Oh my. Chase Elliott, who has led the entire way so far, finds himself now further back. He now finds himself in second place with Kyle Busch in front. And it'll be up to Chase Elliott to chase him back down. But what, wow. I still cannot believe that. Chase Elliott has been leading all day. And he made a mistake there. And it's going to cost him dearly. That is ridiculous. That is, oh wow. That just turned this whole race on its head. So now Kyle Busch is your new leader. So, man, like I said, what a turn of events. Chase Elliott goes from leading the race to second place. Wow. Yeah, as I look, the leaders just pitted only a couple laps before this incident. So what a mistake by Chase Elliott to try to be super aggressive for really without a reason. This whole race just got turned on its head, as I said. So here is Elliott. We're going to find out what gap he has to make up on that 9 car. It is a 22-second gap. I told you guys, there's still so much that could happen, and it finally happened. What a mistake. So, man. Kyle Busch now is out in front with really nothing behind him. So, as long as Kyle Busch doesn't make the same mistake, that could have been just what he needed. Because, wow. Wow. I don't really know what he was thinking there. Like, if you're Chase Elliott, you are in the lead by 20 seconds. There was no reason to force the issue there, and yet he still did, and he paid the price for it. And he is now 20-something seconds plus behind Kyle Busch now. Oh my goodness. What a mistake. Kyle Busch takes over the lead of the 12 Hours of Daytona. We'll be right back.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh?
Yep. Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour. Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds. Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard. You drive in a circle. You don't even steer. Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on! That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity! I said it at the top of the show, and we've said it multiple times while talking to others, that you could not afford to make a mistake at this portion of the race. And that's exactly what Chase Elliott did. That really changes everything. Because you cannot afford to make such a big mistake this late in the going, even though we still got a long way to go. You just cannot. I cannot stress this enough. You just cannot afford to make such a big mistake this early in the or this late. So you're 20 minutes or so from 6 hours of racing in Daytona. That's, again, what a mistake made by Chase Elliott. That had to be one of the most boneheaded moves maybe I've ever seen a leader have. You just can't do that. You just got to think about that. Like, what are the positives of making such a move? Just did not work out how I imagine they were expecting it to. What a wow. Starstruck by that. That had to be one of the craziest events I've ever witnessed. I don't know how he made such a big mistake. But there's no reason to do that. There was no, I cannot stress enough, there was no pressure on anyone to do that, and he still did it. Just, man, I don't even know. That has to be one of the craziest things I've seen. Kyle Busch now has a 23.7 second lead over that number 9 of Chase Elliott. So, again, we said it, you can't be really comfortable, but a good lead now for Kyle Busch to try and set the sail with for the rest of this race. So, Kyle Busch now with his 23 second advantage. Over Chase Elliott, then Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, and Christopher Bell, which is actually the best battle of the top 5. As Brad Keselowski is going to come in to start the pit cycle. just seeing this. Man. Bell has gotten to keep ahead of Cindric. Here they come through the inner portion. Bell leads over Cindric. Bell on the back of Greg Biffle. Here they come. Biffle looking to the inside. That's actually Christopher Bell. Here comes Kyle Busch, continuing to lead. Man, not really a lot going on here as we are almost to the 6-hour mark here in Daytona. We'll take another commercial break. We'll be right back. 12 hours, Daytona.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs? Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin.
12 hours of Daytona. Back here at the Daytona International Speedway, we have Chris Buescher makes a move on Brennan Poole. Poole gonna fight it, but Buescher will win that battle. No other real on-track battles except for this little clump of cars held up by Chandler Smith. It's all lap cars besides Kyle Larson and this group of 5 from LaJoy down to Michael McDowell. And then Bubba Wallace. That's not Bubba Wallace. That's Ty Dillon, excuse me. Is not too far off this group as well. So we are 11 minutes, excuse me, from halfway in the 12 hours of Daytona. Larson going a little wide there, trying to get by Chandler Smith, and he does. So we have another little good group of cars right up here. This is right around the top 10. And Chase Elliott further back down in 23 seconds to Kyle Busch. These guys are going to go really tight, packed down to 1. McDowell even had to look to the inside of Chandler Smith as they go through. Here they come. Oh, McDowell clips the wall. No one else will spin. Field goes through. Kyle Busch has a 23-second advantage. So here's a nice angle. Watch the field go by as we will do something fun. We will crank it up once again here from Daytona. Move this down. Back in the 12 hours of Daytona. As Kyle Busch still leads at Daytona on the high banks. As Busch leads them back out onto the front straightaway. Tyler Reddick, I believe, has now gone down a lap. He has. That's definitely an interesting thing. The field continues to roll around Daytona. So we are just under halfway through the 12 hours of Daytona, both on time and on lap count. Let's see what happens. Busch brings them back out onto the big portion of the racetrack. Harvick comes into pit. Truex is really trapped there. Nice little group of cars up here. As Ty Gibbs trying to get around Justin Haley, as as pit stops are beginning here in Daytona. Chase Elliott has not been able to gain at all on Kyle Busch. His in comes, no, never mind. Kyle changes his mind. He will not pit this time. So they come down into one again. Here they come. That's Kyle Busch, 25 seconds ahead. Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott trying to get by Ricky Stenhouse because Chris Buescher is going to gain on him if he's not careful. Buescher trying to catch Elliott. That's the main battle right now. Oh, is Harrison Burton hit the wall there? Oh, 3 wide! That's not gonna work! They will make it work! Somehow. They all hang on to it. That was tight there. Here comes Byron on Austin Dillon. He'll get by. field, comes back up onto the back straightaway. So here they come. Oh, Byron and Dylan tight. The field cycles through. Jerry Logano's gonna pit. They're side by side. As Austin Dillon gets by Ty Dillon. So here comes Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott has Chris Buescher not too far behind him. Ooh, Ricky Stenhouse not making life easy on Chase Elliott. Here they come back down into turn one. Elliott trying to chase down Stenhouse as we are officially halfway in the time of the 12 hours of Daytona. Almost halfway through this race. As Bell trying to get by these lap cars of Brennan Poole and Connor Daly. As Ryan Blaney trying to get by Harrison Burton here. Denny Hamlin right behind him. So in comes some guys to pit as the pit window is starting to open up here from Daytona. So here comes Kyle. So here comes the field. Here they come through the infield. As here comes a bunch of guys who just came in the pit. Kyle Busch still continuing to lead here at Daytona. We'll be right back after this.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You ain't saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, get me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh?
Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour. Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds. Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard. You drive in a circle. You don't even steer. Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on! That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You seen my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin, just keep...
Welcome back to the 12 Hours of Daytona. Back with a guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
It's me. I'm Gavin Beers. I'm here for a little bit. Gonna be broadcasting this race. It's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, we saw earlier, man. Chase Elliott. Oh, man. Oh, and they're wrecking a little bit. It's Daniel Suarez. Eric Jones. Oh, Kyle gets through good. Okay. So we saw earlier Chase Elliott was out front, and then he got into it with that 38 of Todd Gilliland. That ended his race. Or not ended his race. That just put him well behind the 8 ball. So now Chase Elliott out front, as he's still yet to pit. Kyle Busch already has. And Chase Elliott has a ton of traffic in front of him. When he does actually decide to pit, he'll be out of that hole. So Kyle Busch will cycle back to the lead here in Daytona.
Kyle Busch, a little bit of lap traffic up in front. Eric Jones, he should catch him fairly soon. After that, and Suarez, he's got clean track to try to regain the lead after Chase Elliott pits.
Definitely been an interesting race so far. For just about every other guest I had on here was while Chase Elliott was out front. So everyone, I think you even heard it, like they were all like, oh, well, Chase Elliott has this basically won, but that went out the door. So that it's just crazy, like, to lead for as long as Chase Elliott. He led for at least 5.5 of the 6 hours in we are, and now he's not in the lead anymore. Like, that's just crazy to me. Crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy, but it's all about the start. If you got a great start, that's what happened. Pulled away. Let the madness happen behind you.
Yeah, Chase Elliott gonna try to go around Eric Almirola here. And he can't get by him, so Chase Elliott still stuck behind Eric Almirola. As Kyle Busch, as you said, is really starting to gain here on that Guns N' Roses 43 of Eric Jones. Daniel Suarez in front. As we approach the 6.5 hour mark here in about 20 minutes or so. Almost to lap 200 here at Daytona. Definitely been a long race so far. We still got a long way to go.
Absolutely. Kyle Busch there, closing a little bit on Eric Jones. A lot of battles, surprisingly. You would think that after almost 6.5 hours it would get strung out. No, there's a lot of battles going on the racetrack.
Yeah, you definitely can tell. It's mainly been created by lap cars and just guys holding each other up, and then it just creates big clumps of groups of cars. So you're on board there with Kyle Busch, your race leader at the moment. See up front this nice little pack of just some guys on the edge of the lead lap. Chase Elliott trying to get by Eric Almirola. This is crucial for Elliott to put up good laps here because he will be pitted soon enough. So, you know, it's important for him if he wants any chance of catching back up to Kyle to have good laps here.
Yeah, that 10 is really slowing him down, and he keeps battling.
Here comes Elliott around the outside of Almirola. And he'll clear him down to 1. But no, here comes Almirola back up the inside. Side by side. And Almirola still holds on to that lead. So here comes Ty Gibbs around the outside. Oh man, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Austin Dillon all over each other. That is all for position. You see them go through the second half of this international horseshoe. Look how tightly compact they all are. Denny Hamlin on the inside of Ryan Blaney. Blaney slides. Here comes Hamlin to the outside. Blaney's going to be able to shut the door on Hamlin for now. And man, he got in really deep there to that corner. That next corner. So we are having some technical difficulties. I think we'll try and fix it real quickly. Because this is going on through Discord. So let's see if I can fix this as you get an onboard view. Okay. Alright. Can you hear me? I don't think you can. That's not great. Okay. Alright, I hear you.
There we go.
Alright. So we got the issue fixed. Here comes Denny Hamlin to the outside on the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Down to turn 1.
This is another battle that's been going on for a long time. He's got the outside.
Oh man, Hamlin went really wide.
Way wide.
Blaney's gonna get through with Chandler Smith, and man, it's just a pile of cars behind them. Kyle Busch has caught up to Chase Elliott a little bit, I believe. Yeah, I believe Chase Elliott has pitted, so Kyle Busch has cycled back to the race lead here in Daytona. But man, this is the battle right outside the top 10. Bunch of cars just stuck behind the lap car of Chandler Smith. And then up ahead, Michael McDowell, Justin Haley, and Greg Biffle.
This battle's been going on for a long time here. 2 Toyotas still. Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs going side by side. Gibbs has the advantage right now. Back onto the big oval. It's going to be Denny Hamlin who's going to power ahead.
On board with Hamlin as Ty Gibbs tries to chase him back down. So they come on to the back straightaway. Here comes Bubba Wallace to the inside of Chandler Smith to get back by him. Oh, that was a little tight there. So they got in there. You got to be wary there because I imagine everyone a little rattled by that incident between Blaney and Todd Gilliland. So you just got to be careful there. That's the field comes up through NASCAR 3 and 4, this group anyways. It's Tyler Reddick up ahead. He's under pressure from Joey Logano. This is for the 10th position. Reddick, who's been all over the place, he's flipped Kevin Harvick and he's now back up to 11th, so a big rebound for him.
Yeah, he's been great coming back up through the field. Now he's got to hold off Joey Logano, who I believe is faster. Maybe not. We'll have to see on that. But Tyler Reddick trying to hold him off still. He's got a pretty good gap that he just built over the last couple of corners.
Yeah. Kyle Busch is officially, if we get back here, back to the race lead over Chase Elliott, who is stuck in pit lane. I think that might be it for his race. I think he might have gotten a penalty or something, but Chase Elliott is still in the pits. It's not because he's getting service, because you would see his car being jacked up on one side. So Chris Buescher is going to take second place from him. Wow. Wow.
He led over half the race.
He's led over, like you said, he's led significantly the most amount of laps. He almost would have, you could say, have it locked up. But, man, you saw it, the big mistake. And then, man, that's crazy that you could make such a big mistake. Like, Chase Elliott, he's fallen way back. He's already back to 7th, and he's still not out of his box. So I'm trying to...
Only in racing will you see that. He led over half the race. Over 6 hours he led. And just like that, his hopes are almost practically over to win this race.
He's gonna fall outside the top 10 when Tyler Reddick and Joey Logano come on by him. Wow. What a turn of events we have encountered here from Daytona. You see this nice little pack of cars down to Kyle Busch trying to get by Eric Jones as they come onto the front straightaway.
Kyle been going out for a long time.
Busch has been trying to get by Eric Jones, just not been able to put him down a lap. See there's Chase Elliott still in the pit road area. Wow, he's now down a lap. That changed everything. Like, Chase Elliott has gone from leading about 5.5 hours of this race to now out of contention. Only in NASCAR would you see such an event.
Yep, exactly.
Wow. So now, Kyle Busch's best competition is gone. The only person within half a second of him is Chris Buescher, who is stuck behind Ricky Stenhouse right now. Then you go back to Chris Rebel, who's down 54 seconds. And then Austin Cindric, who's down just under a minute. Then Brad Keselowski, just over a minute. Or actually, Truex is still within a minute. So the top 5 are within a minute's time of Kyle Busch. But man, again, I'm not trying to jinx the leader, but if Kyle Busch, as long as he doesn't make the same mistake as Chase Elliott, he should be good here.
Yeah, it's obviously difficult to avoid mistakes. You're trying to be as perfect as you can, but you can't control what these others are doing. As you see, he's been battling for this 43 car for a bunch of laps. So if anything comes with these two, that could change the race completely.
Yeah, especially if even, oh, here comes Kyle. Think about, if you were to think about what would happen if him and Chris Buescher were to have issues, because behind them, everyone is actually really, really close together. There's a couple cars that would be within about 10 seconds of Christopher Bell should there be any accidents. So, yeah, this whole race has gotten flipped on its lid as we are now over 200 laps here in Daytona. 189 laps remain.
Long time. That's a long time. Side by side through their colleague teammates at 13 and 31. Or 16 and 13, my bad.
Yeah, there's Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott looks like he might be getting back on track. He might have had a penalty or something. Here he comes. Chase Elliott's back on the racetrack. He is now 2 laps down. The whole race just went up in smoke for him. But he is back going. But 2 laps down. And look at this mess Kyle Busch is going to get to deal with. No stint or anything is going to help him from this. Because even when he comes out, he's likely going to be still in the thick of this battle. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are at least 11 or 12 cars right in front of Kyle Busch that he's going to have to go through.
Yeah, that's going to be so difficult. We saw how long he battled the 43. Bunch of laps. Try after try after try. Now he's got to do that, 11 times with those cars in front of him?
Yeah, it's going to take a while. And what does help Kyle is that Chris Buescher has been stuck behind Ricky Stenhouse for a while now. So that is about the only consolation, if you want to call it that, for him. And then there's no one else really close enough to be able to gain on him just because he got held up. So it's really going to be, unless there's, like we said, there's another mistake by Kyle Busch, this time by Kyle Busch, it's really just going to be Kyle Busch versus Chris Buescher for this last 5.5 hours.
Oh boy, those two cars going to go side by side.
Oh man, Chandler Smith and Daniel Suarez right in front of them. Kyle Busch has nowhere to go. Can't go outside, can't go inside. The last thing Kyle wants to see. Oh, Kyle gets through. He gets by Suarez. And then he gets to Chandler Smith. Hamlin is ahead of Alex Bowman. Then the 16 of AJ Allmendinger. And then Chandler Smith back to Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch is praying that the lap cars in front of him do not race each other while he's right behind him. If they get together and he gets involved, that could be race ending for the 8. So he's hoping they just let him by, let him go through cleanly, and then keep racing.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's hoping out of this 13. Anything after that, I don't know if he's really going to be able to do that, because there's 20 cars on the lead lap. Going to be 19 after we get back around, because Daniel Suarez just got put down a lap. But everyone else in front of him is on the lead lap. So that just doubles or even triples the aggressiveness Kyle's going to see out of them, and how hard it's going to be to pass them, because they're not too far off pace with him.
No, here he comes to the inside of Chandler Smith down the back straightaway, and he has got it. Got to be careful through here, though.
Well, he's going to be able to get through there good. He gets by Chandler Smith. That will move the 13 car, I believe. I believe. Yep, that will put him 4 laps down for the 14 or for the 13. Chandler Smith. It's Kyle Busch. At least he's got AJ Allmendinger and Alex Bowman right in front of him, or not really right in front of him for now, but he's gonna be catching them soon enough. Here comes Kyle Busch. He'll lead another lap. Here on the high banks of Daytona, really down low as well, but man, what a race this has been. Started off with Brad Keselowski surprisingly winning the pole. Then Chase Elliott took the lead for what looked like would be a dominant performance, and then there was the mistake with Todd Gilliland about an hour ago. Now, really, it's anyone's race who's still in the lead lap.
Yeah, I think it is. Kyle Busch. We know he has a big lead, but we saw anything could happen. Kanai got a big mistake. mistake. Then he got stuck on pit road with a penalty. So this race is far from over with 186 laps to go.
Yeah, just a long way left. So we're now 200 laps in to this race, 203, 204 when we get back around. To be exact, we're not even 2/3 of the way into this thing yet. So got a long way to go here in Daytona. So a lot that can happen here. As Kyle Busch leads them down the back straightaway. He's trying to catch these guys. AJ Allmendinger, Bowman, Hamlin, Almirola. And then not up until Blaney. So Haley and Burton are lap cars, but then the next 4 cars Kyle has to pass are all lead lap cars. So there, you already know just seeing that they're not gonna let him by all that easily.
No, they are not. It's not how hard it is to get laps back. So the first couple are gonna let him by. May hopefully let him by. They may not. You don't want to fall 2 laps down.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's just gonna be a complete brawl.
Yeah, and also, we've seen it. Look at this. There's even another traffic jam in front of that. Oh, Michael McDowell spinning. Ryan Blaney's into it. More cars.
Big wreck.
Big wreck right in front of Kyle Busch, your leader. He gets through, but man, that was the last thing Kyle wanted to see. That could have been race ending right there if he's in the wrong spot.
Absolutely. Just talked about it a couple minutes ago. He does not want these cars racing in front of him. That could have been a whole lot worse for everybody, including the aid of Kyle Busch.
As this was all guys outside the top 10 or guys already laps down racing, and I believe it was Michael McDowell at first who just got loose, and then everyone. It's just, you can tell whether if it's the game or just the line, but when someone spins out, there's at least 3 or 4 cars coming around behind him.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed as well. That's already seen that a couple of times in that same corner, the same exact thing happening. That's just a spot that these drivers are going to have to be so careful through as this race goes on.
Because the last thing Kyle Busch needed there was a crash. If it had happened right in front of him and he hadn't been... Because think about it. If he was up not far away from AJ Allmendinger all that long ago, but if he had been right up behind him, who knows what could have happened. He could have been involved in that. So there's Bubba Wallace, who leads this pack of about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 11, 12 cars in front of Kyle Busch that he's going to have to pass, likely either before or right after the next pit cycle. So Kyle Busch definitely has his work cut out for him for the next, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 laps.
And he is gaining on this group as well. Every lap you see him get closer and closer, so he is catching, and he will have to maneuver his way through.
Definitely some solace for him is that Chris Buescher's not gained on him at all. He's been stuck about half a minute down to him. So, man, there's AJ Allmendinger trying to get by the lap car of Harrison Burton. Kyle Busch is trying to gain back up on him, see if he can get by him. As yeah, you said it, Kyle Busch is starting to gain on these guys, and it's gonna be a grind. You're not gonna pass all these cars in one lap. It's gonna have to be a process. You're gonna have to get by one at a time.
Yeah, it's gonna take a long time, and he's gotta stay calm inside there because he knows these lap cars. They're battling to stay on the lead lap, not go 2 down even.
And then he also has the risk of the 99 of Daniel Suarez and Eric Jones behind him. They are both a lap down. You can see him just not too far behind. They could also maybe try to get up here and race that 8 car and try and get their laps back. So you just got to also think about that, the desperation of guys behind him, as well as just trying to pass the cars in front. Kyle Busch still leads. We are on lap 206 of 390. Oh man, too wide between lap cars is the last thing any of these guys wants to see on the lead lap. They just want to get by these guys. Spiffle is really holding them up.
Yeah, that could have been even bigger than it was through the chicane back there. Everybody, you mentioned it, a whole pack right there. As Almirola gets a run, he's going to look to the inside, going into the front stretch chicane.
Oh, it's going to be tight as they exit. Yeah, Almirola gets by. So Eric Almirola continues to lead, but he did not get a good exit. So Greg Biffle's actually going to try to fight it here. Hamlin's going to be the third guy in this battle. he's going to go with Eric Almirola. Probably the smarter move there. And push Almirola ahead. Michael McDowell leads in front. Oh, Greg Biffle spins! Kyle Busch is in it! Oh, Kyle gets hit in the back! We just talked about it. We just said something about it. Kyle Busch could not afford to get into any mishaps, and he just, the back end is bashed in on that number 8 machine. Catastrophic for that 8 car. The last thing possible.
And we just talked about it too. Not even 5 minutes ago, we just said the 8 cannot get in any mistakes. Luckily, the damage isn't too bad. The whole back end is bent though, so it looks pretty big damage.
So
we're
gonna have to see when Kyle pits, probably in about the next 10 to 15 laps to make his stop, how bad the damage is. Because if it's not bad enough, they might just send him back out there and just tell him to deal with it. But if it's bad enough, they're gonna have to take some time to fix that, because it's not an easy fix. Because that, you can see that back end is boxed in from how he hit the wall.
Yeah, he's going to be a lot slower, too.
Yeah, so, man, Chris Buescher he's gotten by Stenhouse. So that is huge for Buescher, because he's got pretty open track besides Kevin Harvick. So, man, the leaders, that's the second mistake made by a leader who's been leading for a good percentage of this race. It's crazy to me that could happen.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird. I don't know whether that is, but definitely something to look after as this race goes on.
Yeah, and you got to think about this, guys who are still in front of this, because they could easily wad up again, because they've already done it twice in about the last 4 laps. Oh man, I thought Blaney was going around there as this field goes through. But yeah, like we said, they could easily stack up again and then do the same thing all over again, because they did it one time before that, and Kyle was lucky to be far enough back for it to not affect him. Then that second time, there was nowhere for him to go in that.
No, and that's also another disadvantage of catching this pack. You know, Kyle Busch does not want to get by these guys. He'd rather just ride around there. But as he gets closer, and he is faster, so as he gains on this pack, and if they make something, if they crash or something, that just puts him right in the path of danger.
We saw it. We saw what happens as a result of that right there. This field continues to go around Daytona. Chase Elliott is catching Ricky Stenhouse. I believe that could be for position. Chase Elliott is actually 3 laps down now, so it's not for position. So Chase Elliott, the man who dominated for 5.5 hours, is likely going to finish 3 laps down or more on the night. That has to be one of the most ridiculous stats ever.
Crushing. He went in there, he was leading this race, thought nobody could touch him, and then boom, just like that, 3 laps down.
Yeah.
That big at this Daytona road course.
So we will see how Buescher cycles out. Buescher was 20 seconds back after Kyle Busch's incident. So because the time that I'm seeing is the one that from the last lap, right after he got into the wall. So we're going to see it was 19.58 seconds was the gap after the last lap. We'll have to see how close it is after this lap as Kyle goes to the outside of Harrison Burton. As here comes Chris Buescher out of the final corners, turn 4 of NASCAR, turn 4 at least, as they come back out onto the front straightaway. Buescher's going to look to the outside on Harvick, thinks better of it, but no, he still wants it. We're going to see, did he gain it all? Yeah, he did, but not significantly. He gained 7/100ths of a second, so not much of a gain, albeit he is behind Kevin Harvick, but the same could go for Kyle Busch. So we're going to, I think we'll really decide how bad of damage that car has is going to be when he pits. That's probably going to be what tells us how bad he's damaged. Because then if they have to take time to repair the car, that tells me it's serious. But if they don't, that means that it's just something small and you can just be like, just get back out there and just keep this lead. Because Buescher needs to get by Harvick, because you can tell right here the distance between Harvick and Briscoe is huge. So
yeah,
Buescher could really use that room here to try to get back in this.
Yeah, that 4 car's really slowing him down. We saw that battle about a lap ago as he was coming out of the oval turn 4.
So
how much slower he was by the 4.
That last lap, Harvick was about a second slower than Chris Buescher by a whole second, and Kyle Busch gets by Harrison Burton, and Buescher matched Busch's lap time while doing that, and then Busch had a good lap while still being stuck behind these guys. So yeah, we'll have to see, because maybe that damage is just something that's gonna affect the car long term, not a short term thing. We'll have to see how.
Seems to be doing all right now. You saw him just get by the 21.
And now he's looking to get by Greg Biffle. As Eric Jones is not too far ahead. Here comes Kyle Busch flying down to the inside. So here comes Tyler Reddick, as that will likely start the next pit cycle. So there are some guys a little bit off strategy, like they maybe pitted a little bit sooner than others. Oh, Daniel Suarez!
Oh, Suarez again.
Suarez clipped the wall. Man, it's been one of those days for Daniel Suarez, not the day he likely intended on having. You know, him as one of the best road course racers really in this new next-gen car. He won Sonoma last year, or 2 years ago now. So, probably not the result he's looking for, being a lap down this early in the going.
Reddick came out of pit road right in front of the 8.
Oh man, look at that! It's so congested right there. Not too far ahead of Kyle Busch. Oh man, Tyler Reddick's not going to give this easily to him.
No, he's not, but he's holding up a fight on the outside. Kyle Busch to the inside. He's going to have the shorter line around the track here. Let's see if he's able to clear down the back straightaway. Riding on board with the 8. Oh, he can't get there. Reddick's going to have a charge on the outside. Kyle Busch may be clear, though.
He does. Here, Reddick, does he have anything left for him? No. Kyle Busch gets by him, but Reddick will likely get his lap back once Kyle Busch hits here pretty soon. So it's definitely going to be interesting to watch as this race hits the later stages who is a contender still. Because for all we know, by about an hour from now, Kyle Busch could be out of contention with how damaged that car is.
Yeah, that is true.
Buescher, Buescher did gain significantly that last lap. Kyle Busch, it's down to 17 seconds. I believe it was at 19 earlier. So, Buescher trying to get by Kevin Harvick, still just cannot find a way around him. We might have his chance. Here he comes. Buescher down to the inside. Looking to get some.
Great chance.
This is a big move here. He does. That was such a big move. Man, Buescher really needed that. Oh man, I thought one of them wrecked. Man, that was really big for Chris Buescher. He needed that badly, because now he's got a ton of free track to work with between he and Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, that was big for the 17. We're going to see who's really there. Kyle Busch, a little bit of clean air in front to that lap car, and Chris Buescher. Now it's really time to see who's quicker. It's time to see if the damage on the 8 is really slowing him down or not.
Yeah, for sure. Here they come onto the back straightaway. Kyle Busch continues his lead as we are 210 laps in here in Daytona. Still 180 laps left, with Kyle out in front over Chris Buescher and Christopher Bell, who is actually not too far off. He's about 37 seconds back. So you never know, if something were to happen to Buescher and Kyle Busch, he could always find himself in the battle here.
Busch, he's gonna stay out once again. Pit road's another thing as we get closer to this pit sequence. Do not make a mistake on pit road. We saw the 9 with the penalty.
Yeah, I wonder what that was. You can't, because it doesn't really tell you. I wonder if that was a penalty. Maybe he got in too hot, but because we're gonna have to see. I don't really know what caused that. Oh, Daniel Suarez once again clips the wall. Oh man, Chris Buescher chopped the gap by 2 seconds that lap. He ran a wow. So it went from a 17 to a 15.74 gap. So Buescher is significantly faster. It's just on the fact that Kyle Busch has had the benefit of lap cars being in front of Chris Buescher, and I can tell his car does not handle well in traffic. So Buescher's going to need to get some free room between him and Kyle Busch if he really wants a shot here, because his car is way faster. If that means coming on pit road earlier or later, if that means he gets some more time out in open air, that's what is going to be up to his crew chief, Chris Buescher's crew chief, to do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We talked about whether the 8 fixes the damage or not, because we see he's slower. So it raises the question of, is that damage really slowing him down, or is he just, which I believe it is, it's big damage to the back end. So we're going to have to see how this pit stop cycles out.
Yeah. As we get back here to Chris Buescher, we're going to see Kyle Busch comes back out onto the big part of the racetrack. He still has yet to pit. Going a little bit longer on his fuel window. I try something. Don't blame him. Just that's been about what they've done all day, is played it aggressive, and it's worked. Here comes Kevin Harvick. That's what's worked for Kyle Busch, is playing it aggressive in terms of pit strategy and how he's raced, except for that crash, which you can't really blame that on his aggressiveness. So you're going to see Buescher, he didn't really cut into the gap that lap. He cut in by about 2/100ths of a second, so not a lot of that gap has been diminished by that last run there by Buescher. So we're going to have to see, though, once new tires get on, maybe it's just Buescher is on older tires, so we're gonna have to see. It's a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, that's true. The 17 was held up by the 4 cars. So you'd imagine he was running harder to try to get by him lap after lap after lap. So his tires may be more used up than the 18, but the 18 was also in traffic, so it'll be interesting.
It's definitely gonna be something here once we get down to the end of this thing. So, man, look at this pack right in front of Buescher, not too far in front of Buescher. That could be deadly if they all make a mistake right in front of Chris Buescher and take him out of this race. As actually not too far behind from Bell is Austin Cindric. That could be a battle for 4th position, and Truex not too far back for 5th. And then actually Almirola, what happened to Almirola? I don't know, because that's Ty Gibbs, excuse me. So because I was gonna say Bubba Wallace and Ty Gibbs were really close to each other, so I think Gibbs might have gone by Bubba, or vice versa, Bubba got by Gibbs. So that's definitely interesting to keep note of in the back of the top 10. But Kyle Busch still out front.
Tyler Reddick's there as well. We saw him already come down pit road. He's made up a big gap on that 8 car already. Trying to get back on the lead lap.
Really showing the difference between new and old tires. So we're going to see Chris Buescher coming up here to see how much did he get into the gap this lap. So he comes by. He cut it down by about 2.5 tenths. So nothing crazy, nothing over the top, but still a gain nonetheless. But if he could do that, he could likely get to him by the end of the race. If he just cuts off small tenths, maybe small parts of a tenth, and just grinds out the rest of this race, he could definitely get back to Kyle Busch before this is all said and done.
As long as he stays consistent in gains like that, I think he'll get there.
He's going to have to be careful of this pack in front of him. He's going to have to do something to get by it, whether if it's pitting earlier or what. But being behind Greg Biffle and Chandler Smith, who are in a pack with 2 guys as well, other guys who are pretty good, have decent cars at least, it could definitely get dangerous for Buescher. Could have the same issue as Kyle Busch did. Oh, there's something that... Oh, Brendan Poole. I think Brendan Poole might have had an issue. I think he spun or something, because he is well off the pace. So that's interesting. I believe he maybe spun through the backstretch chicane. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on, because we've not yet to have a mechanical failure in this race. Brendan Poole is actually 7 laps down. Oh, here comes Tyler Reddick. Kyle Busch, this is the last thing Kyle Busch needs, is to have to fight someone right now. He just wants to be able to focus on himself right now. But Reddick not making that easy for him. Oh, Denny Hamlin got in the wall. And up ahead. As Reddick will fall back behind. As, oh man, another 2.5, about 3/10 taken out by Chris Buescher. So like we said, just got to grind it out. You're not going to get 15.5 seconds in one lap. You have to just grind it out, multiple tenths a lap, and he should get him here, but before this is over. As man, oh, look at all these cars Kyle's gonna have to deal with again. I imagine this is the last thing Kyle Busch was wanting to see.
That and the 17 gaining, that was the biggest amount of time he's made up, so he is actively getting faster as these laps progress.
And it doesn't help him though that he has...
But the 17 is in lap traffic right now.
It's gonna
slow him down a lot.
Here comes Buescher, man. He made quick work there of Chandler Smith. That was huge. He's gonna get to the outside here. Can likely get a run or not. Maybe. He will. So I think that should get him by Chandler Smith. He does. So that was big there. With any luck, Keselowski might let him by as a teammate. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick has fallen off a little bit to Kyle Busch. Here comes Buescher trying to find a way by these lap cars. Keselowski looks like he was trying to give him the outside. He does. Looks like maybe Keselowski being a good teammate. Wow.
And Chris Buescher has caught all these lap cars in perfect spots to get runs.
Oh man, though he hasn't cleared them. It's gonna get tight when we get back to this front stretch chicane. I don't think he'll. Oh, wow. Keselowski lets him by. That is a real teammate right there. Keselowski less worried about getting back his lap he's lost from pinning. Oh, shoot, I gotta go back up. There we go. Sorry. Oh, that was scary. Buescher less worried about, or Keselowski less worried about himself, but more focused on his teammate going for the win. That is why Brad Keselowski has been so loved at RFK. As, oh man, Harrison Burton has issues. Like we said, man, Keselowski, such a team player. Oh, Chase Elliott's wrecked again.
That house in the wall.
With, I believe Keselowski, just as we talked about him, as well as Chandler Smith. Man, Chase Elliott, the bad day gets worse for him. Man, I've just been trying to get to my point. Oh man, Buescher chopped off a second, I believe, because he was down 17 seconds. Now he's only down 16.2. Wow. But
he was battling those lap cars as well. He made time.
Yes. I was trying to say, but I kept getting interrupted. Keselowski is really showing how much of a team player he is, rather than caring about himself. Oh, all right. I gotta fix someone there. All right, there you go. Someone told me. All right, as here comes Buescher once again with great timing, with catching that lap car of Greg Biffle. Made quick work of him. Here comes Kyle Busch.
That is exactly what the 17 needed. That's three lap cars in a row that he just quickly got by within the same couple of turns.
It's huge for Buescher here. Will Buescher make his stop here? No. And here comes Suarez though. Let's see. 16.2 was the gap last time. How close is it now? As Buescher hits the line. Wow, half a second he just took off. Wow.
This is what we said he needed to do. Stay consistent and chopping away at that.
Oh, Harrison Burton's into the wall. And Chris Buescher spins.
Leader Buescher around.
Oh, and he hangs on to it and he gets going. Briscoe spins as well. So that was definitely not what Buescher wanted, but that was probably the best it could have gone if he was going to spin. He didn't do any damage, I believe, to the car, but man, that was a scare there for him. I cannot imagine he's feeling well. That I know his heart has to have dropped in that moment, thinking that was going to be his race gone.
That worked out pretty well for him. Obviously, he hit the wall, but could have been a lot worse to where he hit the wall at. Was already ahead. He could just turn it and get straight. This is where the 8 hit. We saw him get much more damage in a bigger spot.
Yeah. Kyle Busch gets by Jacques Villeneuve on the back straightaway as he goes after Michael McDowell. Even to put down Denny Hamlin a lap, as well as Ross Chastain. So these guys, I believe, I don't know if they've pitted, but Kyle Busch will have to pit, so they'll likely get away, Hamlin and them, because we'll have to see, though. It's definitely going to be interesting to watch as, man, I wonder if how much time Buescher lost there, because that has to have been a big loss for him. Buescher, there he is. Not too far behind Haley. I think he maybe lost about a second just because he was already faster than Busch. But, man, not what he needed in the slightest.
But at the same time, that could have been so much worse for the 17. If he got more damage on one side, he could have been completely taken out right there, and he's lucky to only have scraped the wall a little bit.
Yeah, he lost about a second, 1 1/3 seconds, so he's down to about a 16.9 second gap between him and Kyle Busch, which we've seen he can easily make up whenever he pushes the car as hard as he needs to. It's just on him to not overdo it like he did there. Because that time, there was no one even near him. He just spun out on his own.
He's got a little bit of clean track in front of him before he gets to the 31 of Haley. So it's going to be a lot of time for him to just click laps away, try to regain that gap, and close that gap even more before he gets some more lap traffic.
Exactly. It's Buescher. He said, man, not too far behind. Still definitely in the running for this race as we continue on here. Christopher Bell in third. Truex is in fourth technically right now, but that's Cindric's been in fourth. Oh man, Kyle Busch is gonna have a lot to deal with. Denny Hamlin has been putting lap cars between himself and Busch, and now Kyle has to deal with Michael McDowell and BJ McLeod at the same time. This is not gonna be easy for him.
No, he's gonna have to get.
They might go too wide here, and that's the last thing Busch wants. Oh man, they almost hit each other. Oh man.
Oh,
Kyle's going to be smart. He comes into pit. Wow. What a smart call by either that was him or Randall Burnett on the box. What a call. He knew what a bad situation Kyle Busch was in, and he took straight advantage of it. Let's see, will Buescher come in too? Yes, he does. So here comes Kyle down pit road. Oh, he got held up there a little bit by Denny Hamlin. Oh, man, that could get really tight there on exit. If Kyle's not careful, he'll get hit by Denny Hamlin when he exits pit road. There's Buescher coming down pit lane.
Kyle Busch is fixing the damage, I believe.
He might have. Oh, don't hit Denny. He doesn't. Oh, no. Yes, they did. They just took the back end off of the car and sent him back out. That's definitely a way to do it.
Buescher is away. We're going to have to see if he gained any on that pit stop. He definitely did.
He did. I would have to agree with you. Oh, someone just spun through the grass. I don't know who it was. Hamlin comes back out on track. Now Kyle Busch as well. Oh, man, that's really going to hurt him. I think,
look at that, though.
Look at that.
In front of those lap cars. Buescher's going to have to get by those 3 lap cars if he wants to catch the 4 lap cars for the 17 to get by.
I think 2 of those will get. I think most of them will be getting out of his way because Bell and Truex are on the lead lap, so they'll have to pit. Ty Dillon will likely, and Preece might have to pass. It just depends on pit cycles. Because if he gets lucky enough, all these guys may have just not pitted yet, and then that just gives him free track to go catch Kyle Busch, and that is exactly what Chris needs right now.
Yes, it is.
With that gap he has, especially considering as well, Kyle. I think his car is going to be slower now. Because they fixed that damage, but they took the back end off the car, and many cars have lost speed on that. So to me, that looks like a desperation move by the 8 team just to try to minimize what they're losing. It's gonna be interesting now to see what happens. We're gonna have to see because Ty Dillon is looking to pass Kyle Busch. So I think Kyle Busch's car is really messed up because look, here comes Ty Dillon.
So the 8 just hold those 2 guys up. 77 looks to the inside.
And Dylan to the outside, and Kyle's going to get held up. Oh, wow. Kyle Busch's car is starting to go away on him.
Truex to pit road. -1 car for the 17 to get by. 41's on the apron, though.
I wonder what happened with him. It looks like maybe he decided last second he didn't want to pit. Like, he came out of the chicane, decided he wanted to pit, then changed his mind a second time. So Buescher's down 9 seconds. I believe. Oh, Christopher Bell! Third place runner. Gets into the wall. But how far back was Buescher earlier? He was down 16 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Wow, so he cut that gap in almost half. Just by the pit stop, how much extra time Busch needed, and considering that Busch is slower than Ty Dillon, who is multiple laps down. Ty Dillon is 1 lap down, almost 2, if Kyle had stayed ahead of him. He'd likely be 2 once he pits. So, man, Chris Buescher has a huge opportunity to go up here and take this lead away from Kyle Busch if he just can put the laps together to get there.
Yeah, this race is practically his as long as he just stays out of trouble and gets by the 8. You see, it's a much more of a tall order to take than we anticipate. We've seen multiple incidents in front of both leaders, the 17 and the 8.
I believe Allmendinger is the only car that Buescher will legit have to pass without a pit stop. So Priest and Bell, I believe, will actually need to come in for stops. I know Bell. I don't know about Priest. I feel like he likely will need to. So Buescher will likely only need to pass AJ Allmendinger. And it doesn't help Kyle that even though he might not be faster than that 77, he's going to lose time. Oh, never mind. Kyle comes out of the final corner. There's Buescher. Man, what a gap he is close. He's got so much time. He still has almost half the race to get back in it and just chase him down. Take tenths of a second off. So it was 9.2 the last time around. It is now an 8 points. He gained over half a second. About 6/10 of a second was gained by Chris Buescher. This race is still far from over.
Absolutely.
Wow. What a turn of events. Man, you almost question whether the team really should have taken off that back bumper. You've got to question because he was doing fine before he pitted, but then they took it off, and it really seems like it slowed him down.
Yeah, we saw he was a little bit slower before the pit stop, but now that car is just completely...
The aerodynamics, I think, have just really been hurt by taking off the spoiler and everything. Or, yeah, the spoiler. I think it really hurts him on, like, the big portions because then he can't really get up to speed as much as he needs to.
Yeah.
So he does have a spoiler on there, but barely. But, like, the back bumper is completely gone. So Buescher can just easily... I wouldn't be surprised if the gap is at 8 seconds or under by the time we get back around here. Especially with Kyle Busch having to deal with BJ McLeod right now. See, they come up to the front straightaway chicane. Kyle Busch is going to go to the outside. He's got to hope McLeod lets him by, because if he doesn't, then he's going to get held up by trying to run the inside. Oh, yep, McLeod will let him by.
Wow, that could have been big right there.
As here they come to the final corner. Here comes Bell to pit. That's one less car for Buescher to deal with. But there are more because, what's his name? Kyle Busch has not stopped lapping cars. I will give him credit for that. He's not giving up on that.
Looking to the inside, he's going to have the pass made.
Oh, wow. Busch was actually faster that last lap. Buescher was actually 23 100ths of a second slower that lap than Kyle Busch. But, man, Kyle Busch yet again has a ton of people to try to get through. Buescher as well has the same treatment. Man, you can't help but wonder how close it would be if just there was no lap traffic for either to have to deal with if Buescher could gain on Kyle or not.
And you almost wonder if these lap cars are helping the 8 on those big straightaways. If you see he can get a draft, we mentioned how he has no back end, which would slow him down, but if he's getting draft from those cars ahead of him, that's going to give him a big boost right here all the way to turn 3 on the oval.
Exactly. Buescher doesn't really have anyone to draft off of on these big sections. I really think it is starting to have an effect on that 8 car. I think the 17 is better than the 8 overall, but because the 8's in traffic, he's getting better drafts. And since the 17 is not in traffic, he's not really able to catch a draft off of anyone. And it's really hurting him. Here, they come back out onto the front straightaway. Let's see how the gap changed at all during this last lap. Here comes Buescher around Jacques Villeneuve on the outside. Christopher Bell is still yet to pit. I believe he just did. Oh man, that was about 0.6 of a second Buescher took off that lap. Oh!
Look at the 27 to the inside of him.
Priest and BJ McLeod got into it. Oh. So does Villeneuve. Harvick goes spinning through the grass. Justin Haley.
He's in the wall.
Will Harrison Burton have issues? Oh, he does. And so does Suarez. Oh, it is calamity in this corner. Looks like everything will calm down. Harvick is still stuck in the grass.
Calamity.
Oh, he's spinning back onto the track. Oh. Shades of 2020. As now, Buescher has two of the slower lap cars out of his way, which was Jacques Villeneuve and BJ McLeod, who he didn't even have to worry about now. So now he has to worry about Priest, AJ Allmendinger, and Brendan Poole. But man, that could have been really, really bad for both the 8 and the 17 cars.
Absolutely, but it actually more than helped the 17 gain time. Not gain time, but eventually gain time, as he doesn't have to get by those 2 lap cars that spun out in front of him. So this is going to be big for the 17.
You see, you look at Buescher trying to gain. As man, we're going to really see. I think Kyle might have lost some time there again to Buescher. It's going to be close though. Can't really tell from an eyeball. Yeah, he did. Oh, dang, down to 7.43 is the gap. Oh, Kyle Busch spins! Oh. He's going to save it. Oh, and Priest spins as well. Can Buescher spins! Buescher gets into the wall a second time.
Almost identical crashes for the 8 and the 17, so we're going to have to see who comes out slower this time by.
Wow.
But man, what a hit that was to both of those drivers.
I really thought Buescher was going to be fine, but man, these guys they struggled. I don't know what it is about that corner, maybe because it's blind corner or just how tight it is or what, but man, these drivers have really struggled to get through that corner all day. I do feel like Buescher lost less time because I feel like Kyle Busch is right on the back of Eric Jones, but I feel like Buescher didn't really lose much of his gap he had to Brendan Poole.
No, I don't think he did. He almost spun out, hit the wall a little bit, not too much, almost the same as he did last time. But that could have been a lot worse. He could have spun completely around, lost so much more time. But this is what we said. The 17 does not need to be making all of these mistakes.
Exactly. So, quickly, I'm going to fix one of my graphics here. There you go. As Buescher still, I think he probably gained still on Kyle Busch. Considering just how much, and now look, Busch doesn't really have anyone to draft off of, so we're really going to see what that 8 car has under it.
Yeah. It's going to be big here.
I seriously think he gained some good time there, that 17 on the 8 car. So there's Busch. Here comes Buescher. He did. He gained just about a 1/10 of a second through that section.
We're really going to see, though. No wrecks, no nothing.
No
Hopefully,
clean air.
really hit the speed of the
See,
8.
both cars have about the same gaps to the car in front of them. So we're going to really just see who has the fastest car right now. As we are probably, again, not too far away from the next fuel window for Buescher and him, as we are now 7 hours into this race. Just 7 hours and 5 minutes into the 12 hours of Daytona. What a race it's been so far.
Yeah, it's been great. Especially when I've been here. This is really getting intense for the lead. Even though they're not close, they can't really see each other yet. We know that it's coming. We know it's going to be great as this one races on towards the end.
We'll have to see if anyone else can put themselves in position, maybe get a chance at it. Maybe Austin Cindric. What a run for that team. Up in 3rd place. Truex and Bell battling for 4th and 5th. They could easily get up in this battle if things go awry, as they did for Chase Elliott and maybe even Kyle Busch. But man, Chris Buescher, even though he has spun a couple times, he's done an amazing job of minimizing the severity of his mistakes. Kyle Busch did a lot of bad damage to that back end, and he paid the price for it. But Chris Buescher's only hit the back end enough to where they don't need to do it. So that's really what I think has been a savior for Chris Buescher. He's done a good job of minimizing how bad his mistakes are.
And Chris Buescher, when we saw him crash twice in that same part, he hit the wall with the side of the car. Unlike the 8 of Kyle Busch, when he wrecked, he backed it into that first portion of that wall.
Yeah.
So that's really the difference right there.
So Chris Buescher did lose some time there. He lost about 4/100ths of a second, but you can attribute that to being stuck behind Brennan Poole, which he's now clear of. Because he was stuck behind Brennan Poole for a good percentage of that lap. So now, really, now Buescher has some good room to a car that actually is not just going to easily, fall back to him. Because there's a good gap, and Buescher's not going to make that up. So we're really going to start to see what Buescher's got. Because it's felt like we get ready to say that, then something happens, and then we don't really get to see it. But now, I think there might be a chance where we might actually get to see something. Especially if Eric Jones holds up Kyle Busch enough for Buescher to get by Allmendinger. That's when it could really get interesting.
This 8 and 43 just cannot get away from each other in this race. We've seen, this is what, the 3rd or 4th time these battles have come down to the 8 and 43, with the 43 holding up the 8. Interesting.
It is interesting. Saying that just jogged my memory on that. That is true. Here comes Kyle Busch right on the back of Eric Jones. See, they come back up to speed. Here he comes back out onto the big portion. And down through the chicane comes Kyle Busch. Looking to the outside of Eric Jones, actually. So Kyle Busch maybe starting to get some speed back. Or maybe Eric Jones just not having a good day. Oh, yeah, there was about 2/10 gained there by Chris Buescher, and he's going to gain more because Kyle Busch lost time trying to go around Eric Jones there. So Buescher, like we said, just slowly but surely chewing away at that lead. It was about 9 seconds when they came out of pit road. He's gained about 2 seconds on this run.
And that's big. That's more than capable of doing by the end of this one. Kyle Busch still pulling for these lap traffic. It's slowing him down so much for the 17 and allowing the 17 to gain.
Truex has put a couple cars between him and Christopher Bell, so that kind of extinguishes that battle. Joey Logano has gone a bit away from Tyler Reddick. That was for 8th. See the field flyby. And then back up here to Kyle Busch and then Chris Buescher. Yeah, you can tell there from that camera shot. Chris Buescher finally able to somewhat see Kyle Busch out of his windshield as he comes onto the back straightaway. So, man, look how deep Buescher doing an amazing job of getting through that back stretch chicane.
that's where Buscher's going to gain the most time under these hard brakings. If you see the 8 in traffic, he's going to be reacting to these cars in front of him. If the 43 brakes early, it's going to force him to brake early. So the 17 is really able to just put it at his own rate and click away at these lap times.
Exactly. Here comes Buscher. We'll see how much he's gained on Kyle Busch this lap. It was 7.19 before. It's 5.98. He gained over a second that lap on Kyle Busch. Chris Buescher is catching him and catching him fast. He was down 7.19 seconds before the end of that last lap. He's now down 5.98. So Kyle Busch is going to need to hurry. And also he's going to have to hope AJ Allmendinger doesn't, or AJ Allmendinger puts up a fight and doesn't just let him by. Ideally, if he wants any chance at winning this. Because all things considered, Chris Buescher could just drive right by Kyle Busch if they were right next to each other right now.
Yeah, we also saw the 17 when he caught those previous lap cars. When he caught the previous lap cars, he caught them in great spots so where he could just get by him. So that's what he's hoping for when he catches the 16.
Ideally, probably hoping to catch them when maybe into a braking zone where he can use the line to his advantage here. Kyle Busch, man, still struggling. He's a little wide there. Still struggling to catch, to get by Eric Jones, and he's really starting to lose some of that horsepower. I think that damage that was done did something to that, to the car. And it's just, man, it's just slowly starting to go away on him.
Yeah, that car just looks slower, especially on those high-speed portions. You can tell something is just wrong with the handling of it. And Chris Buescher, so much gap gained. You can see them almost within the same shot right there on the front straightaway. Chris Buescher can see the 8 from his window. That's going to make him drive
He
so
gained
much
about
harder.
a second that lap. He gained exactly
2 laps in a row. He gained about a second. That is big.
It was 5.98 the last lap. Now it's 4.99. Chris Buescher is coming. Man, this has all the makings of an amazing finish here to the 12 hours of Daytona. As we are about 31 laps away from being 2/3 of the way here. So we still got a long amount of time to go here. Nowhere near the end of this one. So when you think about it, there are even drivers who, like, think about Kyle Busch. He was down 20-30 seconds to Chase Elliott before he made his mistake, and then he passed him. So you could really say that, assuming we have another couple of mistakes, anyone really within about a minute and a half you could really say has a shot at it.
Yeah, I think if you're on the lead lap, pretty much, and not close to going lap down, you have a shot. Obviously, anything's possible, but there's got to be a barrier of how far back you could be before you're out of contention. I think
there's a
if you're
barrier
lap down,
between
you can get back.
There's a barrier between possibility and reason.
Yeah.
So Kyle Busch getting ready to lead lap 229. As, man, it's a big cluster right in front of these two leaders. So I think, oh man, Ryan Blaney really backed up that corner. That really hurt them. And man, look at Buescher. He is gaining so much time.
They're almost on that same straightaway right there before the tri-oval out of the chicane.
We'll see. It was 4.99 the last lap. It is now 4.6. So only 3/10 that. About 3/4 that lap. But still, great stuff out of Chris Buescher. He's been flawless for about the last 5 to 10 laps. And man, Kyle Busch's life does not get any easier because now Connor Daly is also coming up on these guys. On the people he's going to have to lap. And AJ Allmendinger, I feel like, is starting to catch Kyle Busch. Like, Buescher is catching him at a somewhat, like, exponential rate, but, like, Allmendinger's really starting to catch Kyle Busch, and that could really make things worse for Kyle.
Yeah. That's going to help the 17 if they both catch the 8 at the same time. or let the 8 and 16 battle. Maybe something happens if they get together. The 17 could just cruise right through. I think that may be what he's trying to do.
That would definitely be a good strategy to employ. Just try to gain on him, but also being safe.
Yep.
As Hamlin and Blaney fighting, I believe, to be the second to last car on the lead lap. There are 18 cars on the lead lap, so that makes this the battle for 16th between Hamlin and Blaney.
Ooh, side by side through the
Oh,
chicane.
man, what a move by Hamlin. Now, Jones is going to... Man, this is the last thing Kyle needs. Is Jones, he's trying to battle Blaney for this to not be the last car on the lead lap, and Kyle Busch is seeing all this. And here is AJ Allmendinger as well. As here they come back onto the front straightaway. Look at this. Just train of cars right in front of our leader.
The 16 caught the 8 as well. Look at the 17. They're in the same camera shot.
Here comes Hamlin. He'll get by Connor Daly. That is huge for him because that gains him a little bit of ground. So Kyle Busch went by. How far back is Buescher going to be now? He cut into it by almost a second. What a run by Chris Buescher. He is on a roll right now.
It's going to be crazy right here, side by side. Oh, they made it work in front of the 8, but this is where it's going to get
This is where it's really going to get tight because Connor Daly's holding up these two. And then AJ Allmendinger is caught back up to Kyle Busch, as I was talking about earlier. I was saying Allmendinger is really catching him. So Buescher is just kind of slowly but surely getting there. But Allmendinger really chewed into that lead this last couple laps. He's right there on that back bumper. And I believe, is he a lap down? He is. So he is racing to get his lap back. So this really does matter to Allmendinger. He's not just like a couple laps down just looking to maybe get a lap back. He's looking to get back on the lead lap, which really could put him back in this race if you get a couple of good timed accidents. Like if maybe Kyle Busch and Chris Buescher get into it and wreck. So Allmendinger really is going to put the pressure on Kyle Busch here. He's not going to give him a pass here.
And this is getting crazy. You see the 17 looming large in the back with all the camera shots, but the 16 has caught the 8. The 17 is catching as well as cars battling in front of the 8. This is crazy.
Oh, Blaney's going to get by Connor Daly, maybe? He does, but Jones backs him up in the middle of the bus stop. Kyle Busch goes high.
Here comes Allmendinger looking too.
Allmendinger's not far behind if Kyle Busch keeps trying to pursue this outside line on Eric Jones. Oh, man. Will Connor Daly give Jones room? He does.
Look at the 17.
Oh, Chris Buescher, he's so close. Oh, Kyle Busch gets a hit from AJ Allmendinger. Here comes Chris Buescher. They're within half a second of each other.
One lap car.
This is the first battle for the lead we have had all day since about lap 5. This is the first true battle we've had where both cars are right next to each other. Not because of pit strategy or anything else. It's truly just been on speed, on the track. The first time in 220-something laps that we've had a battle for the lead. And Chris Buescher, man, he's put on a drive. Because I don't think anyone would have thought he'd get up in this battle. Especially considering that Christopher Bell and Martin Truex were ahead of him for most of this race. But now here he is with a chance to likely take the lead and, barring any mistakes, take the win. For a guy who's not really known, he's kind of a quiet road course racer, but not really known for it.
Yeah, he's always been there. He hasn't been contending for wins every race, but he's always been a dark horse on these road courses, always looming in the background, just waiting for hopefully one breakthrough race, and this could be it, and it's going to be a big one if it is.
Here comes Kyle Busch. He's going to need to get by Connor Daly quickly. He does not need to go in there side by side with Daly. He is. Oh, man, that's really tight. He's going to get by, but he's going to get forced really, really wide. Here comes Buescher with Allmendinger. Allmendinger, I think, backed him up a little bit. Now Buescher's in a really bad spot. He's going to have to stick with it.
Traffic, too.
Because Connor Daly's right in front of these guys. Buescher. He's going to fall in line. Probably the wiser move here. But, oh, man. I bet you he was really hoping Allmendinger would get to the outside of Daly there, but he doesn't. Here comes Allmendinger around the outside of Connor Daly. Now Kyle Busch has a little bit of room to breathe for the first time in a little bit. As Buescher's gap falls back down to about a second and a half.
Buscher's really banking on Allmendinger here to get around this 50 car. He's trying to follow him through. And he's going to get, the 16's going to get by the 17 with the slide.
Loose. His best bet is going to be to just try to get by him either on the big portion of the racetrack when they come back out onto NASCAR 1 and 2, or coming back down the front straightaway. Those are going to be his two best opportunities. Likely he's going to get him here on this back straightaway. Now Allmendinger's free sailing to go back after Kyle Busch, and you can see he is faster than that 8 car.
Yeah, he is. You're just going to see how close it is when he gets to him. The 17 is still trying to find a way around the 50. 50's making that car wide. Connor Daly trying to hold him off.
We probably should see a pass here on the back straightaway, I'm imagining, as here they come. Look at that run. Look, that just shows you how much faster that Roush engine is over Connor Daly and that Money Team car. So here you go. We should see. Here it goes Buscher down to the inside on Connor Daly, and he gets by him pretty quickly, as Daly will try to fight it back, but Buscher just overpowers him with a better car. And so minimal time lost, probably equals out for the time he gained by getting a little bit luckier with his lap cars. But still a lot smaller of a gap than it was, say, 20 laps ago. So still a big thing for Chris Buscher.
This is where it's going to get interesting. The 17 has no slow lap traffic in front of him. The 16 is obviously able to keep pace with the 8. So it's really going to be interesting to see how the 17 gains and catches back up to the 8.
So the gap is back to 3.5 seconds. But that is better than what it was before Busch had that one really, really bad lap. The next really slow lap car they'll catch is not going to be for a while. It's Sheldon Creed. So it's going to be minimal lap traffic that is going to like significantly slow them down. It's going to be lap traffic they can get by, but they're going to have to work for it. Let's see, man. Allmendinger really just trying to chase down Kyle. It's Kyle Busch. Man, he's been getting a little lucky these last couple of laps. That he hasn't really had the same issues that maybe Buscher's had or Allmendinger's had. But man, he really just needs to get by Eric Jones here, get some clean air. As we get towards the end of this race, we are close to about, I believe, 4.5 hours left. We are about 7 minutes away from that Eastern Standard Time from being that close. So it's definitely been a lot of fun, as we are still got a long way to go. We still have 156 laps left in this race.
Yeah, almost anything is possible through the rest of this one. Chase Elliott, we mentioned, led so much, then it came to an end. This thing is far from over.
Speaking of Chase Elliott, there he is. He is down 3 laps with his teammate William Byron, who's actually in the top 5 in the early stages of this race. So not even just the leader, a lot of guys who've looked like they were good contenders early on have fallen out of it. If you remember earlier on, Denny Hamlin and William Byron were 4th and 5th for a good portion of this race, but now Byron's suffering the same issues as Elliott, and now they're both really out of contention for this one. Buscher actually did gain a good amount. He gained about almost a second. He gained about 9/10 back on Kyle Busch. So I do think Buscher has the faster car. He was just held up by lap traffic. As, man, it's going to get really tight when Allmendinger and Buscher catch Kyle Busch at the same time here.
Yeah, and Kyle Busch is still being held up by the 43. This is allowing the 16 to close so much, and there's the 17 right behind the 16. This is going to get interesting really quickly.
Because Jones has been in front of him for at least a long time. I don't know how long it's been. But it's also going to be interesting because we should have a pit cycle coming up here very soon. So it's going to be on the crew chiefs, on the box. I believe Randall Burnett for Kyle Busch, and I don't know who Chris Busch's crew chief is. It's going to be on them to make sure they make the right call that could get their driver the couple seconds, maybe tenths of a second, that could make a big difference as this race comes to its conclusion.
That's where we saw the biggest gains happen for the 17. Obviously, the 8 had a fixed damage, but pit road is such a key to keeping this lead and gaining on this lead. 17 of Buescher, no mistakes can be made if he wants to keep this lead.
Here comes Kyle Busch to the back of Eric Jones. He's going to look to the inside, but just as I mentioned it, pit windows are opening as Eric Jones comes into pit. Allmendinger has caught up to Kyle Busch.
Now the 8 has free track in front of him as well. This is going to get good. But he's got the 16 behind him. Maybe the 16 will put up a fight.
Oh, he brought up Sheldon Creed. He's not too far ahead of these guys. So Kyle Busch might have to deal with him pretty soon. And that could definitely be detrimental for him.
Side by side is not what the 8 wants to see in front of him with slow lap cars. These are not lap cars like the 16 of Allmendinger who can keep pace. These are slow lap traffic who are fighting for position on the racetrack. Not with the 8, but with each other. They're going to prove detrimental.
It's not going to be a while until they catch another really slow lap car. So this could be a break if he can just get by the 78. About maybe quarter of a lap ahead is Jacques Villeneuve. And that would be the next slower lap car they'll have to catch. But that's not going to be for a little bit. Probably not till even after this fuel window and the pit cycle goes through. So Kyle Busch is going to have to be smart here. He might just pit this lap to avoid just having to deal with him and maybe just hope he jumps him through pit road. We're going to have to see who bites first between Buescher and Kyle Busch. Also, not to mention, Austin Cindric has actually been closing. He gained about 3 seconds on these guys. He was down about 30 seconds, and he's got it down to about 27. So, just a third guy who could be in the picture, depending on how this goes.
It's going to be interesting for the 7, or the 2, excuse me, if these two have issues. If the 8 and the 17 get together or whatnot, that 2's always back there looking. Austin Cindric's also pretty good on these road courses. He knows how to make his way through. There's the 78 in front of the 8. He is slow. And the 17 is gaining big time behind him.
Oh, man, what a big gain there. Oh, he gained a ton that lap. Chris Buescher has closed down the gap to Kyle Busch. It's 1.1 seconds. And here comes Creed. It's the worst time Kyle wants to catch him. Catching him right in the middle of the racetrack is probably the last place. Oh, man, Buescher really got loose. But this is the last place Kyle wants to catch him. Is have to go through the entire inner portion of the racetrack with a slow car right in front of him, because then that's going to allow Allmendinger, not just Buescher, to gain on him.
Yeah, 17's right there. He's almost within a second. Allmendinger's really looking, though, to gain more time. They kind of get stringed together, and then once they get all together, something happens, and they get spread back apart. It's kind of interesting. There's a couple times that's happened, but the 8 car is being held up big time by the 17.
Here he goes to the inside. This is a big move here. Needs to make it work. Oh, he's not able to clear him. It's going to be side by side. Creed actually does have a bit of a drive here. So Kyle Busch is having issues getting by Sheldon Creed. I believe now he'll clear him. So Allmendinger, now, can he get by Sheldon Creed? He does. If he could hold up Creed enough, that could give enough time for Chris Buescher to sneak through as well. Look how much you could tell Buescher needed to get in there, D, because he went for it.
Yeah, he did. Now he's going to follow the 78 up high, try to get a draft.
And then he'll come down low with AJ Allmendinger to go by Sheldon Creed. This is exactly what we were talking about, how badly Buescher needed to get by these lap cars. Well, he might go at AJ Allmendinger here, unless he pits. Oh, Allmendinger got forced Buescher a little wide there. Still hang on to it. Kyle Busch still leads, but man, the gap doesn't really seem to have changed. Despite all the trouble Buescher had to go through. It's at a 1.5 seconds now is the gap.
That was big for the 17. He's so much faster. He's even faster than the 16. He just has to find a way by, and then it's on for the lead. So Allmendinger's really the only thing holding this 17 back.
Exactly. It's going to be important. So you see some of the guys ahead. Allmendinger is... Honestly, it's impressive to me, though, that he's this far behind. You would think that really this would be the battle for the lead between these three. Because Allmendinger's been known for his road course prowess. But, man, just not the day today. All the way down in 17th, which is good, but he's a lap down. And he's just fighting to stay on the lead lap. So
I think this race is just crazy. The 9, we know Chase Elliott's a great road course racer. He just had an unfortunate series of events that keeps him back. Now he's 3 laps down. So anything can happen.
So you work lap 238 of 390. So we still have 152 laps to go. As we are, though, over halfway. As we've now hit 7.5 hours, I believe, into this. No, I'm off. It's 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours into this race. Or left in this race. So that would make, I believe, we're in 7.5. We are. We're 7.5 hours into this thing. And we still have a good battle for the lead. That is, I think, the most impressive part to me. The fact
these long races always tend to play out like this, where they're strung together at the beginning, and then in the second half of this race and these races, they just get all bunched up together, and it becomes really interesting.
There's Keselowski in his stall. Buescher closed the gap by about half a second again. Look how close these three are to one another. As they come down to the International Horseshoe, Ryan Blaney not too far in front of these guys. But I think Blaney, Hamlin, and them, they're fine. I think they're just as fast, if not just a little bit faster than Kyle Busch. Buescher, I don't really know. But for now, as long as Kyle Busch is in the lead, I think Blaney and Hamlin are pretty safe for now. From going down a lap.
Yeah, I think they're just all trying to save their stuff for the lead right now. The 17's obviously catching, but I don't think he's wanting to make such a big move that he's going to use up his tires or the handling or even put his car in jeopardy, maybe a crash or something. Still a lot left to go, and he is just so close for the lead. You do not want to give it away.
Probably doesn't help that AJ Allmendinger really been kind of like, he's been helping him in some situations, such as when they were trying to get by Sheldon Creed, but in other times, really just kind of being a roadblock for Buescher. So Buescher might need to try and get rid of him as quickly as he can now that he doesn't have any other lap traffic between him and Kyle Busch. And he might get his chance here. So he got a good run through there, but I don't believe, he's not going to be close enough here. He's got a good run here as they come up through NASCAR 3 and 4. He might get a chance here, maybe going to his outside.
He might do it. I don't think he's that close.
Yeah, he's not close enough to make the move. Will Allmendinger pit, though? Because that could also play factors in how these guys pit, because if Allmendinger pits earlier than these two and they run longer, that could be huge for Buescher, because then he can gain on Kyle Busch without having to be interfered with by Allmendinger. And then maybe like I said, Buescher passes Busch and then deal with Allmendinger after pit stops while he's in the lead.
Kyle Busch is superb on these exits. Chris Buescher, he could drive it in so hard under braking, but the 8 is really able to get the power down on the corner exit. That's going to prove crucial. The 8, with little of what he has left in that race car, is able to keep it on strong going on the exits of these turns.
Buescher now has it under a second on that 8 car. These three guys can only really fit so close to each other. Side note, Austin Cindric fell back again. He's now down 33 seconds, so you could realistically move him out of contention to win without a lot of mayhem. As he actually pitted, so that might have been why he's down so much. We'll have to see. So, that does mean we will likely be seeing pit stops out of these guys really soon if other leaders are making their stops. So here comes Kyle Busch with Allmendinger and Buescher right behind. Here they come. 150 laps to go in Daytona. Kyle Busch, Allmendinger, and Buescher. Not top 3. Oh man, Allmendinger went really, really wide. Here comes Chris Buescher. If Allmendinger could just get by Buescher here before they get to this break-in zone, this could be huge for him.
He might be able to on the outside.
Maybe if he's lucky and he can hold it in, maybe Allmendinger will just recognize it. No, he's not close enough. Oh man, Jacques Villeneuve is finally caught up to these guys. Oh, here comes Stenhouse. Buescher. This is the biggest move of the race so far for Buescher. He needs to get by Allmendinger. He's not even going to get close, I don't think. That's the last thing he needed. As these guys go through in front of him. Yes, Buescher though, smart. He just backs off and lets Allmendinger by so that he doesn't lose a ton of time going through that little kink there. As Jacques Villeneuve is not too far in front of these guys, so unless they pit, I think they might have to deal with another really slow lap car. As the next one of the really slow lap cars they'll catch, not going to be for a while. It's Greg Biffle. He's really far out from these guys. He's about half a lap ahead. So, yeah, Buescher did lose time there, which is understandable considering how much time he lost likely into that, trying to get by Allmendinger when he had that rough run through the bus stop. But, man, still a good battle for the win on hand here. It's just a matter of time before we get it. Here comes Kyle Busch with Allmendinger and Buescher in tow. This man, Allmendinger is starting to hold up Buescher now, so should Buescher maybe pit here and just try to skip Allmendinger for now and just try to get some cleaner air?
I think Buescher's going to be much more successful if he short pits and pits before the 8, even if it's just a lap, just to try to get a clean air maybe, get away from these lap cars. Try to gain more time so that when the 8 comes out of pit road, he'll already be in front of him.
Exactly. It's a good strategy to employ. Will Kyle Busch pit this lap? No, neither does Buescher, but here comes Jacques Villeneuve. Oh, man, Kyle Busch is going to catch him at, like, the worst time if he doesn't hurry. If he's not careful, he's going to be stuck with Jacques Villeneuve in front of him for the entire inner portion of the racetrack, likely. And it's going to be close. He doesn't... Oh, he barely is going to get there. He's going to force Jacques Villeneuve out of the position. Allmendinger's going to go to the outside of him. Buescher, will he get held up here? Chris Buescher might get held up by this. By Jacques Villeneuve. So this is not what he wants to see. Yeah, he is. Not what Chris Buescher needed here.
Hopefully he's able to establish a run and get by him as he enters the oval, turn 1.
He could likely get by him here as they get to NASCAR turn 1. Kind of like Kyle Busch did to Sheldon Creed, try to get a run and then move to the inside. Yeah, we're going to see it here. Here he comes, down to the inside. On board with him. On board as, there he goes. Buescher back ahead. As now he's going to have to go back after Allmendinger and after Kyle Busch after losing a lot of time there.
Kyle Busch, I will say, he's been minimizing that damage. He obviously has damage to the back bumper, but he seems to be doing pretty well right now. We saw him struggling earlier, but now that car seems to be coming back to him.
We'll have to see.
Able to hold the lead.
We'll have to see what happens once these guys do have to pit again for fresh tires and see if it stays that way or not. As Kyle Larson has moved his way up to 4th with Austin Cindric pitting. Definitely some interesting strategies being played. Here comes Kyle. Allmendinger's gonna, Chris Buescher's gonna follow him. He didn't even try to wait or short pit him or anything. Buescher follows right behind Kyle Busch. Man, this is gonna be huge. Who can get through the fastest?
No mistakes by either one can be made, Have to be perfect on these pit stops, and it's going to reward you in the end.
There these two are. It's really going to be on the pit crews, who, remember, their stats are all between 50 and 100, which means they could either give Buescher a really good pit stop and Kyle Busch a really bad stop, or vice versa. Oh, Hamill gets into Kyle. I believe you saw that they were coming out of pit road, and Denny Hamlin hit Kyle Busch in the right front. I don't know how much damage that might have done to that 8 car.
Not what the 8 needed. The 17th car is virtually clean. The 8 car beat and battered all around. Not what he wanted. Luckily, he's still able to keep it going.
But man, look at that gap Kyle pulled. I'm really questioning that decision by Buescher to just follow Kyle down pit road, because look how much time he lost on it.
Yeah.
I really think he would have been better off just trying to run it out.
Yeah. I believe he would have had clean air, right? No lap cars.
He would have really just had to deal with Allmendinger, and Allmendinger wasn't really being that much of an issue.
Yeah.
So, there's Buescher all the way back to Kyle Busch, but maybe like last run, Kyle Busch's car will start to fall off. Because you saw there was like a time where his car really fell off, and then it kind of started to stabilize by the end of that run. So we'll have to see if the same thing happens. It started off, last run at least, when they took it off, it fired off okay, but then it would start to like fizzle out between the middle of the run, and then by the end of it, it would kind of stabilize. Ooh, Eric Jones gets into the 11 of Hamlin. Busher not too far behind, but he definitely lost time to these guys. So that's definitely the big picture there for Busher. He lost plenty of time. He's going to have to make back up here. Oh man, Eric Almirola is hounding Kyle Busch right now. It's not what he wants. Here comes Chris Busher. Yeah, he's going to lose a ton of time. He's down 6 seconds now. And there's Allmendinger. I told you he should have just stayed out. I imagine... Wow. So, Allmendinger with a lot better luck on that stop than Kyle Busch. So, I think it might have been on the pit crew. I don't really think it was on Busher. I think it was on the pit crew.
I think it might have been.
Because there's no way he loses a 4-second gap just on himself, even with Kyle Busch running into someone. So I think the pit crew might have had a mishap or something there that really hurt him.
Whatever it is, put that 17 car way back, set him back. Now he's got 3-4 lap cars to get to before he gets to the 8 of Kyle Busch.
So that really turns this race on its head.
Luckily, there's still a lot to go, 146 laps to go. So this thing is still, as we said, far from over, but not what the 17 wanted.
Exactly. Well, Gavin, thank you for joining me. I think I'm going to take a break here so I can eat me some dinner, because unfortunately I'm a hungry. Thank you for joining me, Gavin. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This has been a great race so far. Can't wait to see how it ends.
All right, Gavin. I'll see you later, man.
See ya.
So you heard it there. That's from Gavin. We will be right back. Maybe after this, I will be taking a break to eat some dinner. So this is the 24 Hours of Daytona. Kyle Busch still leads. We'll be back after these ads.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, give me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry-out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour. Ron breaks 304 seconds. Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard. You drive in a circle. You don't even steer. Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on! That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home. Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. 1 powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen it. He got just a little bit loose coming off of turn 2. And going down the backstretch, I got right up on his spoiler, and we started off into turn 3. He got loose and just lost it. It's okay. Don't worry. He walked away.
Subway Restaurants, proud sponsor of Greg Biffle and the number 16 Ford car.
Ever dreamed of driving a real Cup car? Well, now you can. This is the Fan Controller.
What the?
What are you doing? It's possessed.
That was completely inappropriate.
I'm out of here. Run, Sandy, run for your life.
What was that all about?
Don't be conventional.
Kevin Harvick?
Be exceptional. Upgrade to Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. It helps your engine last over 250,000 miles.
Wow. What's he doing?
Raving.
He's exceptional.
So is Mobil 1.
Is this good?
I do not know.
Get 250,000 miles of protection. Upgrade to Mobil 1.
50 laps to go, and here comes Casey Kane in for a pit. Wow, that was fast. Boy, I want to see that again in slow motion, Doug. Okay, that was something I did not see the first time, Pete. Boy, you catch a lot more detail when you slow things down. I guess so. Those look good. Yeah. Oh, Casey's always got time for arm wrestling. Amazing. Yes, she is, Pete. Boy, you blink an eye and you miss all that. Impressive. Casey Kane's always impressive.
Oh, look at Kyle Busch out there.
Yeah, he is all over the track.
I mean, what has gotten into him today?
Oh, that cannot be good.
Oh, unbelievable.
Whoa, look out.
Wait a minute. Is Kyle in reverse?
Yeah, you don't see that every day. Okay, that is bad driving.
Oh, this is not like Kyle at all.
Are we winning?
I thought you were looking.
M&M's makes race day more fun.
What is Kyle thinking?
Elliott, Xfinity Series champ. One word, merchandising. The Chase Elliott seat cover with massaging beard action. Your face is giving the massage.
Are you serious?
The Chase Elliott dipstick. Dip like a pro.
You know you're big time when you got your own dipstick.
Every time someone opens their car, hey there, maybe check your oil.
No.
Washer fluid.
We've added more blue.
There is more blue. Good eye, Dale.
What? No.
Chase Elliott tire gauge.
32 pounds.
Check all four before you get on the road, guys.
How could you say no to this?
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, get me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food.
Welcome back. 24 hours of, or 12 hours, excuse me, no, not 24. 12 hours of Daytona coverage. Here, Kyle Busch leads, but Chris Buescher is closing back once again. After losing time earlier, he has come back once again. Not giving up on this one just yet. Here, he is going to have to deal with a lot of lap traffic. Chris Buescher is, if he wants to get back in this race. As Corey LaJoie, though, is doing a good job of holding up Kyle Busch. So, maybe a chance there for Buescher to get back in this. There's Buescher. So, come on to the back straightaway. Kyle goes a little wide there, trying to get by LaJoie. Buescher trying to find a way around AJ Allmendinger. Really important for Buescher to get around these guys, as he needs to go after Kyle Busch while he still has the chance before maybe another mistake is made by either him or Buescher. So they come back out onto the front straightaway. Busch behind LaJoie. Here they come back down into turn 1. There's this group of 3 right in front of Chris Buescher. Just gotta be careful, because the worst case scenario is that one of them wrecks with Buescher right in front of them. Here comes Allmendinger. He gets aggressive, and he'll get the elbows out down to the inside of Eric Jones. Doesn't work though. That forces Allmendinger to concede the battle. And Kyle Busch still can't get by Corey LaJoie, which is allowing Allmendinger to keep his gap to Buescher, excuse me, to keep his gap to Kyle Busch. As they come onto the back straightaway again. Still have 137 laps to go from Daytona. It's LaJoie over Kyle Busch right now, as Busch tries to get by LaJoie to get him down a lap or two. As here comes Kyle with a look inside. He gets cut off by LaJoie. Smart move there by LaJoie not to let Busch by all that easily. These other guys, man, really holding up Buescher as he tries to get back into this. Because, well, yes, he is gaining time. He is going to have to pass these guys eventually. So he'd rather get it done now so he can just focus on trying to pass them, past Kyle Busch. Allmendinger gets a little loose there. They'll hang on to it. Busher still not too far off of this battle. As Kyle Busch still just cannot get around the number 7 of Corey LaJoie. Busch sliding wide. He just cannot get around him. Neither can Busher get around Allmendinger. Busher going to need to find some way around Allmendinger if he wants to get into this. See, they come onto the back straightaway. Busch still just nothing for Corey LaJoie. Really. But Busher trying to get somewhere with Allmendinger or Eric Jones. The gap is kind of seeming stable. We'll have to see how it keeps going, how this stretch continues. As you are closing in on being 2/3 of the way here, about 7 laps away. Here comes Kyle to the outside of Corey LaJoie. Can LaJoie hold it with him down to 1? I don't believe so. Ooh, will LaJoie fight it? He is going to, and that's really not what Kyle wanted to see as they go through 1. Kyle's not going to be able to clear him, and this is really going to hurt him through here. Oh, Eric Jones on your end. Busher really got loose there. These guys race here. Almirola is getting back to Kyle Busch. I believe it is to get back on the lap. All 3 cars between Busher and Kyle Busch are trying to get back on the lead lap. So they're not going to just bend over and let Busher go around them. They're going to make them earn it. As don't look now, but Chase Elliott's also trying to enter into this battle while being 3 laps down, so that could also pose another challenge for these guys. As we get towards the back third of this race, for all those who've been watching, thank you. You've taken a lot of time out of your day to watch this. It means a lot. As Chris Busher continues to try to get by Allmendinger. He's really close this time. We might see a move here. Sorry, Matt. Oh, here comes Kyle Busch looking at the inside of LaJoie. Can't get there. That really bunches them back up. Because Almirola is going to get a shot here at Kyle Busch if he's not careful. Here comes Allmendinger trying to get, or Busher trying to get by Allmendinger. Nothing there. Here they come back down to 1. Here comes Busher. He sends it up the inside of Allmendinger. He's had enough of following him for about the last almost 100 laps. He's going to get by him. Allmendinger gets by. That's now just 2 cars between Kyle Busch and Chris Busher. The battle is starting to heat up. As Busher has started to continue to gain. Austin Cindric way back to these 2 guys. About 28 seconds back. So I wouldn't expect him to really have an effect on the outcome of this race. Unless some tragic were to happen to both of these guys, which I really don't see happening. Considering how well they've run this whole race. Tyler Reddick, remember he got into it with Kevin Harvick and basically flipped him. He is all the way up to the 6th position. Joey Logano is in 5th. So this race is still far from being over. Here they come. Here comes Almirola with a run. Here comes Almirola. He's actually got a run on Kyle. LaJoy continues to hold up these guys and allow Allmendinger into the battle. But here comes Chase Elliott as well, trying to get into the middle of this. He gets around AJ Allmendinger. It's the last thing Chris Buescher needs right now while he's trying to get this lead. As LaJoy continues to hold his lead. Wow. I was watching the so you know me, I'm gonna watch football. Texans just got a pick 6 on Joe Flacco. That's crazy. As Corey LaJoy continuing to hold up the 8 of Kyle Busch. And Buescher trying to take advantage of it. So they come back out into the big part of the racetrack. Just a group of 6 cars. I think it's 7. Just someone trying to get something going here. Buescher trying to gain on Eric Jones. As LaJoy continues to hold up these guys. So they come back out onto the front straightaway. These guys all stuck right behind each other. So here comes Kyle Busch. He has a run to the outside. Can he do anything with it though? We're going to see here. How will this affect Buescher? Here they come down into the corner. LaJoy's going to hold strong on the outside. Looks like. Oh, yes, he does. And Kyle gets really loose. Here comes Eric Almirola. That buys LaJoy a bit of a gap, but now Chris Buescher not far behind. Man, what a topsy-turvy race this has been so far. As LaJoy holding off all of these guys, and Buescher is really close to getting by Eric Jones or Eric Almirola. Buescher to the back of Eric Jones. Oh, he almost got into him, I think. Overhead view of Chris Buescher trying to get back into this race. Here comes Buescher trying to find a way around Eric Jones and Eric Almirola, the 2 Erics, just with different spelling orientations. Can LaJoy continue to hold these guys up? The next slow car they'll catch is not too far ahead. It's Greg Biffle. Busch just not been able to find a way around Corey LaJoy here. So we are almost 2/3 of the way in. Kyle still just not able to find anything. Here he goes to the outside. Oh, Buescher does the same thing. Can't get anywhere. Same move for Kyle Busch. And here he comes. He's going to look for a crossover. No, he'll stick. He'll stick with where he is. He's content with that for now. As they come through, Kyle gets pushed up the track. Oh, and Buescher almost spins it out. That would have been catastrophic if Buescher had spun out. Here, with only 131 laps to go. Corey LaJoy continuing to put on the defensive drive of his life and doing his best Ryan Newman impersonation, keeping Kyle Busch behind, and then everyone else not able to really do anything with him. Let's see, they come back out onto the back straightaway. As Greg Biffle's really just going to worsen how bad Kyle Busch gets slowed up, which is really not going to help him because that's just going to bring Chris Buescher back into this battle. So they come back onto the front straightaway. You see Biffle, then LaJoie, Kyle Busch, Almirola. And Eric Jones is going to come into pit. This is huge for Chris Buescher because now he's got room to work with. Kyle Busch to the outside of Corey LaJoie. A lot going on all at once. Here they come side by side down to one. LaJoie's going to have to try to fight him hard here. And he does, and it works. And it's not even going to make it any better for Kyle because then they're going to have to try to pass Greg Biffle while being on the inner portion of the racetrack. Busch trying to force the issue, just nothing there. Chris Buescher is catching him if he's not careful. As Eric Almirola looks to the inside on Kyle Busch. Buescher is there as well. Things really going bad here for Kyle Busch right now. Here they come. Greg Biffle is just going to worsen the issues for these guys. It's going to make it easier for Chris Buescher and worse for Kyle. Here they come. Back out onto the big part of the racetrack. Here they come. On to NASCAR 1 and 2. Here they come. Oh, tight. Here they come. Through NASCAR 3 and 4. Kyle Busch has nowhere to go. As the Texans are absolutely killing the Browns. Joe Flacco's doing another pick. Oh, man, this is a big chance here for Kyle Busch. Oh, he gets all over it. Trying to get there. Man, this is huge for him if he can get by him. He does. Will we see a counter push by LaJoie? We will not. LaJoie settles in behind Kyle. It's not what Buescher needed because now Chase Elliott's all over him. Ooh, Buescher got really loose. Kyle Busch is off. So we are now at under 4 hours to go. Kyle Busch is running away. Kyle Busch leads. Chase Elliott is flying through this pack, even though it really doesn't do him any good. As we should see a new pit window here open up with Kyle and Buescher. We'll have to see who makes the better choice there. But man, look how much time Chris Buescher has lost being stuck in traffic and having guys trying to make passes on him. So Buescher trying to get to the outside of Almirola. He's not able to. As Kyle Busch isn't going to pit this lap. Neither is Buescher. Okay, they come back through. Man, what a gap. Kyle Busch is now pulled over Chris Buescher. 4 3/4 seconds is the gap. Looking through the field here. Buescher really is going to need to pick it up. Looking through here. Only 13 cars still on the lead lap. So here they come. Buscher's going to need to make quick work of Greg Biffle. Buscher trying to just get by Greg Biffle. Just cannot find a way around him. We'll probably get him here, but man, so much time has been lost to Kyle Busch. So here they come down the back straightaway into the bus stop. Kyle Busch now has a gap to work with. So look at this cluster of cars Kyle's going to have to deal with soon enough. Just on their own, they're racing really aggressive. As Busch has a huge lead, even bigger now. Chris Buscher. Oh, Austin Dillon clips the wall a little bit. Buscher makes it through just fine, though. Buscher now is just a couple cars between him and Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott will likely be getting around Kyle Busch really soon, so that'll make it a 2-car run. Really. So now we have 127 laps to go, over 2/3 of the way into this race to 12 hours of Daytona. Here at the Daytona International Speedway. So here they come. Look how far back Buscher is to Chase Elliott, or to Kyle Busch, and even Chase Elliott. Buscher has lost so much time. So they come back out onto the front straightaway. Bubba Wallace will come into pit. Will anyone else come in? No. But man, Buscher really lost his opportunity that he had. Byron has Austin Dillon all over him. This is... Oh, and Austin Dillon spins right in front of his teammate Kyle. Oh man, that was tight. He gets it back going. Here comes was trying to stay ahead of these guys. Chase Elliott is catching Kyle Busch rather quickly. Then there's everyone here. Then Buscher just, man, his car just not good in traffic. It's really good when he's got some clean air, but man, does not drive good when he's stuck behind someone. Really, he's gonna need to find something there to remedy that if he wants any chance of catching back up to Kyle. Either that or he's going to really need to pull out a good strategy call here in this last 130 so laps. So he comes through the back straightaway chicane. Buscher's going to really need to pick things up and get back to where he was not all that long ago when Gavin was with us, just taking off chunks at a time. You can gain 6.5 seconds in one lap. You gotta be slow and steady. It's all about pacing yourself and not using up your stuff too early. As in comes William Byron. Chris Buescher trying to make a move on Eric Almirola down the front straightaway. It's a risky move if it doesn't work. Oh, Buescher is fighting hard. I just don't think it's going to be enough to get ahead. Oh, yeah, he's not going to be able to get by Almirola. Here they come. Kyle Busch is squeezed between Austin Dillon and Chase Elliott. Then there's Chris Buescher. He's way further back, but he is stuck in a sandwich right now between Allmendinger behind him and then these two guys, LaJoie and Almirola. Man, just not the run Buescher needed overall. He really needed a good stint here, and it's not really paying off for him. Buescher just trying to get something here. So they come through 3 and 4 on the NASCAR normal circuit here. But here we are on the road course section. This Busch is really just stuck here between his teammate and Chase Elliott. Here comes Kyle Busch to the outside on Chris Buescher. Here they come. Oh, Chase Elliott really got loose. As there's Kyle, and there's Buescher. Really not looking like Buescher's going to be able to get back in this very, very soon. He's going to need to get by Almirola, enjoy, get some fresh air in that car if he wants to chase down Kyle Busch. Still, yet no one has had a mechanical failure, so that's interesting to note. As here they come again. Now there's BJ McLeod to deal with, and I don't think Kyle's going to be able to pass him here before we get to the bus stop. It's going to be side by side through there. The last thing Kyle Busch needs. Oh, man. They're still fighting each other. And BJ McLeod's actually holding on. Oh, Kyle didn't get a good exit. Man, not what Kyle needs is side by side. Trying to get by these guys. As it looks like he'll get a chance to maybe get by McLeod here. No, he won't. McLeod holds him off, at least onto the front straightaway. And man, he got a bit of a gap there. Here comes Chase Elliott. And oh, LaJoie and Almirola, just what Buescher needed. They're going to pit. So now, open track for Chris Buescher. So here comes Kyle Busch to the inside of BJ McLeod. McLeod gives up that spot rather easily. Oh man, Busch really, really loose. You can tell how much he's pushing that car. Now Buescher, though, is back in this race. No more lap traffic to really hold him up significantly. So you're at about 3.5 hours left in this thing. So plenty of time for something to happen. So they come about now 3 cars between Buescher and Kyle Busch again, but this time it's a lot slower cars, so hopefully Buescher can make better work of it. Allmendinger right behind Bushers. Here they come down the back and into the bus stop. Busher just trying to find some rhythm here after being stuck behind all those lap cars for so long. So they come back out onto the front straightaway. In comes Dylan and Kyle Busch. Will Busher pit? He will. We're going to have to see whose pit crew can be the clutchest. Dylan and Busch going to have to be careful when they come out of the pits not to run into each other. As in comes Busher, not too far behind Kyle Busch. They gotta watch out for Dylan coming behind them. No. Oh, but Busher does. He hits Austin Dillon. Oh, man, a lot of time lost there. Another bad stop by Chris Busher's pit crew. It's going to cost him. This Busch gets out again way ahead of Chris Busher. So a lot of work to do. The field continues to race here. Kyle Busch has William Byron, Austin Dillon, and Bubba Wallace between him and Chris Busher. Here they come through 1 and 2. William Byron, Austin Dillon, and Bubba Wallace are the difference between Chris Busher and Kyle Busch. The two drivers going for the lead. We're going to have to see what the gap is looking like. As well as William Byron and Austin Dillon are faster than Kyle Busch. Here comes Byron, so that could also be a factor, as if these guys try to pass Kyle Busch, it could really hurt him. As it's about 4.7 seconds the gap from Chris Busher to Kyle Busch, who's going to get past here with William Byron and Austin Dillon right around him. It's really going to hurt him here. Chris Busher, though, has pressure from Corey LaJoy, but I don't think enough to pass him. So now Allmendinger is going to come out, and I think he'll come out right in front of Chris Busher. Busher just not been able to get away from AJ Allmendinger all day. Here comes Kyle Busch. So we are now at just about 3.5 hours left from Daytona International Speedway for the 12 hours of Daytona. Here they come. Kyle Busch. Chris Busher, that's the difference right there. 4.7 seconds the last time by. We'll have to see how that changes. Austin Dillon is faster than Kyle Busch, it looks like, so that could be another issue for him. Bubba Wallace as well putting pressure on Austin Dillon. I believe these guys, they are a lap down, so they're trying to gain back their laps. Same, I don't know. William Byron is not for the lead lap. He's just to get back, I believe, 2 laps or 3 laps down. But then, just BJ McLeod holding up Allmendinger. As here comes Denny Hamlin in the pit. As there's Byron. And then Austin Dillon and Bubba right behind. Trying to get back their laps from Kyle Busch. It's a lot less damaged cars. Oh, Kyle got loose. Dillon and Bubba Wallace as well. Trying to get back to him. Here comes Chris Buescher. Man, he can't get to the inside of BJ McLeod. Not a big mistake there. Not getting to his inside. Oh, there's a crash on the back straightaway. It's Ross Chastain and Chandler Smith. Chastain getting it back going, but man, that looks like maybe a hard crash there. They come back out into the big portion of the track. This could be Buescher's big chance to get by BJ McLeod. Onto the back straightaway. Here it comes. They come up the high banks as Buescher has gotten by BJ McLeod rather quickly. Let's see what happens. Kyle Busch trying to get to William Byron. So we're now completing lap 270 out of 390. 120 laps to go. As man, that gap has extended once again. Oh, Kyle Busch loose. As this field keeps going, Kyle Busch trying to maintain that lead. Kyle Busch leads. He has Austin Dillon and Bubba Wallace pressuring him for their laps back, as well as AJ Allmendinger, and then Chris Buescher behind them in second place. Ooh, Amarola. It's all over the back. Oh man. If you think about it, Austin Cindric has closed the gap to these two. He's only down 21 seconds. And I believe that's on his own. I don't believe that's due to pit strategy. So good for Austin Cindric at least trying to get himself back in this race. And if Buescher each have issues, he could definitely get back up in this battle. Make this a 3-car run. Surprisingly, the Toyota has not been very good. They were expected to do really good in this race, but man, best Toyota is in 5th. It hasn't been a contender all day. It's been the Chevys and the Fords. Really just the Chevys. The Fords have really brought it on with Chris Buescher, but besides that, it's been Chevy domination. I believe they've, with the exception of Keselowski leading the opening lap or two, Chevy has led every lap of the race. That has been led by, that's not been due to like pit strategy or anything, just been normal laps. Been led by Kyle Busch as well as Chase Elliott here. So Buescher did close there. He's going to need to get by Allmendinger rather quickly. He cannot afford to sit behind him here for long. As Austin Dillon and Bubba Wallace might get a chance to go after Kyle Busch. Dillon and Wallace right behind Busch. Then William Byron, Eric Jones. The next slower car is Ty Dillon. Not a while to the next one, which is Brennan Poole in the 15. Nevertheless, still good game or good race so far. Oh, awkward. That's my phone going off. I forgot to put my phone silent. There we go. I didn't know either. Thought it was on. But Kyle Busch continuing to lead. Chris Buescher just not able to make passes in traffic like he needs to. So they come onto the back straightaway. As here comes Busher right up to the back of Allmendinger. Here they come back out into the front straightaway. Busher looking, might make a move here on exit. He got a better exit. He's going to have a look to the outside, down the front straightaway. Thinks better of it. He'll probably make a move down low here as we come down to 1. Never mind, he'll look outside. Doors closed in his face by AJ Allmendinger. Maybe going to try to cross him over. Nothing there. Oh, he got really, really loose there. He had to save it. He'll look through the field here. Still up front, Kyle Busch in that 3 number 8. Trying to hold on. As Ricky Stenhouse and Todd Gilliland having to go at each other. Don't know if that is for position. Look in here, it is not. Gilliland is 5 laps down. Stenhouse is 1 down. So, this guy's not racing for position, more of just passing each other. But Eric Jones is going to stick his nose up in this battle right ahead of Byron, who's ahead of Kyle Busch. So they got to be careful here. Oh, it looks like the 38 had to brush the wall a little bit. Gilliland's already had issues on the back stretch. Thinking back to what happened between him and Chase Elliott. As we have had our first retirement of the day, Chandler Smith has been knocked out of this race due to injury. Or not injury, just an accident. Not injury. Not injury. No one's injured. Just due to an accident. As Kyle Busch, though, he's going to get really stuck behind all this lap traffic. This could be huge for him, for Buscher. If he could just get by Allmendinger, it'd be really big for him. Just not been able to find a way around him. Here he comes down to 1. It's just right here. The run just kind of fizzles out, and then there's nothing to do with it. Oh, Kyle Busch is wrecked! It's a big wreck. Kyle Busch is involved. He's going to get back going. Chris Buescher is not far behind. He's right behind the 8 car. Another mistake out of Kyle Busch. He got involved in that big crash. Now Chris Buescher is only 1 car behind him. What a mistake there. They got into it, and then Kyle Busch was all big part of that accident. More damage to that number 8 car. Buescher was smart and he laid off. He probably could have gotten a little bit more aggressive getting through there, but he was very calm and cool and collective, and it worked. So he's just now gotten by most of the cars that were separating the two of them. Now he's just got to get by Eric Jones, and he is free sailing at Kyle Busch. But man, the gap is going to be so much shorter than it was before that. So now Buescher's going to get a run at Eric Jones. He's going to probably try and get him here, maybe down this front straightaway, because he's like to make moves there. It's like, just look how deep he gets into that corner compared to the 43. What a move, though. That's really just not really. You can't blame Kyle Busch, but man, a really bad place for Busch to be in, right in the middle of that pack, and then get wrecked like that. The last thing he needed right now. As Buescher's going to try to size up Jones here for a move. Coming to complete lap 274 of 390. Past 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. Kyle Busch leads at Daytona despite a couple of smaller mistakes. Oh, Chris Buescher! He hits the wall! Buescher gets back going, but another mistake. This time it's by the 17 car. He'll get it back going. So I was saying, Kyle Busch continues to lead. Now he's got more room to work with. things heating up here. With 115 laps to go, we'll take a quick commercial break and be right back.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm...
Welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway. It's heating up. Chris Buescher is trying to catch back up to Kyle Busch. And he's going to get help here because Jacques Villeneuve is holding up AJ Allmendinger. As Buescher's still not going to be able to get by him, but he definitely got through a lot better than I think he would have. As Kyle Busch still leads over Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric, who's actually only 11 seconds back to these guys. Austin Cindric, out of nowhere, has put himself back in the conversation for this win. So it's now looking more like a 3-horse race because Austin Cindric is only down about 11.5 seconds to these guys. I believe he's kept his nose down and kept that car pretty clean. As Chris Buescher just trying to get by Jacques Villeneuve, who's blocking him just enough where he can't. So now, Buescher can get down below him. Kyle Busch has some room now to work with. As there goes Buescher, he'll get by. Oh, the 50 car gets into the wall on his own. Gregson and the rest of the field back to your lead pack. And here comes Kyle Busch. There's Kyle. Buescher's going to stay out here. This is a strategy called by Chris Buescher to try and maybe see if he can gain some time on Kyle Busch. He's going to stay out and see what happens. Oh, we got really loose there. So they come to the International Horseshoe. As Chris Buescher finally not having to worry about trying to get to someone. He can just worry about himself and put up a good lap or two here before he comes into pit. So, man, this is going to be really interesting. So, Buescher has just exited in the inner loop. Here they come. Then all the way back. Where's Kyle? This is a good question to ask. There he is. There's Kyle. He does not look like he had a quick stop here, so Buescher might just beat him. So here they come. Back up to the high banks of NASCAR 3 and 4. Here they come back down to the front straightaway chicane. Buescher's going to stay out again this lap. We'll see what the gap looks like. between him and Kyle Busch. So Busch's last lap was a 1:53.8. He was 2 seconds faster. Let's see how far back Kyle Busch is. Man, he is a far ways back. So it might have been the right move by Chris Buescher to stay out some extra laps. We're gonna have to see what happens. Here comes the field. Cindric is actually only about 6-7 seconds back of Chris Buescher, so if Buescher gets to the lead, it could turn into really close 3-car battle here up front. So there's Buescher with Allmendinger, and then not too far back is Austin Cindric, who's on the same strategy as Chris Buescher. So we're gonna have to see what happens. Here they come. To the backstretch chicane they go. Look at how fast Buescher's car is. So much faster than Allmendinger, just not able to go anywhere with it. Here comes Buescher to the back bumper. Looking low on him. Oh, and he shuts the door on him. Buescher will stay out another lap. Kyle Busch is 35 seconds back. We're gonna have to see if Kyle gains any time on Buescher. As they come back down to 1. So the gap was at about 35 seconds. Busch is way back. Here comes Kyle Busch. We're going to see what the gap is. Here comes Kyle Busch at the line. About, I think, the same. So if we get up here to Chris Buescher, it was about a 1/10 gain by Kyle. So, as Buescher, though, has gotten by Allmendinger, so that is huge for him. Might be a chance for him to finally try and get maybe a good in lap, if he's going to pit this lap, or a good extra clean lap for the next lap. Just going to depend. Here comes Buescher back onto the high banks. So here comes Buescher. Will he pit this lap is the question. He will not. Buescher is going to run another lap. Definitely a gutsy strategy call here. Here they come back down to 1. Buescher still leads. Allmendinger is behind, maybe trying to look for his lap back with William Byron. Here they come. Down into the second international horseshoe. Buescher continues to hold on to his lead, as Kyle Busch gained about half a tenth that last lap. So not much of a gain made by Kyle Busch on Buescher for staying out a little bit longer. Buescher, though, is going to need to pit soon, so we're going to have to see what he does. So we're working lap 280 out of 390, 110 to go once they complete this lap. Here comes Buescher into the bus stop. As not too far behind, Austin Cindric is keeping the gap at about a steady 7 seconds between him and Chris Buescher. Let's hear he come back down to the front. Straight away. So here comes Buescher. He's going to stay out another lap. Buescher not coming in. Definitely an interesting strategy call. We're going to have to see what happens. A good lap there. That was a really good lap. And by Chris Buescher. Needed that. Now that he's got some clean air to work with, he needed to have a good lap there. Oh, and AJ Allmendinger gets the wall. No one else has an issue. Almirola can't get by Austin. Can't hold on over Austin Cindric any longer. Cindric goes by. So here comes Kyle Busch. He'll come across the line. We'll have to see how far back he is. He lost time. He lost about 2 seconds that lap. So, strategy calls by Chris Buescher's team is working. So, we're going to have to see what happens. As Buescher continues to hold that lead here at Daytona. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
Just over 3 hours, to go in the 12 hours of Daytona. Chris Buescher's still out front, and he still is not pitted on a gutsy strategy call with Austin Cindric. Honestly, I'm usually on top of the order or the pit strategy, but it seems to have kind of lost its consistency, because it used to be about every 25 laps, but people have been stretching that and shrinking that, so as you can imagine, different pit strategies. So it has been interesting to see, though. Buescher has about a 38-second gap over Kyle Busch, who has Christopher Bell right breathing on his neck, honestly. But I'm pretty sure Bell also hasn't pitted, so we'd have to see. Sorry, I don't mean to be so loud. I'm just drinking some water because I'm thirsty. Because my throat is killing me. As you can imagine, when doing this for 12 hours, it's going to do that to you. So here they come. It's Busher. Busher leads by 37.5 seconds or so over Kyle Busch, who's in second, and then Austin Cindric is in second, managing about an 8.5 second gap to Busher. And then Christopher Bell and Joey Logano are your top 5. Then Larson, Truex, Blaney, Ty Gibbs, and Tyler Reddick are the top 10. As we get towards the later stages of this race, we're going to have to see when will Busher finally make his stop. Is the question. He's not coming in this lap. Staying out there. Still not pitting. Will Cindric come in this lap? No, he will not. Here comes Busher trying to get by Austin Dillon as we come down to turn 1. It's going to be close. So we are almost 3 hours out from the end of this race. A long race so far. 9 out. It's gonna be almost 9 hours and 3 minutes. Time. It'll have been 9 hours since this race got underway. So, imagine how I feel having been sitting here for about 9 hours. Maybe a little bit less, including like restroom breaks or getting a quick snack. But I've been here for a majority of this, and it's been a lot of fun. Definitely something I would consider doing again when I have a lot of time on my hands, because this has been a lot of fun, and then making it a lot better than this. Here we go. Back out into the big portion. Busher still leads over Cindric and Kyle Busch. Not really a lot going on right now. Waiting for Busher to pit. That's one of the things I'm really going to pick up here. So once Chris Busher pits, then we're going to know where he is in comparison to Kyle Busch, which is really going to be the storyline for the rest of this race. Going to have to see what happens, though, as we get near the end of this race. We're 2 minutes away from being 9 hours in. Crazy to think we've been doing this for 9 hours straight. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and the fact it's still such a good race is, I think, is the most impressive aspect of it all. Here comes Byron. He's putting some pressure on Busher. Busher's definitely not having it easy right now. Oh, man, that was really, really tight there for Chris Busher. Cannot be doing that to himself. Getting a look through the field. We've only had, as I said earlier, one retiree. It was Chandler Smith after getting into an accident with Ross Chastain, of all people. So, funny how that works. Austin Cindric is actually kind of gaining here on Chris Busher. He's gained about a second or two on him. Really impressive to see. Cindric has really come out of nowhere as a third player in this game, in this race, down to the end. To see how he cycles with Kyle Busch as well. We could really have a good battle here for the finish. In store. In this final almost 100 laps. Almost inside 100 to go. Here they come down the back straightaway. Chastain gets by Brennan Poole, but not before being a little aggressive with him. Dillon trying to get by Poole. That does not go to plan. So now here comes Chris Busher. Busher right behind Austin Dillon. They come back onto the front straightaway. Busher still not pitting here. So come back onto the front straightaway. Oh, Busher trying to get to the outside of Austin Dillon. Nothing there. Austin Dillon trying to find a way around Brennan Poole just as much as Chris Buescher is. Here we find ourselves within 3 hours to go in the 12 hours of Daytona, with Chris Buescher still out in front over Kyle Busch and Austin Cindric, and Buescher really is going to need to pit here soon because he is struggling because he's being held up by Poole and Austin Dillon. So I think Buescher, if he's going to have any chance, he really needs to pit here soon to keep his odds up. Here comes Austin Dillon down to the inside into the bus stop. Dillon gets by. Now it's on Buescher to get by him as well. He'll follow Austin Dillon through. They'll get through Brennan Poole finally, as Kyle Busch settling in right now. Comes Buescher to the back of Austin Dillon. Still, Buescher not pitting yet as they come back onto the front straightaway. As here comes Austin Cindric finally in to make his stop. That's going to be one of the other interesting things to watch, is where he cycles out in comparison to Kyle Busch. Here comes Buescher trying to get by Austin Dillon. So, we're going to check. So there's Kyle. Cindric. Oh man, he's really far behind. It's gonna be not even close. Kyle blows by Cindric, so I don't know if Cindric is still going to be in this battle for the win. Unless there's big mistakes had by the front two. Here comes AJ Allmendinger trying to pass the 15. Brennan Poole onto the back straightaway. It's about 33 seconds is the gap. It's going to be really, really close between Chris Buescher and Kyle Busch. Even if Buescher gets out ahead of Kyle Busch, he's going to have to manage those tires at first to make sure nothing bad happens. As we get ready to hit just under 100 laps to go, getting ready to hit 200 laps to go. Oh man, Buescher's still not coming in. I don't know when's the last time you pitted. As looking at the fastest lap, Martin Truex Jr. with a 151.081 is the fastest lap so far in this race. Oh, Buescher really, really loose there. He's got to be careful there. He cannot afford to be making those types of mistakes here while trying to preserve his lead over Kyle Busch. Here they come, Buescher. Has about a 35-second gap between him and Austin Cindric, which I think he could keep up with if he pits here. Just going to be on him to pit at the right time and know what he's doing. He wants a chance. Buescher with a good run through there. So Austin Cindric is about 8 seconds back to Kyle Busch, which is about how far back he was to Chris Buescher. So if and when Buescher pits here, it's going to be close battle there. Buescher leads yet another lap. So now we have 101 laps to go. Working lap 289 out of 390. Buescher's still doing a good job maintaining his lead here at Daytona. Just waiting for him to pit, I think, is what everyone has on their mind. So you just want to see him come in here and then see what happens. Here comes Buescher once again. Will he actually pit this time is the real question on everyone's mind. Because at least for about the last 10 or so laps, we've been expecting him to come in and pit. But he just hasn't. Buescher not pitting this lap, but William Byron will. Buescher just not pitting. Gonna have to see what happens. Here they come to the infield portion of the track once again. Oh, and Todd Gilliland's around! But not enough to disturb Chris Buescher. Dangerous there that was. As Buescher continues to hold his lead by 35 seconds. I believe it's Kyle Busch in second, then Kyle Larson, Bell, and Cindric. Here comes the 17 of Buescher onto the back straightaway. Here comes Buescher. Will he finally pit here? We're going to have to see as he comes back onto the front straightaway. Oh, he's not. He's going to stay out. He's in a pack of cars. This could get really dangerous here for him if he's not careful. See what happens here as they come through. Anyone make a mistake? Oh, Austin Dillon does. Austin Dillon bangs in that back bumper. Not what he needed. Man, that was right in front of Chris Buescher. Could have been really bad for him. As we are now officially at under 100 laps to go. At just under 3 hours to go. Buescher still yet to pit. I'm honestly waiting for when he's going to pit, because he's only going to be able to stay out. He can only stay out there so long before he has to pit. Buescher leads them onto the back straightaway. Here they come into the back straightaway chicane. Connor Daly holding up this whole pack of cars here for Chris Buescher, who's really going to need to hurry up and get by him. And these guys come there, a tight pack right in front of Buescher. Will Buescher finally come in and pit here? Here he comes, Chris Buescher, to make his stop. After a long-awaited moment, we're going to have to see, will Kyle Busch come back to the lead, or will Buescher take it for himself? There is Kyle. To answer a question I saw in the chat, no, there are no yellow flags in this race. It is full green the entire way. There's Buescher, and then there's Kyle. Buescher's going to need to hurry and get out. There he goes. He's going to need to get going. There's Kyle. Kyle Busch goes back to the lead. What a mistake there that was to stay out for as long as he did. He's going to fall back once again in traffic behind Kyle Busch. The last thing he needed. That's going to cycle everything out. We're back to where we were before. Never-ending circle. Here comes the field. Busch now leads over Chris Buescher. Not too big of a gap, but definitely a big enough gap for Buescher to have the lead. But now Kyle Busch has it, and Buescher's going to really need to put on a drive here in this last 100 laps to get back in it, with 98 to go. Here they come onto the back straightaway. Busch is going to have to deal with Bubba Wallace. Denny Hamlin should be the only cars he'll deal with for this stint. And the only car Busch is going to have to deal with is maybe William Byron behind him, as well as Eric Jones, than anyone in front of Kyle. They come back out onto the big part of this track. And here they come into the front straightaway chicane. We're going to see what the gap looks like. Busch reclaims the lead for the first time in a while. Chris Buescher is behind now in second place. He is 5.93 seconds off. Cindric not far behind. He's only 11 off. With Christopher Bell, actually, who I believe still needs to pit. Hence why he's so close to the lead. Here, there's Bubba, and there's Denny Hamlin, who's trying to just stay one lap down, in danger of going down 2 here. Let's see how Buescher responds here in trying to catch back up to Kyle Busch, as now he gets his first real full lap up to speed. We'll see how much time he can gain back on the number 8 3-Chi machine. As we still have 97 laps to go. they come back out into the front straightaway. But Wallace doing a good job of keeping Kyle Busch behind him, and that's going to allow Chris Buescher to gain. In comes Denny Hamlin to pit. So there's Buescher. As Buescher made a small gain, but not a significant one. So Kyle Busch, his gap looks like it has stabilized. Kyle Busch is out front. Buescher is still trying to catch back up to Kyle Busch. Here comes Kyle Busch out onto the big portion of the racetrack. Into the back straightaway. Chicane, he goes. I agree, and unless I saw your thing, that it is really different. This race is really shaken up. You had Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, and Christopher Bell as your front runners, and two of them have really fallen out of that criteria. Chase Elliott was dominating and then wrecked out of being in the lead. Kyle Busch has had damage, and he's had to deal with Chris Buescher coming out of nowhere back into this. So, like you said, it's changed a lot throughout these 294 laps we've completed, but there's still 95 left for something still to change. We're just going to have to see what happens as we get down to the final stages of the 12 hours of Daytona. It's Buescher, Byron, who is trying to get one of his laps back. Then there's Cindric, not too far off, who I believe already has pitted. And Buescher did close the lead there to Kyle Busch. So great racing here. 95 laps to go. We'll take a commercial, and we'll be back.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Push this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
You hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. Raising it as your own. Then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, give me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3 topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs?
Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh?
Yep. Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour. Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds. Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard. You drive in a circle. You don't even steer. Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on! That's Daryl's can. Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. 1 powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen it. He got just a little bit loose coming off of turn 2. And going down the backstretch, I got right up on his spoiler and we started off into turn 3. He got loose and just lost it. It's okay, don't worry. He walked away.
Subway Restaurants, proud sponsor of Greg Biffle and the number 16 Ford car.
Ever dreamed of driving a real Cup car? Well, now you can. This is the fan controller.
What the? Tony, what are you doing? It's possessed.
That was completely inappropriate.
I'm out of here. Run, Sandy, run for your life!
What was that all about?
Don't be conventional.
Kevin Harvick?
Be exceptional. Upgrade to Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. It helps your engine last over 250,000 miles.
Wow. What's he doing?
Raving.
He's exceptional.
So is Mobil 1.
Is this good?
I do not know.
Get 250,000 miles of protection. Upgrade to Mobil 1.
50 laps to go, and here comes Casey Kane in for a pit. Wow, that was fast.
Boy, I want to see that again in slow motion, Doug.
Okay, that was something I did not see the first time, Pete.
Boy, you catch a lot more detail when you slow things down.
I guess so.
Those look good.
Yeah. Oh, Casey's always got time for arm wrestling.
Amazing.
Yes, she is, Pete.
Boy, you blink an eye and you miss all that.
Impressive. Casey Kane's always impressive.
Oh, look at Kyle Busch out there.
Yeah, he is all over the track.
I mean, what has gotten into him today?
Oh, that cannot be good.
Oh, unbelievable.
Whoa, look out.
Wait a minute. Is Kyle in reverse?
Yeah, you don't see that every day. Okay, that is bad, bad driving.
Oh, this is not like Kyle at all.
Are we winning?
I thought you were looking.
M&M's makes race day more fun.
What is Kyle thinking?
Elliott, Xfinity Series champ. One word, merchandising. The Chase Elliott seat cover with massaging beard action. Your face is giving the massage.
Are you serious?
The Chase Elliott dipstick. Dip like a pro.
You know you're big time when you got your own dipstick.
Every time someone opens their car, hey there, maybe check your oil.
No.
Washer fluid.
We've added more blue.
There is more blue. Good eye, Dale.
What? No.
Chase Elliott tire gauge.
32 pounds.
Check all four before you get on the road, guys.
How could you say no to this?
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic.
That's not magic. This is magic.
No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, two powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
Who hates saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time, get a switching bonus worth up to $650. Happy connecting from Sprint.
Jimmy Johnson knows that there's nothing more painful than losing. Not running out of fuel on the last lap. Not getting hit in the ear with a frisbee while jogging through the infield. Not getting a paper cut, then making fresh squeezed lemonade. Losing is even more painful than rescuing a baby porcupine from a thorn bush. raising it as your own, then releasing it back into the wild.
Goodbye, Prickle Bear.
Jimmy Johnson knows that if losing didn't hurt, winning wouldn't feel so good.
Tony's retiring later this year, so he's been exploring new sides of himself.
I made a pretty brown right there. Oh my gosh, that's magical. You see, Kevin, I believe painting is like poetry without the words. I really need you to stand still. Done. It's a metaphor for us.
No.
Oh, come on.
No way.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Anytime you come to Daytona, it's a big race. But this year's Pepsi 400, it's really big. Prime time on NBC. Britney Spears is the Grand Marshal. She's got a way of starting everybody's engines.
Hey, Jeff, hand me a 3/4-inch socket, will you?
Very talented girl, that Britney.
Domino's, you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for just $7.99 each. And with Domino's Carside Delivery, you can conveniently stay in your car while you do it. Just pull up, check in online, and we'll quickly bring your food to you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to get out to get carry out. Like Denny here.
Hey, Hamlin, I like your PJs.
PJs? Stay in the driver's seat with Domino's Carside Delivery.
Good job, Martin. Looking good. Oh, it's the funny car guy.
Hey, you got Napa know-how too, huh? Yep.
Well, Martin does go 200 miles an hour.
Ron breaks 300 in 4 seconds.
Yeah, in a straight line. That's real hard.
You drive in a circle.
You don't even steer.
Look at me.
Hey, you
I
two.
turn left.
Don't make me go get my can.
Your can's old.
Quiet! Matlock's on!
That's Daryl's can.
Boogity, boogity!
Hey, JD. You see my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
The drive to win is for life. And with Sprint, so is unlimited, guaranteed. Switch now and save up to $100 off any phone.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Come on back, straight back. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, bud. That's it, come on back. Come on back. Plenty of room. A little bit more. That's it, come on back.
Get things done instantly with the i530 by Motorola. Only $29.99 after $50 mail-in rebate. Nextel from Sprint.
Hey, Jimmy, I was following you practice, and it looks like you're kind of messing up turn 3. And if I was you, I would try to arc it out a little more.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna need it again. I'm so sorry, what were we saying?
Good talk, Jimmy.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the new Motorola Buzz. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Oh, yeah. You should have seen it. He got just a little bit loose coming off of turn 2. And going down the backstretch, I got right up on his spoiler and we started off into turn 3. He got loose and just lost it. It's okay, don't worry, he walked away.
Subway Restaurants, proud sponsor of Greg Biffle and the number 16 Ford car.
Ever dreamed of driving a real Cup car? Well, now you can. This is the fan controller.
What the? Tony, what are you doing? It's possessed.
That was completely inappropriate.
I'm out of here.
Run, Sandy, run for your life!
What was that all about?
Don't be conventional.
Kevin Harvick?
Be exceptional. Upgrade to Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. It helps your engine last over 250,000 miles.
Wow. What's he doing?
Raving.
He's exceptional.
So is Mobil 1.
Is this good?
I do not know.
Get 250,000 miles of protection. Upgrade to Mobil 1.
50 laps to go, and here comes Casey Kane in for a pit. Wow, that was fast. Boy, I want to see that again in slow motion, Doug. Okay, that was something I did not see the first time, Pete. Boy, you catch a lot more detail when you slow things down. I guess so. Those look good. Yeah. Oh, Casey's always got time for arm wrestling. Amazing. Yes, she is, Pete. Boy, you blink an eye and you miss all that. Impressive. Casey Kane's always impressive.
Oh, look at Kyle Busch out there.
Yeah, he is all over the track.
I mean, what has gotten into him today?
Oh, that cannot be good.
Oh, unbelievable.
Whoa, look out.
Wait a minute. Is Kyle in reverse?
Yeah, you don't see that every day. Okay, that is bad, bad driving.
Oh, this is not like Kyle at all.
Are we winning?
I thought you were looking.
M&M's makes race day more fun.
What is Kyle thinking?
Elliott, Xfinity Series champ. One word, merchandising. The Chase Elliott seat cover with massaging beard action. Your face is giving the massage.
Are you serious?
The Chase Elliott dipstick. Dip like a pro.
You know you're big time when you got your own dipstick.
Every time someone opens their car, hey there, maybe check your oil.
No.
Washer fluid.
We've added more blue.
There is more blue. Good eye, Dale.
What? No.
Chase Elliott tire gauge.
32 pounds.
Check all 4 before you get on the road, guys.
How could you say no to this?
Man, this Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Push this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Never know how. Never know how.
Who hates saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure?
Welcome back to the 24 hours of Daytona. I'm back from taking a little bit of a break, and we're ready to finish out this one. I don't think I'll be taking any more breaks for the rest of the night, so that's gonna be some fun. Here There you go. As he continues to lead, it's now Chris Buescher leading on his strategy call with Austin Cindric not too far behind. Kyle Busch as well. What happened? Alright. Excuse me. Buescher leads over Austin Cindric and Kyle Busch, as I believe we'll be having our next guest join us here. Would you like to say hi again? Alright, there you go. Say it again, because my audio was not working.
Okay, hello?
Again.
I'm LRS88. I am back. And, oh boy, a lot of stuff has changed.
That would definitely be putting it lightly. Kyle Busch, he is in third, but that is on a strategy call, as Chris Buescher and Cindric are running a little bit longer. So that's why Buescher...
I was looking, and, Buescher closed the gap. I didn't think Cindric would, though.
Yeah. Cindric, I don't know where he came from. He kind of came out of nowhere, because when me and Gavin were talking, I would kind of bring up how he was about 20 seconds back. But now he's really found himself, like, right up here with a chance to win this race if things go his way.
Under one cup race to go through the Daytona road course.
It's crazy.
Move your camera a bit.
What'd you say?
Can you move your camera a bit down it?
Alright, I was up. There you go.
This good. Sorry.
We are 17 minutes away from hitting the 2 hours left mark, and we are working lap 308 out of 390, so 82 laps remain from the high banks of Daytona.
Chris Buescher, I mean, he's probably the favorite to win right now. He ran down Kyle Busch, but that's only because of Hamlin hitting Busch on pit road. They had to take off Busch's bumper, and that seems like the wrong call.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting call by the crew chief to take the crew chief on the box to take off that back bumper, because that really seemed to slow down Kyle a little bit, because yes, he still got probably the best car still in this race, but it definitely lowered the advantage he had over Chris Buescher, because now Chris Buescher, if they're on even tires, he's likely able to chase him down. It's now just a game of strategy on who can have the right strategy call at the right time.
And it would mean a lot to Buescher. If you won this, you're racing for 12 hours. Of course it means a lot.
But considering that Buescher is not really known for winning all that much.
I mean, recently he's won a total of 4 races, but not that much. Anyways, the S's have officially become deadly.
That is true. It has definitely been Calamity Corner today. There's been one crash outside of that corner, and it actually it actually is the reason for our only retire of the day.
What was that?
Chandler Smith. I didn't notice it, but he and Ross Chastain must have wrecked in the bus stop on the back straightaway. I didn't notice it. I didn't see anything about it until I was just looking through all the cars, and I saw them both in the barrier.
That's what happens when you try to go side by side there.
Probably not the greatest idea known to mankind. As there's Austin Cindric racing AJ Allmendinger for a position there. As all the way back here is Kyle Busch stuck behind the 11 of Denny Hamlin. As, man, only the top 10 are on the lead lap. Everyone else is a lap down or more. So you get to Chris Buescher here and then Bubba Wallace not too far in front.
And, so Byron, Elliott, like you said in a previous little run, they were up here early. Earlier I said Elliott could go the full 7 hours. I was definitely wrong.
Yeah, and I can't say I blame you, because I don't think anyone would have expected what happened. I don't think anyone would have expected him to run over a lap car going into the bus stop.
Yeah.
That was definitely... I was caught off guard. I was just chilling, talking, and then all of a sudden, I see Elliot just plow through Gilliland. I'm like, where did that come from?
Fun fact. So I was just kind of like scrolling through YouTube. I clicked on the stream when Rodco, when you were talking with Gavin, and then like it's like, okay, so just some more racing, and then here, and then it's just a pile up of cars in the S's, and that helps Busher get to the lead.
Yeah, it's been a really good race, honestly, considering how long we've been doing this. It'll be 10 hours in about 14 minutes. But the fact that we've been racing for this long and we still have a really good battle for the win is really impressive. We have 3 cars really still in contention to win this race.
It's not a lot of cars, but more than we were expecting.
We were expecting Chase Elliott to just run away with this thing the whole time.
I'm not saying a lot of what I said on my last commentating stint, but you should do more of these.
Yeah. I'm definitely... It will definitely be happening. Again, this is a lot of fun. As Busher, he has a 30-second lead. So, he's going to lose time again because he had a 33 second... I think this is about what he had actually when he pitted the first time. About a 35... I don't know if it was 30 or 35 seconds. So, Busher's going to have to be really, really good here with when he pits.
I have an idea. If you do another one of these, the person that wins this one gets a special car for the next one of these.
What do you mean?
Like a special paint scheme.
Oh, what? Like they have like a super like alternate paint scheme that like they ran at like one race?
Like you could just like make a scheme sponsored by, like, for this race it would be like Rolex.
That would definitely be something that's interesting. I'm not great with making paint schemes, so that probably would be out of my wheelhouse. But,
just contact somebody else, I guess. But, anyways, I was looking at the partners, and I saw Moneyline Cup Series, and I was thinking, just go check out Moneyline Cup Series Season 2 Daytona 500. It is nice.
No, it's well, I didn't get to see it yet.
I'm not gonna spoil it. Why would I spoil it?
I don't know. Because maybe you'd assume I'd seen it. Oh, man. Kyle Busch is losing time. We saw it. He was only down half a minute. Now he's down 31 seconds. So,
yeah.
It's been interesting. Chris Buescher ran such a long run on those tires. I didn't see that coming. I think it's because I've been taking... I think it's how I timed my brakes. I didn't notice it, but man, I was sitting here before I stopped for dinner just waiting for Buescher to come in, and he just did not want to come into the pits. I'm like, when's the point where like he can't be on the track anymore? Because I thought the fuel window was about 25 to 28 laps, but I'm pretty sure he ran way longer than that.
Aren't some people like 8 down or something?
What'd you say?
Aren't some people like 8 laps down or something? So I don't...
We have a car 12 laps down and a car 8 laps down.
So I think, like, there isn't really a point where you can't be on track anymore unless you're really damaged like Chandler Smith.
Yeah. Because Brennan Poole, if I find him, in the 15 is down... Here he is. He's down 12 laps.
How did he make the race?
What do you mean?
He's, like, I know it's not a fast car, but, like, he's 12 down. How on earth did he make it in?
He got in through the first LCQ because he used a good pit strategy.
Fair.
Yeah. I wish I could say it was a lot more complicated than that, but that's about it.
And it was Buescher coming through that second horseshoe.
Yeah. Okay, I was checking the race server to make sure no one else said anything. Alright. So yeah, you basically don't have a time limit right now.
until somebody else wants to.
Basically, because there are a couple people who said they'd join later tonight that hadn't gotten to join all day.
Yeah. Okay.
There was definitely a time about an hour or two where I had no one with me, and that was the hardest hour, I think. There was about an hour and a half where it was just me, and like in the middle of the race, and there was like nothing going on. It was right before Gavin joined, and then things got interesting, or like right before Elliot got into his wreck. So he was up by like just like 30 seconds, with like no chance of anyone catching him without a caution or without him wrecking. And I was just like, that was the hardest part of this one so far. If I had to like, if someone asked me like, what was the hardest part of doing this, like in terms of like just sitting here and doing it, I'm like, that part where I had no one with me and it was the most boring part of the race ever.
Cindric pit.
Oh, he did? Oh, thank you. I did not. There he is. Oh, there's Bubba as well. I'm looking for him. I don't see Cindric. Cindric, where are you? There's Cindric. So, yeah, he did pit. You're right, he did pit.
Yeah.
Dang, he shuffled out. He's 25 seconds. Oh, is Busher in? I think Busher's in. No? Because he's down. He's lost 5 seconds. So is Busher just really struggling right now, and Kyle Busch is just really fast? Because
it might be the S's.
Yeah, that might have been too. Because Kyle Busch is really close. He's only 25 seconds back. So when Busher pits, he's going to be in a hole big time.
I have a theory on why everybody's dying in the S's.
Why?
Like, you're already... Okay, so one, you're already kind of sliding the car in there. I'm like, you can definitely steer it too much, like oversteer.
Yeah.
Back it into the wall. Or, like, two, it might be like you're getting on the gas a bit early, and that can send your car around a bit, or at least not get it going.
That definitely, those both definitely could be explanations for it. Oh man, Busher's gonna have to deal with Greg Biffle.
Bush still in second?
Yes, he is 25 back. So Busher's definitely gonna be in a big hole here once he pits. Hey, here he comes! Chris Busher's in the pit.
Let's see if he takes 2 tires or 4 tires.
I don't think he's... I think he's going to save that for the final pit stop. If he's going to use it, he's going to save it. I think he's going to run this here. He's going to try to run... And then I think he's going to try to split the race in half. Because, what is there? 76? I think he's probably going to try to split the race in half or into thirds. It's going to go one way or the other.
I was mistaken. With 70 laps to go, that will be a whole NASCAR Cup Series race at the Roval.
At this Roval or the...
Daytona Roval.
Is that how long the race was last year? Or the 2021?
Yeah.
Dang. Oh man, Busher. He's going to get passed by Cindric if he's not careful. Where's Cindric? Cindric might just pass Busher. Busher really did not have a good run there. There's Cindric. Cindric is not far behind. So...
This is what happened on one of those last pit cycles where one driver came out. It might have been these exact two, but one driver came out and another driver passed him. I think it might have been Busher and somebody else.
Man, Busher lost a ton of time. He's going to be... Look at the gap he is now down. He has to make up. He's going to have to hope he picked the right strategy and then it's going to work out because it's going to be really, really close.
So Busch takes the lead.
But he's on older tires because he pitted earlier. And so it's just going to be a game of flip-flop with the lead. And it's just going to be whoever played the strategy right is going to be the one who wins this race. Or if Austin Cindric can take advantage of Chris Busher, that adds a third element to this. Because then if these guys' strategy was right, it's which one of these two can stay ahead of the other. So we now have 76 to go.
Is Busher pitting at the pit cycle?
So Busher pitted, Cindric is pitted, and Kyle is pitted. I don't really know about everyone else. I believe Bell and these guys have not pitted because that's why they're ahead. But there's Kyle. So we're gonna
passing Todd Gilliland.
So Kyle will assume the lead back there as Buescher.
Larson pitting.
Larson coming into pit. He's going to lose a ton of time on that. And then there's Buescher with Austin Cindric in tow. So I think this is the main battle we're going to be focusing on for this stint. It's going to be Buescher versus Cindric.
Buescher?
As they're 17 seconds off the lead. So Buescher.
Remember from earlier, when you get to a car, passing is easier said than done. That's just the definition. That's the analogy.
That's been how it's. That's basically a description of how this race has been. It's been. You can pass, but man, it's easier said than done.
Exactly.
Cause man, you have to really be perfect with your timing.
Daly is pretty much on Cindric's side here. He's holding up Buescher.
Yeah, I think Buescher should get by him here. Yeah, he'll probably get him here onto the back straightaway. Man, there's been a lot less issues than I was expecting. There haven't been, like, any big issues with it. I was expecting, like, there to be, like, an overline issue I was going to have to work through. So here comes Buescher down to the inside of Connor Daly, at least I thought, but Buescher changed his mind. I was expecting to try to get a nice camera angle, but then, nah, freaking Buescher didn't want to go to the inside of Daly.
Wait, so you know, like...
Oh, man.
Never mind. I was gonna ask something, but never mind.
Oh, here comes Cindric for second place.
Making the move. Can he get there? He's gonna get there.
Oh, what a move. Cindric moves himself into the second place position on track. Provisional second place. Man, I don't know what has happened to Chris Buescher, but his car has really fallen off of a cliff recently in this race.
That is the pit cycle.
And they are gaining, because they were down 7. I believe Cindric gained a little bit, but Buescher obviously lost time. Oh, man, Cindric got a bad run through there. Here comes Buescher.
Can he get it on the outside? Nope, not going to happen.
On board with Connor Daly, a look back at these two.
And Daly, it's basically whoever's in front of the other guy, Daly is helping the guy behind them.
Yeah. You see,
Buescher looking to the inside.
Buescher has a look, nothing there.
And
oh, Cindric, can you get a good exit here? Here they come back out on a NASCAR 1 and 2. Is Cindric going to be close enough to make a move?
Oh, Buescher's in front of Cindric. Oh, you mean Daly? You mean on Daly?
Yeah. Oh, here he comes to the inside.
Gonna get there.
No, he's just too late. Look at him. Right there on the back bumper as they come through the back straightaway chicane.
Close for comfort.
Yeah, that's about the best way to put it. A little too close for comfort. Look at him put that Mustang body right in front of our camera on Connor Daly's car. And he's really gonna hold up Cindric here.
Not gonna get there. You can't get there. Cindric looking to the outside.
Here comes Cindric. Maybe
we should.
There we go.
Back to...
There we go. Oh, here he comes down to the inside. Here comes Cindric. He goes through.
Maybe go on the Y cam.
There we go.
Get off the onboard.
Oh, Daly has to give up the spot as Buescher and Cindric get through.
This battle is still on.
On board with Austin Cindric, looking back at Chris Buescher.
Cindric did not like that move that Daly made on Buescher, because now he still has to deal with them.
Yeah. So who's the next guy ahead? Is my question now. It's okay.
Not many people.
Oh, there's actually a big group of cars right in front of these guys, not too far ahead of these guys. So.
Did the bell get lapped?
No, they are still on the lead lap. They just didn't pit yet. They're on
those are for second and third.
I believe they're in the same. They're on the same boat as Kyle Busch, but just like I think they're in like a middle strategy, but that's like a combination of both the Busher strategy and Kyle's. I think it's like splitting it down the middle and how they're doing it. So like we said, it's a full-on strategy race, and we don't really know who's really winning until you get down to the end, and then you kind of know.
You can see a guy run out of fuel on the last lap for all we know.
Yeah. Oh, Gilliland is really fighting Kyle Busch. Is he? What is that? What is he trying to say? What lap is he trying to stay on? I'm trying to see. Gilliland is just trying to stay 6 laps down and fighting the leader like this. This is crazy. This is to say.
Sorry.
This is to stay 6 laps down, and he will.
Yeah. Busch seems to have regained a little bit of speed.
Actually, I would be willing to defer because Austin Cindric just made up about a second and a couple tenths on Kyle Busch there.
I mean on the lap cars.
Yeah.
Because earlier, lap cars were passing him left and right. Now he kind of has a grip on them.
Yeah.
Ty Dillon.
He's better. He can pass all of the cars that like are really slow, but like anything that's like under like, it's like 5 or 6 laps down, he seems to have trouble with. Because like Todd Gilliland is driving back away from Kyle, so I think.
What's the gap between Kyle and Austin?
Austin Cindric. It's 15.7 seconds.
So if Cindric just gains anywhere from half a second a lap to a second a lap, then he's coming really fast.
Yeah, he's really gonna gain on Kyle, because Todd Gilliland, I think he's fast enough to stay ahead of Kyle Busch. He's not maybe the better car per se, but he is fast enough to stay ahead of Kyle.
And
kind of like how we saw earlier with I believe Corey LaJoie was holding up someone for a long. I think it was Kyle for a long time. I think it's like that.
Like you said, Busch still has to pit, right?
Yeah, everyone I believe still has to pit at least once or twice, just based on how this. It's just.
I thought we were talking about the end of last cycle.
Oh yeah, I don't know how this cycle fully works, because Kyle, I believe, is still the leader, and then he pits really early because of how he cycles. Then Busher and them go for a lot longer. They run they run like 10 more laps than Kyle does.
I think what people are trying to do here, you pit earlier than everybody else, then you can cut off a stop at the end by being early. You run longer than everybody else, you can cut off a stop at the end by being late. It's just kind of like that middle kind of window that just doesn't seem like you're not cutting early, you're not cutting late. So you can't really cut off a pit stop that way.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That's the thing. You really don't know who's like gonna be the true leader when we get to 5-10 laps to go. Once everyone has cycled through a final pit stop, you really don't know who's gonna be the leader. If it's gonna be Kyle or if it's gonna be Cindric and Busher fighting it out. It's definitely it has all the makings for a good finish. Because apparently NASCAR fans love fuel mileage races.
Yeah, I guess that's why I remember Pocono 2021. That was really liked.
Yeah.
I guess.
I liked it till Denny ran out of fuel with 2 laps to go. That's about how long I liked it.
Not fair. Anyways, this kind of feels like Denny Hamlin kinda. Was that Gillen's pin?
Yeah.
That starts the cycle.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So now, Kyle Busch is all green grass in front of him. Busher and Cindric, not so much.
Free coming down a pit. Villeneuve.
Want
Villeneuve to come
Chris Busher.
Outside.
Oh man.
He's gonna need a run.
He's not close enough for me to even use the camera. Oh, there he goes.
Cindric passes Villeneuve.
Here
Busher's
comes
gonna get there too.
Busher. He'll follow through. Oh man, Cindric is gaining. on Kyle. Cindric's got the gap down to 14.5 seconds.
And
there you go.
He hasn't gained much. Okay, so one full cup race left in this race.
70 laps remain. Working lap 320 out of 390. As we are just under 2 hours left in this race.
I feel like you have to pay attention to the S's now, because they seem to get more deadly in the middle of a cycle for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, for all I know, it could be the different, like, aged rubbers going over it.
Yeah. I was right about Truex and Bell's strategy, because now they're 4th and 5th. So these two have cycled back up to 2nd and 3rd. Like, just kind of a side note.
Should be hitting soon, apparently.
Yeah.
Because you said...
Because Buescher and Cindric run about 10 to 15 laps longer than he does.
So, I'm going to see 2 and very possibly 3 more pit stops in this race.
It's all going to depend on which virtual crew chief had the best strategy.
I mean, Randall Burnett seems like he has the best strategy right now.
This guy's been out front. Alright, so Cindric just got his first full lap with no pressure. Let's see how he gained on Kyle. He actually didn't gain much. He gained 1/100th of a second.
So maybe with Buescher getting closer, like you said earlier, there could be a little bit of draft. That could get some place. That could get Cindric some places.
Yeah, if they do like a DRS train almost, if you will.
Now that Busch has nobody around him.
He does. He has Bubba and Byron right behind him, but he doesn't have anyone in front of him.
So, I mean, that might be why Cindric isn't gaining as much.
Yeah.
A little bit of draft.
We're gonna have to see.
And yeah, no, Cindric has pulled away from Buescher
by a substantial amount. Let's take a look. Oh man, that's a cluster of its own. Bell and Truex just riding in 4th and 5th. Then Kyle Larson is further back. Then Logano. Tyler Reddick, who flipped Kevin Harvick, is still in the top 10. Ross Chastain. Yeah, did you not see that?
What stint?
I don't know when. I think it was early. It was like almost midway through the race. There was a big one of the big crashes in the S's, and Tyler Reddick hit Kevin Harvick and flipped him.
How did Smith retire and not Harvick?
Oh yeah, Harvick's 19th. No big. He got rolled over. Nothing big.
Okay, it's fine. Funny number of laps remaining.
Here comes Cindric. 14.55 was the gap last time. What is it going to be this time? Wow, it actually went up. So Kyle is still faster. So that's...
Even with no bumper.
Don't tell me how that works.
I mean, I don't know. It could be... Actually... this probably won't make sense, but maybe it's Kyle has more clean air.
Yeah, that could be true. Yeah, because Cindric does have... Because look how much room. Look how much room Kyle Busch has, but then, yeah, Eric Jones isn't too far ahead of Austin Cindric. So I could see that as a feasible.
Yeah. What else do we have going on in the field right now?
So just looking through, not really much.
Was that a tandem?
Where?
Did I see a tandem?
Stenhouse was shoving him. We have Ty Gibbs putting the pressure on Ross Chastain. That is for the 9th position.
So have we lapped into the top 10 yet? Oh, whoa, they went wide, got loose. I don't actually know if that's getting wide because you're getting loose, or if they're just lining up for the next corner.
Yeah, and then just getting loose.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, it's also kind of weird how these guys just cannot use the pit exit road. They have to use the grass of it.
It is fun to watch when they do that. It's kind of funny. Okay, so Ty Gibbs is trying to chase down Chastain. So, ooh, Austin Cindric gained some time this last lap on our leader. Where's
So what's the gap now?
Where's Spindrick? It's 14.42 now. It was at 14.6 the lap before, so he gained about 0.2. Wait, did Kyle Busch get passed? Yeah, he did. William Byron got by him.
Screen froze.
It did?
Yeah.
Alright, give me a sec. I'll turn off my camera. Turn it back on. Now fix it?
Yep.
Okay. Kyle Busch got passed by William Byron. He got... I don't know if he hit the wall again on this most recent lap or what, but now he's stuck in the middle of Bubba Wallace and William Byron.
Two things I want to say. You legitimately said Spindrick, and that's kind of funny. And then, too, further on the grass thing, quote from Valtteri Bottas, this thing cuts better grass than my lawnmower at home.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Alright.
I mean, it's a V8 stock car versus lawnmower.
Alright. So I'm curious, because Kyle, I don't think he got passed before this lap, so I think he might have hit the wall, so I'm curious to see how this gap changed.
First car lap down currently is Bubba Wallace in 13th place.
Alright, here comes Cindric. So it was 14.42 the last time. 13.72, so I definitely think Kyle must have had an issue.
So, yeah, Cindric gained a couple tenths that lap.
Yeah, he gained about a little over half a second. Cindric.
Can you put, like, a dedicated camera just for the S's? Or is that not possible?
That's not, I don't believe there is one. Yeah, there's not. There's only one for, this, and then here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, alright, so,
alright.
Let's spectate Kyle Busch and just see what he's up to right now.
He's not really got much he's up to. Oh, these guys are up to something.
Wow. In the Epic YouTuber car.
Oh, man. Cindric is getting really held up here.
Buscher's still fair ways back, but this is not going to help Cindric at all. He gets the inside. That's going to back out?
No, back out.
Go for it.
Oh, here comes McLeod back.
McLeod is not clear. Cindric gets the position.
And there he is.
Now Buscher has to deal with them.
Have fun with that. Here he comes back out onto the front straightaway.
Okay, now let's see the gap
so,
at the line here.
There's Kyle. It's gonna be interesting. I think Cindric's gonna lose time here. He's probably gonna be about 14 seconds. 15 seconds actually. He lost over a second on that lap.
Well, now he's good. Jones actually
is in the way. He's not too far ahead. And Chase Briscoe. No, he will not be an issue. Except for maybe Chris Buescher. Yeah. There we go. Chris Buescher gets by as well. So Eric Jones and Michael McDowell and Bubba Wallace are the three cars separating Austin Spindrick from Kyle Busch.
And until Cindric can get by those cars, it's going to be tough to gain time. Jones is getting closer, so that's not gonna help him any. When they get past Jones, it's probably gonna be smooth sailing for a while until they catch Wallace. given that they don't pit during this time,
Yeah. Alright, I need you to carry me for about like 30 seconds. I need to get another bottle of water.
Cindric heading into the corner, Busher behind him, Jones in front of him, and Busher, he could come back. I mean, you've seen it earlier. He was right on the back of the two, but I think the lap cars have just not helped him, and so I definitely think Busher could get back here, but coming out to the front stretch chicane, check the gap when Rocco gets back. Cindric heading through. No pitting. It's a really bad angle for the front stretch.
Oh, Kyle Busch is in! I'm just back in. There he is. There's Kyle in.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, Kyle's in.
You left it on Cindric, so I missed it.
Yeah, I saw him on right in the edge of the screen. So that turns this into the battle for the lead for now.
So I was talking when you were gone. I was saying Busher could definitely get back to Cindric. He was right there, but the lap traffic just didn't help him.
Yeah.
Cindric gets to Jones here. That's gonna be a different story.
Alright, so here comes Briscoe, or not Briscoe, the two of Cindric.
He is catching up to that beautiful Guns N' Roses machine of Jones. I don't even know how they got that sponsorship through, but good job.
Yeah, that is facts. I don't know how they did that. But I'm all for it. Because I have the car. It's really cool.
And Cindric, he's behind him. He's right up to his bumper.
Man, it's close. So, man, we are...
I was about to say we'll check the gap, but we're not checking the gap because there is no gap to check. $64 laps to go. The next,
man, Eric Jones is really making this a lot harder for these two.
Cindric to the outside.
Oh, this could be Busher's chance if Cindric doesn't clear him. 63 laps to go, and here comes Cindric to the outside.
He is not gonna get there.
Oh, it's close. He's not there. But he does stay ahead of Chris Buescher, which at the end of the day really is the battle.
But Buescher's getting close.
Let's see, where's Kyle? Kyle Busch is 23 seconds back.
But with this strategy, he could cut off a last-second pit stop at the end of the race.
It is going to be really close for both of these guys. I think it's going to be close. I think, what do you call it? Kyle's strategy might be the best, but it's going to cut it really close. But I think, Cindric and Buescher on a more safe strategy. Because they'll probably pit here around, like, lap 40, 340-ish. Then maybe hit pit road again at, like, closer to 370. And then close, and then that'll be it. But, Kyle Busch just pitted, so he'll probably have to pit again around lap 350, around like 30, 33 laps from now, and then he's gonna be really close on fuel to the end.
You know, it's
he's got
it's kind of hard to believe that there's still about an hour and 45 minutes left in this race.
It is. You still have such a long way to go.
And got somebody wrecked there. Never mind.
Oh, Cindric once again. Oh, all over the back bumper.
Nobody wants to push here.
No, yeah, they don't push each other because it's a specific setting in tracks, like that you have to edit for how close they'll race each other. But
Wow.
Oh man, here comes the 17, Chris Buescher.
The man from Prosper, Texas, which by the way has a population of 30,000. You turned the camera off.
Oh, I know. It was for a second. Keep talking. Okay, I was just seeing some.
From Prosper, Texas, which by the way has a population of 30,000.
There we go. We should be able to see.
Get by and potentially win.
Oh, look at this up ahead. Chastain and Stenhouse are fighting each other. So that's just going to make a bigger... Oh, man. This has all the makings of a crash. Someone's going to get... It's going to be either Chastain or Stenhouse. Someone's going to spin out in the inner portion of the racetrack, and it's going to cause mayhem.
Let's get off on board just in case that happens.
I'm going to do that right now. Here they come. Here comes... Oh, man. Eric Jones really ran it deep in there on Stenhouse.
This is good and not good for
Cindric. Cindric! On board with Cindric as he tries to find a way around Eric Jones.
Stenhouse up top.
Oh, man.
This is not good. What's going to happen?
Oh, man, this is going to get really tight when we get back around here. Here comes Stenhouse to the outside of Chastain. Nothing there.
And
Cindric brings us to the line. 61 to go. What's going to happen between the front three? Here comes Eric Jones. Jones sends it on Stenhouse. This is in front of the leaders, no less. Will we see a mistake out of anyone? Oh, everyone gets through. That's what everyone was really worried about. Would everyone make it through without a wreck? They will. I think they were saved by Jones and Stenhouse being side by side. Now Chase Briscoe has joined this battle. He is the first car one lap down, so he is trying to gain back one of his laps.
How far back is Kyle Busch?
He is 22 seconds back.
Gained a second.
So he's slowly gaining on these guys as they continue to fight each other. And then, as all these guys... Oh, whoa! I think that was Greg Biffle. Not Kyle. I think that was Greg Biffle who got into the wall. Because someone had gotten into the wall. As there's Chastain, then there's Jones, Stenhouse, Cindric, Buescher, and Briscoe. This little 6-car pack here. On board with Chris Buescher. Now on board with the set 2 of Cindric. Oh, just not able to make a run. Here he goes, though. Oh! Oh, Buescher had a look. He has to think better of it. Man, that was really tight. Here comes Buescher back to the outside. This is for the lead, coming to 60 laps to go in the 12 hours of Daytona. We are still a long way from the end of this race.
Oh my god.
Still have a lot of racing to go, and a lot can still happen. Stenhouse really holding up these two, and they're trying to get by, but Buescher trying to stay in touch with Austin Cindric. Here comes Cindric once again. Here he goes. Here he comes to the outside of Ricky Stenhouse. Oh, here comes Stenhouse. Stenhouse back down to the inside.
Let's see what happens in the S's here.
Here they come to the S's. Oh, and Cindric just has to back out. Here comes Chris Buescher.
It's a game.
Chastain and Jones starting to run away as Kyle Busch, who is trying to gain as well. He actually lost time. I think he did get into the wall. He's 27 seconds back. I believe Kyle Busch got into the wall. I thought it was Greg Biffle, but I think it was Kyle Busch.
Bell and Truex are still there, but they stay out for a while after.
Yeah. They kind of split it. They split the 2-17 and then the 8 strategy in half. They basically pit in like the middle of it.
And
here they come back out into the big part of the racetrack. On board with Buescher.
Cindric is a mouse. Cindric is a cat. Stenhouse is a mouse. It's just going over and over and over. Cindric coming up on the 47. Here he goes.
Down to the inside. Oh, man. Oh, it's so close. Here comes the 17 of Buescher.
This will happen. This is the best racing. Oh, my God.
Here they come. The Stars turning up the heat when it matters most. Cindric trying to hold on. Here he comes to the outside on Stenhouse. He's got room. Oh, he might have a shot at him. Oh, man, this is really tight. And they get through. What a move by Austin Cindric. Buescher's going to follow through, but no, Stenhouse throws the block. Buescher fights back, though. Here they come down to turn 1. Buescher down low. He's going to have to force it here. Down into 1. Buescher forces it down the inside. He's going to clear Ricky Stenhouse. What a big move in a big-time situation by Chris Buescher. Clear sailing for a good while now for Buescher and Austin Cindric before they catch Ross Chastain.
And that was probably one of the best battles on the day.
One of the best moments we've seen all race. These two trying to get by the lap cars.
We are coming to an hour and a half to go here at the 12 Hours at Daytona.
And what a race we've had so far. On board with Buescher. He is right there behind Cindric. If Cindric makes any mistake, or if Buescher just gets in a little bit more aggressively, we could see Buescher right on his back bumper.
Remember earlier, Hamlin was just sending that car into the corners.
And it was working. We'll have to see, will Buescher pull out the same strategy, the same view that we were able to see it last time? Let's see the difference in braking. Oh, man, look at Buescher. Get into that corner. You can tell he's pushing it harder than Cindric is. Cindric, since he is the leader, he can be a lot more methodical and a lot more safe with with his braking points and certain other things on when he comes back to the gas. But Buescher is giving it all he has, and you can tell he is putting the pedal to the metal as far down as it'll go.
Coming to 58 laps to go.
Man, what a run. Buescher is... Wow, look at that gap. He made all of that up, and he kept it. I was worried he'd lose it out of that out of the chicane, but man, he is not going down yet.
It's like in a NASCAR game when you have the difficulty all the way down, so you can just send it into the corner, and any ground that you make up will stay. Oh, Buescher wide!
Buescher slid loose. Man, that was tight. I really thought that was going to be something bad there. But they all hang on to it as Cindric leads over Buescher. And then 25. Oh, and Almirola spins it. He hangs on to it. Will Kyle Busch get through good? Yes. No issues for him, which is the main issue. The main person we're worried about. Let's see if Buescher looks a lot closer than he was the last lap. Let's see if he can keep that gap and keep it closing, because he did a really good job that last lap of being able to get in deeper than Cindric while also maintaining such ground on exits of corners. He did not give up a lot of ground on exit, which you would expect for how deep he's getting into these corners.
Cindric, Buescher probably gonna come down soon. Truex, Bell after
Look at Buescher just, man, you can, I said it earlier, but you can just, you know, that's Buescher is just driving so much more aggressively than Cindric, and the good parts of Buescher driving hard is that he does gain ground, but the risk is if he makes a mistake, it is going to cost him huge if he makes a mistake. Because, like, look how deep he can get in. Not that much that time. He wasn't. If anything, Briscoe caught up to him more than he caught up to Cindric, but he kept the gap at a good pace. As we come back down to the line, 57 laps to go at the Daytona International Speedway. Ryan Blaney coming back out on track there goes Cindric. Ooh, Buescher a little loose. He hangs on to it. I think this helicopter view, I'm going to keep it here. It's probably the best view of the racetrack to have, because you can just see how they gain and lose time the best of any other camera angle we have.
See how much Buescher sends it into the corner here. He doesn't actually on that one. They coming into this corner, you're going to see, yep, there he goes.
Look at that. Look how much ground he's able to make up, and look how well he does at maintaining it. Like, he was able to drive it in so much deeper and make it stick so well. Look at that again. Getting really aggressive on that braking.
Getting within 3, 2.5, 2 car lengths on those corners.
If he can just keep that up and then also make up a lot of time in those super high braking zones, then he could have a really good shot here.
About 57 laps to go. And
here comes Buescher once again.
It doesn't seem like he's going to get there. It's just he's trying to get there. That time actually stuck.
He did. It really did. He really kept it there. He did a good job that time. We're going to find out. How aggressive is he willing to be here on the front straightaway?
The inside.
Oh, look how aggressive he is. I think Cindric's coming in this lap. In comes Austin Cindric.
That's why he looks so aggressive. Because Cindric was pitting.
Oh, man. Cindric comes into pit. And Buescher reassumes the lead. And then further back is the real battle. It's Kyle Busch right here. And Cindric is not even... There he goes. He's in his box. I have to imagine, do you think eventually they'd be willing to try 2 tires? Oh, I thought they were for a second there. I thought they were. You can't... Oh, and there goes Busch dancing by.
Okay. If I were one of these crew chiefs, I would wait till the last stop, get 2 tires, get out there. If I crew chief Cindric or Buescher, wait till the last pit stop, take 2 tires, and then try to not let Busch pass you.
Send it.
Yep.
I think he definitely could have beat out. It would have been really close if he had taken 2 tires. Cindric just needs another good stint here, and I think he's well within range to try that here, as I believe that might be his second to last stop of this race.
You would think Buescher's coming in this lap. He could stay out an extra lap or 2.
Yeah, I would assume he's probably gonna stay out an extra lap or 2, just to get some fresh air. See what happens.
See how much Kyle Busch gains on him. Just see the gap.
Yeah, it isn't going to show up yet until they come back across the line. So we have Kyle Busch here, and you don't find Cindric till all the way behind all of these cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cars is the gap. Oh, Buescher staying on track.
At least another lap. He could come in now. He could try to. He could try.
There's Brennan Poole.
Oh, Dylan. He is slow. Coming to the pit road entrance. He is slow on pit road. He could be out of fuel.
That definitely could be a factor too, as if they run out of fuel. So there's Kyle. We're gonna see how far back he is. As now Buescher gets a full lap to himself. Here comes Busch through. So the gap is 26 seconds between Busch and Buescher. That's about what it was at. So let's see how far back Cindric is. Cindric is 12 seconds back of Kyle. So he's going to need a really good stint if he wants...
Let's stay with Buescher and see if he pits. Because he could take 2 tires, he could take 4.
Imagine if Chris came in here and took 2 left sides, or 2 right sides, then took 2 left sides the next time. 2 straight 2 tire stops. That would definitely be a gamble I'd be willing to take, because clearly Cindric is the better car on his strategy. We've seen that. Cindric, I believe, is the better car for how long the run to the end is likely going to be for him. So I think that if I'm Buescher's crew chief, I have to do something to try something. You just got to do something different to try and get off strategy from Cindric. Or not maybe off strategy as much as just do something different. Oh, I thought Buescher was pitting that lap.
So, looks like I am not commentating to the end.
Yeah. There are multiple other people who had wanted to, who had said they were going to join later on in the race. So you can stay till about 9:25.
And then go on commercial, and then Sam joins.
Yep. So.
But then if Sam leaves and then nobody else wants to,
Yeah,
come back again.
I'm fine with that. All right. So there's Kyle, and then further back here is Austin. So Kyle actually lost time that last lap. So he's 26 back, and Cindric is 38. Yeah, it's a 12-second. It's about a 12-second gap between Busch and Cindric. And then, man, now we have like 3 different strategies. You have Kyle, Busch, and then Cindric, and then Busch. They're all split up by 3.
Buescher could just be running long this time.
To try and run short the next time.
Yeah, just try to cut off that pit stop. You could take 2 tires.
That could always be a good strategy call too.
What's the gap between Buescher and Kyle Busch?
It's a 26-second gap.
So if Buescher takes 2, then he could definitely come out in front, but it would be close.
Yeah, if he takes 4, he's gonna be behind. He might be behind Cindric, depending on how fast his picker is. As we come to the end of this race.
Now let's see if Buescher's hitting here.
No, he's not. He's gonna keep staying out. Definitely interest. That's definitely an interesting move.
So Cindric pit?
Cindric has already pitted.
Yeah, but he's not in the top 5 anymore.
Yes, he is. He's 6th. It's because other guys just haven't pitted yet. Or on different strategy calls. So Kyle Busch, how far back is he? So it was 26.04. So now
means
it is
now Lars have to come down.
20. Wow. Oh, because Kyle Busch got stuck behind BJ McLeod, so he lost a 1.5 seconds. So honestly, if I'm Buescher, I'm coming in this lap because Busch got stuck behind BJ McLeod, and he still isn't past him. I'd say maybe actually if I'm Buescher, run one more lap to take full advantage of Busch being stuck behind him, and then coming in pit. So basically just run until the lap that McLeod gets passed by Busch, and then come in because McLeod is holding up Busch by like seconds.
Yeah. So I remember watching an actual NASCAR Cup Series race, and it was some people were staying out for as long as they could so they could get the biggest gap.
Yeah. It's going to be...
Make sure that they have the lowest time that they have to make up.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close here when Buescher pits to Kyle Busch. It's going to be interesting to see the strategies. We are now almost under 50 laps to go. We are 21 minutes away from 1 hour left in the 12. Oh, here comes Buescher. There's Buescher on the pit road for likely the second to last time of this race. So there's Buescher. Let's follow Kyle Busch as he comes back onto the high banks. He is still stuck behind BJ McLeod. That is catastrophic for Busch. So there he is. Buescher is just starting his service, and Busch is coming back out onto the front straightaway. But Chris Buescher is closer to the edge. Oh, man, he's not going to beat him. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to. So there's, Busch is going to go by Buescher here. There's Buescher. So I think he closed the gap on him, though. He definitely closed the gap, I think. From the last stint, when they were down about like 20 seconds. Cindric, he cycled out in front of Cindric, so I think that's a win for them on that stint. Because Buescher cycled out about half a second in front of Cindric, which I think was a good it's a good oh, alright, I'll do it again. There you go. But I think that's a win for Buescher to get out in front of Cindric, because I think that's who they're really racing right now, because you're not gonna beat Kyle Busch at his own strategy while not being on the same strategy.
In my opinion, I think Buescher has the right strategy. mean, Kyle, he is definitely a factor for this. It just, I think since he pits early and that didn't gain you much time, I think it's just going to be too little too late. But who knows? Truex, Bell,
Oh, someone went through the grass. I don't know. You can't see, but someone went through the grass. Sorry. But, what I think is Kyle's going to cut it really close on if he's going to make it. And then Buescher and Cindric are going to be really good on fuel because they pitted now. They can probably pit around lap 360, 360 something, and like or closer to 370, and they'll make it well on fuel. Kyle Busch pits about 10 laps before the Buescher and Cindric duo, right? Or at least just Cindric. So if you think about that, when Busch pits, he'll likely be stretching it on fuel. He'll be like right on the edge of his window. It's going to be really, really close. So I think it's going to the whole thing that's going to decide this race is how close Kyle cuts it on fuel. Because for right now, Kyle looks like he has the right strategy if it pays off. And he has enough fuel to make it to the end.
One thing I want to say is just thank you for doing this race and letting me commentate. This has been really fun.
It has been.
Yeah. Anyways, back to
the on-track action, man.
Yeah, back to cars going in shapes.
We actually do have a good battle. Cindric is gonna put the pressure back on Buescher for second, because I can't imagine Cindric feels great about getting passed on a strategy call like that, because Cindric honestly earned that spot. I will admit, he muscled his way around Chris Buescher, which I found really impressive. Because it looked like Buescher was going to be the main contender with Kyle, but now it looks like Cindric has taken that honor away from him.
Coming to, is it 61 or 51?
50 laps to go when we get back to the line.
Okay. 50 laps.
And we are 17. So by the time your time is up here, we'll have an hour left in the race.
I mean, here's hoping I can come back before the end.
We'll have to see. We're going to have to see. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. Either way, it's been a lot of fun. Oh, man! Truex trying to get by the lap car. Not making that easy on him. Bell's following through. And then Buescher and Cindric are right behind. Oh, man, it's a pack of 6 cars. Going to be 7 here because BJ McLeod's going to hold them up. Because Truex is...
I think, Larson's come down.
Here they go. Will anyone make a mistake here? Because it's a group of cars, and usually it feels like when there's a group, someone makes a mistake. No one's going to. Wow.
Like, maybe going a bit wide, but that happens to everybody.
Yeah.
At least not into the outside wall.
We'll go on board on the front. And, I'm going to need you to commentate from your... I'll be right back. It'll take me like 45 seconds.
Cindric is... I mean, I'm not saying he's skating. He's skating on Buescher. Put in the pressure, put in the power down, and let's see. Truex and Bell still need to make. Martin Truex Jr. is in second place, Christopher Bell in third. This is the battle for the provisional lead, as Bell and Truex still need to come down, and Kyle Busch is going to come down at the beginning of the next cycle. So I just realized that actually makes Kyle Busch, that could make him the best car in terms of winning. Because Cindric might have won the grass there. Because Kyle actually Cindric and Buescher are only leading in the middle of cycles. Busch leads in between cycles, and I don't think the race is going to end in a cycle. So, that could be interesting. 49 laps to go in the 12 hours of Daytona, with just about 1 hour and 20 minutes left. Remember, this happen. Okay. I want to say something to you that you didn't hear. So I'm gonna say, I was saying, I realized that Busch is probably the best one to predict to win because Busch is leading in between cycles. Meanwhile, Cindric and Buescher are only leading in the cycles, and I don't think the race is gonna end. Most likely, I don't think the race is gonna end in a cycle.
I think it could because
I mean, it's possible, but
yeah, because it's gone to about a 30 laps or so per cycle, or just under that. So it's gonna go either way. There's definitely a chance they could call it. Oh man, they're really tight in front of them. Oh yeah, Cindric's been at behind. Oh man, look at this pack. Look at this pack these guys are stuck in. Oh my goodness. Overhead view. This is with under 50 laps to go in the 12 hours of Daytona. And it's getting intense for second place. Or provisional second place, anyways. Oh.
What I was gonna say is if the next cycle starts anywhere between 35 laps to go to 30 laps to go, then the race could end in a cycle. If it starts after 30 laps to go, there is a very real chance that it will end in a cycle.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if it starts with 30, what?
If it starts with over probably 25 to 30 laps to go, like you said, it's probably going to end in a cycle.
30 laps to go, if it starts then, and the cycle takes 30 laps, then Busch is the provisional winner.
He'll likely win it, yeah. It's really going to be close. If they start pitting before lap 360, then I'd be willing to say it's going to come down to a fuel mileage, who got the best strategy when the cycle starts. But if the cycle doesn't start till like 363, 364, I'd be willing to say Kyle's probably going to have it locked up. Unless Buescher, Cindric, Truex, or Bell can find a better strategy to work with. Or actually, Bell already fell back because he already pitted. So then, unless Kyle Busch maybe can find a better strategy. Or Truex can find a better strategy.
I want to figure out how long these drivers are going in terms of miles.
So, I don't know how long the track is. If you look it up, I don't know what it is, and then multiply it by 390.
Oh, I thought it was 400 laps anyways. Hold up.
Here they come back onto the front straightaway.
It is 2.5 miles.
The road courses?
Wait, no, wait.
Okay,
no, it's not. Hold up. I'm going on to the NASCAR site for the... Why is it so hard to figure out the lap count for these races and how long the track is? Okay, 3.1 miles.
For the road course?
I'm still trying to figure this out. Just fill me in on whatever happens.
Alright, so not much has happened. We have Cindric and Buescher. I'm going to turn off my camera because I'm checking something really quick.
3.56 miles.
That's what you were able to find? 3.56 miles is how long the course is?
Yeah, search up the Daytona 24
So, do
course.
3.56 times... Do 3.6 because you also have to think about they don't do the chicane on the front straightaway. And that probably adds a couple extra parts of them.
Okay. So they are going approximately, if I did my math correct,
390 times 3...
1,404 miles.
Hey. Go for it. Maybe that's what we can name this. Instead of 12 hours of Daytona, the 1,410 million miles of Daytona.
Oh, camera froze again.
Oh, I got you.
I do not know why it keeps on happening, sorry.
No, it's good. We get to Discord. There you go. I was just looking at something else. That's probably why. Let me turn off. There you go.
1,000. You could just call it the 1,440
and 4 approximate miles of Daytona.
Just call it the Daytona 1,400.
Yeah.
Because like all of the cup races are either their names, the miles are either rounded up, rounded down, or they're just completely wrong.
Yeah.
If you don't go 500 miles at Phoenix, we go 312.
Ooh.
Dylan.
I think I know my next project I'm gonna do. For one of
obviously
these.
you're not gonna say it to the public, right?
Yeah, no. I would. Oh, AG AG Allmendinger is spun around.
Is it gonna be like another one of these NR2003 races or something else?
That's on me. Sorry, the next one of these types of races. I know what it's probably gonna end up being.
Okay. Well, catching up to Jones here. Kyle Busch has the lead currently. The cycle hasn't started.
Yeah, and we are at 46 to go, so we still have 16 or 17 laps to find. If we go past another 20 laps and then the cycle starts, then it's not going to end in a cycle. It's going to end before the next cycle starts and Busch pits. But if it starts But if it starts before then the race is going to end in the middle of a cycle, and that means it's likely going to be between Buescher and Cindric, unless Kyle can find a way to stretch it. I can't imagine it's that hard to figure out a strategy for this race, because I mean, you already know how long it is. You know there's no caution, so you don't have to worry about getting caught up in a strategy. You just plan it out.
Yeah, so sadly I'm going to have to sign back out in about another 7 minutes to make way for the next guest commentators. We'll go to a commercial break at 9:25 p.m.
I would hit it on the money. Ooh, man, that's so scary when they slide. Because then I'm waiting to see smoke, and then they start sliding. Alright, we're good. So, Jones is in front of these two who are actually racing for a position. Kyle Busch is just kind of in a class of his own, as has been the usual tonight. Check something.
Chase Elliott was the man he was chasing down, and now Elliott's 3, possibly 4 down.
I can check right now. Chase Elliott is officially, he's 2 laps down. He's gained a lap back.
Oh, earlier you said Byron. Okay, so Byron might have been 3.
No, they were both 3. I believe Elliott just earned a lap back. And he had one back probably on the strategy, because Elliott just came in the pit.
Actually.
Elliott was in the pit, so he probably just had a strategy. His strategy just had him. His cycle just had him at 3. He's probably off cycle, like no part of a cycle, because of his random crash that completely screwed him up. So right now, it's Kyle Busch with a 10-second gap over Buescher and Cindric.
The provisional winner. Cycle's gotta start.
It's gonna have to start about the next 15 to 16 laps.
Yeah, before we hit 30 to go. Buescher to the outside of
Buescher to the outside of Eric Jones. Does he have anything for him? Side by side, he gets really aggressive on the brakes. He's got to, as late as we are into this race. Whoa, that's a decent run there. I don't think it's gonna be enough. Oh man, he got really loose. And here comes Cindric.
It's gonna be kind of awkward going to commercial in the middle of this battle.
It's all good. It's in 5 minutes, so they'll probably just still be side by side. It won't be a long one. It'll just be probably 2 minutes.
Anyways, I feel like recently we've been talking about the strategy more than the racing itself, but there hasn't been much to talk about the racing, so.
Yeah, this race overall has been pretty straightforward. Like, there's not really been a lot of racing with each other, because this is a big track, so there's not always going to be, a group of 5 cars racing each other all the time.
If this was like a short track, then it would be like a lot of action.
Oh, it'd be too much action, because then someone would crash and it would just terrorize the entire field.
We would probably need cautions on for that.
But then it would turn into a demolition derby, and then it would just be a lot of cautions, and then it would just kind of, I don't know.
All right. Kyle Busch leads the field. Buescher, Cindric, Truex, Bell. Truex and Bell are getting back up here. That's the sign the cycle is lurking.
Those two, yeah, they follow this. They usually are the end of the cycle, like the end. Because they're like the last people. Truex is like the last person to pit, one of the last people to pit in the cycle.
It's like old folklore, like there was one in Japan where it's like, if this creature floats to the surface of the water, imagine like tense, like old music. If this creature gets to the surface of the water, then an earthquake is soon. If Truex and Bell get to the start of get to the front of the field, then the cycle is near.
So whenever Kyle pits is when I consider the cycle starting, because that's when the relevant people start pitting.
Like the lap cars, it doesn't matter. If the start of the cycle
was like if Brennan Poole pits, then like it really doesn't affect anything, because we don't know how he is in comparison to Kyle Busch. We know how Kyle Busch's strategy works. We know what Cindric is doing. We know what Buescher is doing, and then we know what Truex and Bell are doing.
All right.
So I consider the start of the cycle when Busch pits, because he starts it.
Busch will definitely be happy when Brennan pits.
He'll pit, and I really hope it turns into a fuel mileage. Like, he might make it, he might not, because it'd be really crazy if he ran out of fuel on like the last lap on like the back straightaway. So then Buescher and Cindric come flying through.
And just mentioning this, the Dolphins-Chiefs NFL playoff game is currently 7-13 Chiefs.
Heck yeah.
Just mentioning that. I don't know why.
I'm not arguing with that score.
I'm not rooting for anybody.
I'm
watching, though.
I just don't like the Dolphins, because I hate Dolphins fans.
Yeah, they're kind of pretentious.
Because I live it. Exactly. Here's how I've... Oh, here comes Buescher. He's going to clear Jones. Maybe. No. Oh, he's so close to clearing him. Sorry. As I was saying, I've basically characterized the Dolphins. They're a 9-8 or an 8-9 team that just got a cupcake schedule.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back to cargo race for a long time.
Yeah. All right. Tyler Reddick is there. There's Kyle Busch. You got anything else you want to say, Ally, before you have to get off here in about the next minute?
Thanks for having me. Hope I can commentate later today or in your next one of these long races. And yeah, I mean, I hope whoever can win doesn't have to really fight for it, so they don't have a heart attack, because they're driving in these cars for 12 hours.
Alright, it was fun to have you, Ally. Thanks for being here.
Alright, thanks for having me.
Heard from him. We'll be back after a commercial with our next guest. We'll take our commercial break for possibly the final time.
This Nextel walkie-talkie phone is magic. I lost my helmet the other day. Pushed this button, my helmet appeared. Magic.
New spark plugs are in.
See? It's magic. That's not magic. This is magic. No, that's sleight of hand. Get me a bunny. That's magic.
Nextel helps NASCAR fans get things done with the Motorola Blend. One powerful phone, 2 powerful networks. Nextel, only from Sprint.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly.
hate saving money, Jeff?
What is it with you? I don't hate saving money.
Are you sure? Because I'm racking my brain here. I have no idea why you would possibly...
I got my own family, Tom. Yeah.
Lug nuts in your family?
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Join a Sprint family for as low as $25 a month, and for a limited time.
Well, right as me and Ally said it, Kyle Busch comes into pit and starts the cycle with 41 laps to go. And our next guest is with us. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
I'm Sam. You guys saw me, I think it was around like the 12 o'clock mark of 10 p.m. So, yeah, I'm happy to be with you for the final half hour, 45 minutes, however long this race will last for the end.
It'll go till 10. We have about an hour left. We're just under an hour left in this race.
Ugh.
As right now, Kyle Busch just pit to start the next stage of the pit cycle, which is really interesting because it's going to come down to a fuel mileage race now.
Chandler Smith's 80 laps down. Holy.
Yeah,
mackerel.
he got in an accident, so he's retired from the race.
Oh.
So that's why he's been He and Ross Chastain apparently got into it in the backstretch chicane. I didn't see it till after they'd already wrecked into it.
Oh.
Yeah, so that was a shame. But besides that one wreck, every single crash this race has happened right here in the S's.
I would save this replay. I would save this.
I would break my computer if I saved this replay.
Huh?
I said I would break my computer if I saved this replay.
Well, luckily you got a stream, so you technically did save it.
Yeah, that's what I'm probably going to do. I'll just leave the stream up, and then maybe if I can make enough space in my phone, because, sorry, just jerks got loose, maybe I can screen record it with my computer and then post it as a video, and then maybe make a highlights.
Yeah.
Because this has been a lot of fun, and it's really, we are in for a good finish. Either way, it's likely now, because of based on how early Kyle pitted, it's likely going to now come down to Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric for the win.
Let's see, so they pit like every 30 laps?
Every 30 to 35-ish laps, so I don't know. It's been a little inconsistent, I feel like. So Kyle, I don't know if he can make it. I don't believe he can. So Cindric's probably going to pit in about another 5 or so laps as we've hit 40 to go. He'll probably pit with around 35, 32 to go, and then Buescher pits about a little bit later than that. So I think Buescher and Cindric are going to be good to go. It's going to be on Kyle Busch to save some fuel and make it to the end. He's going to be really, really close.
If you hear me talking, I'm talking to my TV. I'm watching Flyers hockey right now.
Nice.
And they're shutting out the best team in the NHL.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the NHL, unfortunately. Okay. So Buescher leads. Cindric is hot on his heels for the lead. Man, Buescher got really loose. So in the last run, Cindric did overtake Buescher before they pitted, or almost overtook Buescher before they pitted. Or actually, no.
There you go.
Cindric did get by Buescher, yeah. Cindric passed Buescher during the last stint, and then before Buescher could pass him, he pitted. Cindric pitted. So these two are really evenly matched against each other, Cindric and Buescher. Kyle is the dark horse, because I don't think he's going to make it to the end.
Truex could make it, but I think Truex is way too far back.
Yeah, he's going to have to pit, I believe. He's usually one of the last
What happened to Chase Elliott?
He crashed.
Oh.
He was in the lead with they were about 5.5 hours in, and he was behind Todd Gilliland on the back straightaway going into the chicane, and he just ran him over.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a Chase Elliott. That's a Chase Elliott move to do.
Remind me after this race. Remind me after the stream is over, and I'll send you the clip of what happened. It was ridiculous. He was just behind Todd Gilliland, and it's like he didn't want to stop for the corner, so he just ran him over.
That's a Chase Elliott thing to do.
It is. So you now hit 55 minutes to go with 39 to go. So we'll probably end up going a little past 12:25 or 10:25, just because I wanted to make sure that, kind of like how the Rolex 24 and all those endurance races do, when the timer ends, there's like 2 more laps or whatever. I wanted to try to time it to that. So it'll probably be about.
Isn't it the next weekend, the Daytona race?
I believe it's next weekend or the weekend after. I think it's the weekend after that.
Yeah, it's like, because it's like towards the end of February.
Yeah.
So.
It's towards the end of January and then right before February, and then you get.
I mean, towards the end. What
and then you have NASCAR come back with the Clash and the 500.
I hate the Clash, honestly.
It's all right. I hate that.
Why does the Daytona 500 have to be on the day that Dale died? Come on, that's just so cursed. The day.
This year?
Yeah, it's on the 18th.
Oh, now I'm scared because I'm going this year.
Oh, God. I'm going to Dover this year.
Yeah.
Come on, get the fuck out of your zone. Come on, what are you doing? Clear the puck. God. Sorry. Come on, there you go. Oh, big hit.
Cindric right behind Chris Buescher as we come on to the...
Cindric might...
Cindric has come out of nowhere. He was, I believe, outside the top 10 for most of this race, and then the last couple hours, he's just kind of come out of nowhere and slowly gained his way back into it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because he was not... No one was talking about him when you were here, or really until about, like, 3 hours ago, I believe. We hadn't really talked about him.
After this, I'm playing on the Dolphins game. Bro, the Dolphins game is like negative 27-degree wind chill.
I can't even imagine trying to have a NASCAR race during a weekend where it's that cold.
Bro, the field is frozen. Like, the field is actually frozen in Kansas City. Wow, what a move. Good save.
Oh man, Chris Buescher really loose. Here comes Cindric around the outside.
Cindric into the inside.
Oh, for the position. It's really, really close.
Buescher.
Oh, there goes Buescher. He's going to dance around him to the lead and take it back.
Oh my goodness. What a race we got on our hands today.
Man, it's...
Towards the end of this endurance race for the first annual NASCAR.
12 hours of
Daytona. I almost said 24 hours.
Yeah, I've said it twice, I think. I've said 24 hours, meaning to say... Trying to say 12 hours.
Are you going to do a Le Mans this year or no?
I'm definitely considering doing it. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Do the same thing. Maybe a little bit longer. Since it's during summer, and I think I'll have a little more leniency.
Yeah, like... Not a full day, but like 15 hours maybe.
Yeah.
That's a little bit too long, but like 14. Yeah.
Yeah.
And who is that? Greg Biffle holding him up?
No, it's Eric Jones. Biffle is... He's somewhere. There's the Biff.
The bug-eyed dummy. I got run over by a bug-eyed dummy.
How far down is Biffle? So Biffle is in... He is in the 37th position. He is down 7 laps.
Ugh.
The furthest car down who is still running is Brennan Poole in the 15. He's 13 laps down.
Ugh. Sheldon Creed's up there, 6 laps down. Connor Daly's 6 laps down.
Yeah. BJ
McLeod, 7 laps down.
The fact BJ McLeod's getting outrun by Connor Daly is crazy.
No, Connor Daly's outrunning him.
Yeah.
And then you have
Jacques Villeneuve.
Then you have Chandler Swift 85 laps down. Holy.
After that crash he got into, it's really hurt him.
Ungodly amount of laps down.
Yeah.
That's a stat you don't ever hear.
85. Not in today's world anymore. Yeah, you're usually like
unless you DNF on the first lap and like you're at Bristol. That's like usually when that ever happens.
Yeah. Like
4 minutes to go in this stressful hockey game.
Are you guys winning? Is your team winning?
Yeah. Yeah, Flyers are winning 2-0 against the best team in hockey. currently.
Who is it? Because I don't know hockey.
The Jets.
New Jersey?
Jets, Winnipeg, Canada. No,
Oh.
Canada team. Winnipeg. Freaking Canada.
I hate Canada.
Yeah, it's alright. They haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1993.
Dang.
Or 92.
The only
I
team
forget.
the only team I know is the Washington Capitals.
The Great Eight. Alex Ovechkin.
Yeah. That's the only those are the only two things I know about hockey, like in terms of like players and teams, only because since I'm from Washington, I know that. And then my one of my aunts and uncles, their family is a big hockey fan, so they talk about it sometimes.
Yeah, of course you know the Flyers as well. The
Yeah.
Capitals are rival with them.
I've heard of them. And then I've heard of the Penguins just from watching YouTubers. That's about it.
The cross-state rivals. The cross-state rivals I don't like. I'm excited for football, college football this year.
Yeah.
Already. This year's gonna be so much fun.
With the new playoff system.
Playoff. I know.
It's actually worth winning your division. It's actually worth it to win your conference.
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot harder to win the national championship now.
Yeah.
Than it's ever been.
So we have 35 laps to go.
Oh, what a move.
Neither Cindric or Buescher have pitted.
I wonder when they're gonna put Buescher. Looks like he's pulling away a little bit.
Cindric usually pits. Cindric has been pitting first in the cycle, so Buescher will. Whenever Cindric pits, I'd say about another 7 laps or so is when we get Buescher in. So it's going to likely turn into a Buescher versus Cindric battle for the win. Kyle Busch, if he can make it on fuel.
Yeah, I like the Denny Hamlin scheme.
The Coca-Cola, I love that scheme.
That's the only the schemes that Denny Hamlin has sometimes, like for the 600.
Yeah.
Going to the 600 this year.
It's fun.
And of course, the damn Olympics had to mess up everything this year.
That is really annoying that we have the Olympics. I enjoy the Olympics, but I hate when it messes up NASCAR's schedule.
I know. Like, we're never used to it.
Yeah.
2020, it didn't mess up NASCAR, really.
Yeah. When it came back in 2021, they just didn't. They just still showed our races. We just never. We never missed races.
Atlanta in the playoffs is going to shake everything up.
And Watkins Glen. I still cannot believe they added Watkins Glen to the playoffs. That's still.
Why? Like, at Dover, move the Dover. It gets cold, but move the Dover date to the Watkins Glen date, August.
So it stops raining every time we try to go there.
I wish NASCAR would add Sonoma to the West Coast swing in the early season, but it rains too much.
Yeah, so it's inconsistent. It's kind of like Dover. Like, it rains too much in Dover. Because every time we try to go... Literally, it feels like almost every year we try to go to Dover, there's always rain.
Rain. Like, every year, there's rain. Like, I've been to the past 2 Cup Series races. Rain.
That's what it feels like when you go to Daytona. You always got to worry about the rain.
Daytona's awful with rain.
Yeah, I can tell you because I've watched freaking 30 cars wreck all at once in person.
Yeah, the 2022.
Yeah,
race.
That was a lot of fun.
Buescher passing Connor Daly.
As Austin Cindric,
Connor
man.
Daly's gonna hold up.
Oh man, that is the last thing Cindric needs. Cindric gets him out the way though. Man, that was a big move. Cindric really needed to do that. He could not afford to sit behind Connor Daly. Oh, is he gonna pit? No. But man.
Not this time.
So it'll be a while before they catch the next lap cars, but it is gonna be some slower lap traffic, which is Sheldon Creed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it's definitely a give and take. So Buescher leads with Cindric behind him. Oh, someone just spun. It was Chase Briscoe.
Chase Briscoe. But he keeps it going.
Yeah, that place has been calamity all day. We've seen so many cars get loose to
Yeah,
this
they're in
little
the international
horseshoe.
shoe, as I like to call it, the hoof shoe.
That's funny. Alright. So.
Quinn Houff. I wonder what happened to Quinn Hoof.
I don't even know what happened to him. I just know he got kicked out after, what are they called? Starcom shut down. And then I didn't hear anything else about it.
Me either. That man went non-existent after a while.
Yeah.
Oh, no! That almost went into the empty net.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't it matter how many... Isn't it, like, important to run out the score in hockey?
Yes, like, you have to run up the score. It's kind of like football. You have to run up the...
Yeah. Because, like, I think I know, like, isn't it, like, that's, like, the #1 tiebreaker? Like, if you have the same record to get into, like, the playoffs or something, it's, like, however many points you score.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that?
Because I know that much. Because I remember hearing them talk about that when, the playoffs come around. Because I always watch... Because on school days, I always watch ESPN before I watch SportsCenter before I leave for school.
Yeah, same.
I love watching SportsCenter.
I watch ESPN during the school day. My teachers don't care.
Yeah,
like
when I get the chance, I usually...
like a free...
What do you use?
Say it's like a free day. Say it's like a free day or a half day.
Yeah.
Like I watch ESPN half my classes.
Yeah, I usually watch a lot of... I usually just watch the First Take stuff. I think it's really funny. I love listening to Stephen A.
Yeah. Damn it.
Alright. Busher
Not
leads.
even talking about the race.
32 laps to go.
Your viewers are probably thinking, like, why are they not talking about the race?
Yeah, that's probably... Cindric still is en route to get after Busher with 32 laps to go. Kyle Larson is in third. I believe, though, just... Oh, and there goes Larson!
Oh, Larson saves it.
Speak of the devil.
Hits the wall, but saves it.
Yeah, both Larson and Truex have yet to pit in this next cycle, which was started by Kyle Busch's stop. So, we get back out to these guys. Oh, wait, I gotta click shift and then go back. Alright, when Cindric pits, then we'll really know. Because if Cindric can pit here with if Cindric pits with 30 to go, then I know for sure him and Busher are making it. Kyle Busch is going to cut it real close.
Busch will probably pit with like 28 laps to go or something.
Busch pitted with, I believe, 41 to go, so I think he's going to cut it. If he pits, it's going to have to be inside 10 to go, because he's going to try to stretch it. Because he's got to.
Definitely.
Since he pitted... Yeah. You would think it'd actually be really easy to come up with a strategy for this race, because you know how long it's going to be, and you know how many... Oh, here comes Cindric, just as I said it. Just as I said something about it, here comes Cindric with 32 laps to go, make that 31. Cindric rolls down the long Daytona pit road. Kyle Busch is just exiting the back straightaway chicane as Cindric comes into his stop.
Clear the puck. Get the puck out of the zone. Get the puck out of our zone. Clear it, clear it, clear it, clear it, clear it. Get it. There you go, there you go, there you go.
Here comes Kyle Busch. Oh, man, it's going to be close between him and Cindric. Where's Cindric at? Wait, no, I clicked the wrong button again. Shift. There's Cindric. Where's Kyle at? Here comes... Is that Kyle? That is. Oh, man. That's really, really close. Oh, wow. Kyle Busch is really falling off because the last time...
Flyers have just shut out the best team. The Flyers have just shut out the best team in the NHL. We are a real deal team.
That's
awesome. Get that. Score. Come on, get the empty netter. We just shut out the best team in the NHL. Holy.
That's awesome, dude. I wish I had...
The record's 28. The record's 28, 10, and something.
Who cares about ties?
No, it's overtime losses. It's overtime losses. We don't have...
You just get your quote-unquote tie categories, just however many losses you have. Okay. So, When the last couple of times these guys have pitted, and Cindric and Busher come out, they're about 10 seconds or so off of Kyle Busch, but this time they were a lot closer. Cindric only came out probably about like 4 or 5 seconds off. So that's gonna mean.
Irish win. Let's go. Yes, let's go. What a win.
Let me check real quickly. Now that you say something, let me check.
Win.
Let me check on my Celtics. Because I know they were beating up on the Rockets last I checked. Yeah, we crushed them by 32. The Rockets are trash.
What a win for the Flyers, dude.
Awesome.
That is awesome.
Bubba just pitted. There's Busher. So Austin Cindric is somewhere. Oh, someone just hit the wall.
Ooh. I saw smoke.
Yeah, I don't know who scraped it. I think it was Allmendinger again. Someone scraped it. But Cindric is 5 seconds off of Kyle Busch, which is the closest anyone has been to Kyle Busch on this pit cycle. The way they're cycling through, this is the closest anyone's been. So Cindric has Christopher Bell just in front of him, and he just has to go chase down Kyle Busch, really. Because Bell's going to have to pit here. He's going to be like the first guy to pit to start the cycle again. So he's not going to make it.
Alright, I'm putting on the Chiefs game.
Yeah.
You know how much I hate the Chiefs. I need the Dolphins to win, bro.
Why?
Because I put a bet on Dolphins, that's why.
Yeah, I'm only rooting against Dolphins because since you know me, I live in Florida. I hate Miami fans. Their team is hot stuff for beating a bunch of under 500 teams, and they think they're going to the dang Super Bowl.
Chiefs lead, Dolphins 16-17.
Okay. All right.
I need my charger. I don't have my charger.
Where's Busher? Oh, there's Busher. All right. We are really closing in on the end of this race. We're at under 30 laps to go now. So we're really starting to close in on the final stretch of this race.
I'll be right back.
Alright.
I gotta get my charger from my mom's car.
Alright.
So I'll be back.
Alright.
I return in like 5 minutes.
Okay. Here is Busher. Where's Busher? There's Chris Busher, who right now is in position to win the inaugural 12 Hours of Daytona, but he still has to pit. He's got Kyle Busch and Austin Cindric behind him. Cindric is closing the gap to Kyle Busch. So we still have a great battle on our hands to decide who is going to win the first ever 12 Hours of Daytona. So still, like I said, a long way to go in this one. Alright, I saw someone asking, so our only retiree of the night is Chandler Smith. So we still have 39 cars on track. Chandler Smith is the only car out of the race tonight. Everyone else, surprisingly, has kept it clean. No mechanical failures. No, nothing really. Is that Busher? It is. Christopher Busher comes in for his final stop of the night with 29 laps to go. This is the biggest stop of his race. He needs a flawless stop here to maintain his 32-second gap to Kyle Busch. Here he comes. Kyle Busch is exiting 4. Here they come to put tires on the left side. There goes Busher. Here comes Kyle Busch. It's going to be close, but not enough to pass him. But it was a good stop nonetheless. How will Cindric cycle out compared to Chris Busher? Cindric is flying. It's going to be close. Cindric not able to catch Chris Busher, but no, wait. Here they come, side by side. This is for possibly the win. Busher versus Cindric. Oh, it's going to get really tight. And Cindric gets the spot. Cindric gets by Busher to take provisional second place.
Cindric gets the lead.
And this is with only 28 laps to go. And this is about 5 seconds behind Kyle Busch. So even if we want to assume that Kyle Busch can make it on field, this race is far from over because Cindric and Busher, as well as even possibly Christopher Bell, are still in this. As Busch leads the field.
Wow, negative 27-degree wind chill in Kansas City.
That's
the
crazy.
field is frozen. Rocco, the field is frozen.
That's ridiculous to me.
You see what's happening in Buffalo?
Yeah, they had to cancel the game and move it to Monday.
Yeah, I really hope the Eagles win Monday.
Yeah.
We fell apart. This collapse needs to go into the history books. I'm telling you.
Oh, man. So we're going to get a full reset of the board here. So Kyle Busch takes over the lead. Or, he's not in the lead yet because Truex still has to pit. So, provisionally, Kyle Busch leads. He leads over Christopher Bell by not much. Cindric is about just over 4 seconds back. Then Chris Buescher is about 6 seconds back, as he's really struggling on those new tires. So it's really going to be a close race here, as we are almost at 10 o'clock on this race, almost nearing the end of this 12 hours of Daytona, which I cannot believe we're getting near. This has been one of the craziest things I think I've ever done.
If you do the 15 hours of Le Mans, which it should be 15 hours.
That would be ridiculous.
In my opinion.
That would definitely be something I might have to.
I would do it for you, honestly.
Yeah. The sad thing is, I really wish I could just have like a ton of cars race, but in the game you can only have a maximum of like 43 cars. 42 AI opponents.
No, you can get over 40. It depends on the track, though.
Yeah, the most I've seen is like 40.
I've done it before.
The most I've been able to...
The most I've seen is 50 cars.
I'd have to figure that out.
I've done 50 cars.
Because I would just want to throw like 100 cars in a race and just let it play.
My God.
Why not?
There are 100 NASCAR drivers didn't race this past season, so what the hell?
It would be the last 2 seasons.
Jeez.
Here
you would have to throw in like legends too.
It would be close. Yeah, I'd probably have about 90 drivers. Or no, I would not. I would have probably about 80, and then that would probably be enough for me. Oh, yeah. Truex!
Oh, Truex!
Wow, leading!
But keeps it going.
I know he's going to have to give up the lead because he's going to have to pit, but man, not a good move there by Martin Truex. So now Kyle Busch is going to get to gain on him.
So is Christopher Bell. This race is really starting to be interesting.
With half an hour left in this race, which means this race is probably going to be going past the 12-hour mark.
If you're just tuning in, NASCAR on Broadcar Racing YT or NASCAR on Fox.
Alright, I'm checking the stream, making sure everything's looking good so far. Yeah, I think we're going to go over 12 hours. Because if you think about it, there's 26 laps remaining. And if we have about 30 minutes left, and the laps are about 1 minute and 50, we're going to be a decent amount over. I think I made a mistake.
NFL's going to turn... NFL is going to turn into... sorry to keep interrupting you, but in the next 10 years, I feel like the NFL is going to turn into a non-contact league.
That's the funny part, is you're not...
Because these roughing the passer calls are ridiculous. If I'm the player of safety and commissioner of the NFL, my definition of roughing the passer is head-to-head contact.
Exactly.
I don't care if you take 2 or 3 sets. If the quarterback throws the ball and then you get there 2 or 3 sets later, that's fine. Quarterbacks are supposed to take hits like that. God damn. The current temp in Kansas City is -7, and it feels like -27 degrees. Insane. Got AFC Day tomorrow, or NFC Day tomorrow.
Here comes the field. The top 5 all separated by under 10 seconds. Some still need to pit. Some can make it to the end. And it's really just going to be a battle to the finish. As what's going to make it even more interesting is these 4 lap cars right in front of the leaders. And that's just going to stack these guys up even more as we approach the end of this race.
I like Mike McDaniel. He's probably the chillest NFL coach of all time.
Here comes the field onto the back straightaway. Truex leads over Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Cindric, and Chris Buescher, who are the top 5. And then you have the 4 lap cars.
Who is going to get the win? Who is going to get the win and upset people?
Ty
If the upset
Dillon.
win, will it be MTJ? Will it be Kyle Busch, maybe? Even Austin Cindric, who has won 1 career race. With the biggest race, the Daytona 500.
Oh, here comes Bell to make his stop. His final stop of the day.
Bell,
which is going to take him out of contention for the win. He was going to try to make it, and he couldn't get it to the end there. That's going to do it for him. So, that moves us down to a 4 car. So, it's Truex, Busch, Cindric, and Buescher are the top 4 who are going to be seeing who had the best fuel mileage calculations.
The second half.
How fitting that this race... How fitting that this race would end up in a fuel mileage race.
Ironic.
Of all
the
things.
The coldest game of the NFL season is back underway.
Here comes Bubba Wallace getting past Connor Daly up ahead of these guys. As Buescher's going to have to try and gain on Cindric. As Truex is still starting to catch these guys. Noah Gragson, AJ Allmendinger, and Ty Dillon. It's really going to hold these guys up, and it's not going to make life any easier for Truex, who's trying to extend his gap over Kyle Busch, who has Austin Cindric breathing down his neck as he's been gaining on him pretty rapidly. He's cut the gap down from about 4 or 5 seconds down to about 3. Just a little bit over 3. So we're really going to have to see that battle there, because that's what's really going to matter. Because even if Kyle Busch can stretch it, it's not going to matter if he gets overtaken by Cindric or Buescher. As we get towards the end of this race, Truex still out front. We'll have to see if he can make it on fuel. The same goes for Kyle Busch.
24 laps to go.
Here comes the field.
Technically.
And here comes Truex to make his stop. So that's going to answer that question. Truex is not good on fuel. So that leaves us. So that leaves us with 3 players in this battle. It's going to be between Kyle Busch, it's going to be between Austin Cindric, and it's going to be between Chris Buescher. One of those 3 is going to win this race. It's just a matter of who had the best fuel strategy and who has been putting themselves in the best position to win this race, as we are at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
9 o'clock Central Standard Time. And I think it's like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock Pacific Time. Something like that. 7 o'clock, I think, Pacific Time. Tua. Set down in motion, 3 and 5. Tua looking to throw. Tua under pressure. Tua escaping pressure, takes the hit.
Alright.
But it will be 4th and 3. And the Dolphins are going to punt it. be commentating some of their football games for everybody that's not watching it. So the Dolphins will punt it. A 4th and 4 game of 1. A 3 and out.
So, Kyle Busch is out in front right now. Kyle Busch leads. What? You're tired of Taylor Swift.
By the Dolphins. Mahomes the crybaby, as I call him. Agba with the deflection.
So here we are, towards the end of this race. Here we go. Buscher and Cindric gonna battle it out. I'm gonna go solo for the last 20 laps. I started this race, so I figured I might as well end it. Cindric and Buscher are the top two. Down to the back straightaway they go. Here they come into the chicane on the back straightaway. Cindric still maintaining that lead. As Cindric holds his lead, or his second place lead, if you want to call it that, as Kyle Busch right behind him as we have hit just over 20 laps to go. Here we go, getting down to the nitty-gritty of this race with 21 laps to go, just past 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Looks like we will probably be going over 12 hours. It's probably going to be closer to a 12.5-hour race. False advertising, maybe. It is what it is. We're just going to go with it. Kyle Busch continues to hold his lead over Austin Cindric and Chris Buescher as the top three who will be battling it out to decide who wins this race. Reddick in the middle of Buescher and Cindric battling for the win, and then Busch has Haley guarding him from Austin Cindric. The real question is how good Kyle Busch did with his fuel economy. Did he save enough fuel to make it to the end? Because if he didn't, then it's going to turn into Cindric versus Buescher. But if he did save enough fuel, then it's going to be on Cindric and Buescher to hurry and catch him. So I would think, either way, if I'm Austin Cindric right now, I am giving it all I have for this final 20 laps of action from the Daytona International Speedway on the road course. They come through the infield portion of the racetrack. A little loose for Buescher there. He'll hang on to it. So take a look through your top five. You get these guys, the top three you know about. Then down at Truex and Christopher Bell, or no, that's Kyle Larson is the 5th place driver. Here we go. Busch trying to hold on to his lead. He's got about a 2.5 second lead over Austin Cindric, and that has been a shrink, as it was about 4 seconds earlier on in this race, or early on in this stint. As they come back out onto the big shot, it's really Cindric. He's got to find a way. So we get on. Let's go on board with him and see what he sees. He's just got to find a way around Justin Haley, and then he really can go all in at Kyle Busch. So on board with Cindric, trying to find a way around the 31 leaf filter machine. Here they come back onto the front straightaway. Not able to make a move yet. He's going to get a good run here. No, you can't get a good run. 19 laps to go. Or 20, I don't know. We're just going to go with whatever number it shows on my graphic down here. 19 laps remaining, it says. So I'm going to take its word for it. Look how close Cindric is to the back of the 31 car. So here they come into the International Horseshoe. We'll stay right on board with this 2 car for a good little bit here, as Cindric is still gaining on Kyle Busch, which is really the big picture in all of this. He's got to be able to gain here on Kyle Busch, but it starts with finding a way around this number 31 car. See, a little wide there, just maybe looking for a line to get by him, as here they come back to the big part of the racetrack, out of the infield and onto NASCAR 1 and 2. Here they come on to through NASCAR 1 into NASCAR 2 and onto the back straightaway. Can Cindric make a run at Justin Haley? He's going to make a move to the inside. He needs this. Oh, man, Haley shuts the door on him. But further up in front, what's also a big deal is Kyle Busch really struggling to get by Noah Gragson right now. And he's also got the 78 car of BJ McLeod to contend with. And those will likely be the last 2 lap cars Kyle Busch needs to deal with for the rest of this race. Cindric is desperate right now, I imagine, to get by Justin Haley. As they come back onto the front straightaway, Kyle Busch trying to find a way around these guys. So here comes Busch down to 1. He's going to go way low on BJ McLeod. Does it work? Yes, but also Austin Cindric to the inside on Justin Haley. What a move there as well. So Cindric gets cleared to go after Kyle Busch, with the exception of BJ McLeod, who, as Kyle Busch is also trying to deal with passing Noah Gragson. So this is huge for Cindric. If he can get by McLeod when they get back to NASCAR 1 and 2, he can really have a good shot here to get back to Kyle Busch and challenge for the win. Would be fitting for him to get his 2nd career win, and it be on the Daytona road course to match his Daytona 500 triumph last year. Here he comes down to the inside. Oh, he has to think better of it. That's really not good for him. He's going to lose time trying to get back out onto the big part of the racetrack. He is going to get a draft, so that will likely help him here. So you see the overhead view. This is where it's really going to hurt him, though, is he's stuck behind McLeod through 1 and 2. And here they come onto the back straightaway. He'll get his run here. There he goes, down to the inside as they come into the bus stop. McLeod going to try to fight it here. He is able to clear back, but Austin Cindric just gets the run out of the bus stop, and Cindric will take that away from McLeod. He's now clear to go after Kyle Busch for the win, with 18 getting ready to make it 17 laps left. As in comes Kyle Busch I don't think he has enough fuel to make it. Wow. Kyle Busch, the man who we thought was really going to decide who wins this race, comes in early. This might be a short pit. So we're going to have to see, because his thinking might be that he knows he isn't going to make it, so he's going to try to make a quick stop, just get some fuel in that thing and go. We're going to see here. No, they're going to do 4 tires and fuel. So, a big revelation here. We're going to have to see. I believe Cindric is not going to be able to make it then. Would that mean Chris Buescher is wide open to win this? Or even Martin Truex, a guy we previously counted out of this, if he could go up here and get by Kyle Busch. That could change everything as well. Just so many opportunities. Everyone is really back into play with how early Kyle Busch came into pit road there. With 17 laps remaining. And Cindric is long gone over Chris Buescher, who has to deal with BJ McLeod, Tyler Reddick, and Justin Haley. So here they come. Cindric will lead into the bus stop. Buescher able to get by BJ McLeod through there, move him up to the second position. Kyle Busch will maintain third over Martin Truex Jr. So that was definitely an interesting battle. As Tyler Reddick looks like he's going to try to make a move on Justin Haley from behind Cindric, but in front of Buescher. Buescher's really going to need to get going here if he wants any chance at this. He's going to have to get by these two. As the gap between the front two is 3.1 seconds. Into turns 1 and 2 they go. Here they come. Cindric is going to have to deal with some lap traffic here. Oh, Chastain really ran him tight here. But Cindric will get by. As we are 12 minutes from the 12-hour mark of this race. What a race this has been. And we still are far from done. We still have 16 or 17, depending on how my ticker works. Laps to go. As we get down to the end of this thing. Here comes Chastain bullying Jacques Villeneuve. This is all in front of Chris Buescher, who is behind this. As they come into NASCAR 3 and 4.